Hello, Roguelike Celebration. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are in the world. Shout out to the people here from time zones late at night, which is also most of our first block speakers, as an early heads up. But I am so happy to be welcoming everyone to the 9th Roguelike Celebration. We're coming up on a big anniversary. And it's just wonderful to see everybody again. The very first thing I'm going to say is that if you're in the social space, which if you're not, I'll explain that in a second, if the theater is quiet, leave the theater, go to a different room, and then come back. Hopefully that'll reset chat. So just do that. I'm going to just vamp while hopefully people are resetting their chat. This is a persistent, worst, most annoying bug that we have continued to not be able to 100% fix. We keep on fixing part of what causes it, and then there's one other reason left. So yes, if no one is chatting in theater is usually pretty noisy, and so if it's totally quiet, just leave, go to a different room, come back. Hopefully that works. You can refresh the browser too, but usually it's a room syncing kind of issue. So hopefully now people are back. Yes, hello to everyone in the Schengen economic region. This is Roguelike Celebration. It might be your first one. We are a community event. We're run by volunteers. We're very lucky that we get to do this and have such a wonderful community. It's great to see people keep coming back as we continue to be virtual and have this wonderful digital space that we all get to vibe in and get a feeling of togetherness and excitement and share the work of all kinds of talented people who are willing to take time out of their weekend to come hang out with us and tell us cool things that they've worked on and thought about. So it means a lot. People keep coming back. So thank you for being here. And if it's your first time, that's also very exciting. Welcome. I hope you have a really good time. So this is volunteer run, including the software. So if you are watching this on Twitch or YouTube and kind of don't know what I'm talking about a theater, we have a mud-inspired social space. You can get access to it if you get a ticket to the conference. Tickets are $30 suggested. There is an option to pay less if you can't pay that much. You could also pay more because we are also entirely run by your support buying tickets and merch. And we need that in order to do things like pay our wonderful human captioner who is writing what I'm saying in real time. So you can get a ticket. You can go to roguelike.club, our website, and get a link there. And that ticket will give you a link to go to where you can join the social space in your browser and hang out, ask questions, talk to other attendees. It's a great time. So make sure to check that out. And if you're in the social space, you might run into some bugs. You might run into some weirdness because it's just a few of us doing our best. So if you run into issues, you can type /mod to message the moderators. You can do that if something happens that you're just not comfortable with, which also we have a code of conduct. Check it out if you haven't seen it. Just give it a read through. We also gave it a little update recently, which we talked about. We used to be in a physical office space, and so we referenced being professional, and we've softened that language a little bit because we're not in an office space anymore. We're on the internet. We can be a little bit more open-ended. So check out the code of conduct, but if anything happens that you're uncomfortable with or have an issue with or just have questions about, you can type /mod. But also if anything happens in the social space that's broken or a real problem, you can type /mod to report that to us. We'll be hot fixing. Hopefully not, but probably multiple times during the conference. Let's be honest. We try and do it during breaks. So if something comes up and you just want to give some feedback, we update this space every year. If you go to the courtyard, there's a note wall there, which there are in many places, including the theater, little buttons that let you write questions and see questions other people have written and upvote them. You can go there and leave a note on what you think of the space, if there's anything that you want to see changed or improved for next year. We appreciate that. So have fun. This isn't a traditional professional conference. This is pretty loose. Treat the social space like a real space. There's real people you're talking to. Be nice to them. And also, you don't have to be in here in the theater listening to me or our speakers. They're cool, but you're welcome to explore. We have all kinds of interesting rooms. There are often little secrets, which there are some secrets this year as well. You can unlock new badges and just find kind of fun fun content written by Nathan, one of our volunteers. So go ahead and explore whenever you want. Don't feel like you have to be in the conference room at all times when there are people talking. All of the talks will be recorded. It's great to watch them live. You can ask questions, but do what you will. You can also see moderators in the space if you want to direct message anyone. We have a little like hammer icon next to our name, so you can do a whisper to us, though. And if we're online, we will catch it. And if you look at the code of conduct page, there's also some ways to email us or reach out if you have issues that you want to bring up with a specific person instead of messaging us generally. If you violate the code of conduct, we will and can ban you from the conference and kick you out. So don't make us do that. Easy. Just be polite, be kind, be considerate to people. So let's see. Okay, I think I want to talk about something exciting. This is all my intro spiel, and then we're going to get into talks. But if you haven't seen the merch, please, Kao, bring up the merch page. I tried to order this and it didn't get here in time, so you're going to watch me show it this way. But we've switched to Redbubble this year, partly because we're hoping that it lets us do more international shipping more easily, and also it gives us a variety of things. So you can check out a link to our shop to look at our beautiful merch. I was new to Redbubble. I find it useful if you click Explore Designs, you can see our various things this year. Most exciting being that we have this art that is also used in our overlays and in our Steam sale. It is by PETA, who is an artist who did this for us and did an amazing job. It is the ABCs of the original 26 monsters from Rogue, and I think it's beautiful. So you can get it on all kinds of shirts, you can get it on a notebook, and you can get it in a version with and without a background, which works for different kind of colors of shirts. You can get it on a bath mat. You can get an El Barath bat mat, which I did, and Sam made this maybe just for me. So prove him wrong and get someone else buy a bath mat. So this isn't just an Alexi thing. Vindicate my decision to argue that we should have a Elbarath bath mat. And Christy also donated a shirt that she previously was selling, which is the Berlin interpretation in that mimetic style on a shirt. I wear this around. No one's ever recognized what it means, but someday it could happen. Just don't get it on a white shirt. That doesn't work. So that's our merch. It's exciting. You should check it out. And if you go to the night market in the social space, you will be able to find the swag table, which will have a link out to that. We also linked it in our newsletter. So please check out those. They're very cool. And in that same spot in the night market, you can go to the Steam sale. We have a amazing curated list of roguelikes from past speakers, from current speakers, and from developers that you might never have heard of. We, at this point, get hundreds of submissions to the Steam sale, and our wonderful volunteer, Christy, does most of the work of going through hundreds of submissions and doing her best to pick a sampling of them. So give them a bit of appreciation. It's always great for us to get to share wonderful little games with the community. So you can find a link to that at the Steam sale from the night market. And again, if we haven't linked that in our newsletter, we'll definitely do that. So let's see. If you're on some wasteland of remaining social media, you can try and find us. And if they use hashtags, you can use hashtag Roguelike Celebration wherever hashtags still exist. I don't know where they are anymore. It's a mess. But if you can find them, we are attempting to be on most spaces where people might be hanging out, and we always love to hear people are enjoying the conference and talking about it and blogging about it and anything like that. We only spread through word of mouth, so if you think that this is fun, tell a friend about it, and they can join in anytime during the conference. You can get a ticket at any point, or you can just tune into Twitch and YouTube where we're streaming the video. That's all good and fine. And I also want to shout out Maggie, our live captioner. Like I said, Maggie is a real person who is writing the things that I say and doing an amazing job. She joins us every year, and we're super thankful. And you also, if you were here early, saw Mr. Game Boy, which our volunteer Amelia is running in physical meet space and streaming, and it is playing procedurally generated music provided by a talented musician, proc gen artist called Tambalaya. Thank you, Tambalaya. She made that for us last year, and we're able to use it again this year. We will have links to where you can find Tambalaya's other work, because it's really cool. Well, let's see, what else do I have? Oh, I should explain the obelisk. Everyone loves the obelisk. We finally found a branding for this because branding, that sounds so corporate. A phrase, because everybody has times during the conference where a talk makes them think of something cool and they want to share, hey, this reminds me of this other cool thing. You should check out this other cool thing. Well, the obelisk is a place to write that down. It's a note wall where you can put links to other things. Speakers can put links to their slides there. You can put links to cool games that you were reminded of. You can just put messages there, but often the main point is that it's a place to compile all that other cool stuff that you want other attendees to see. And you can physically visit the obelisk. It's real. Hopefully, it also works that we've tried to put into the sidebar an obelisk button so that you can access the obelisk from the theater so that you don't have to leave. Fingers crossed, it's brand new. I think it got checked in yesterday, but hopefully it'll work. If not, you can physically go to the obelisk and leave a note. But yeah, we love that. We will try at the end to scrape all of the notes from there and share them in a newsletter, email, or something like that for people to access, because people often put some really, really cool stuff in there. And the other important note wall is that if you are in the theater, you can write questions. So we are very soon going to be getting into the actual talks, the stuff you're here for, not just like me vamping for 15 minutes. I can do this all day, but you are here for speakers. And if you have questions for the speakers, which is wonderful, usually we have time for at least a couple questions of Q&A, though it depends on how jam-packed the talk is. You can put those questions in the note wall in the theater. You can also upvote the questions that are there to try and get the one that you're excited to see answered read first. And so please do that, and you can go ahead and leave questions throughout the talk. You don't have to save them till the end. I guess you just, maybe the speaker answers the question for you, in which case I will just not read that question. But feel free and put those up there as the speaker is talking, and then we'll grab those if we're able to. And if there's not time for questions, well, you're still in luck, because the way that this works is that we've tried to model the real life conference thing where a speaker leaves and walks into a hallway and you follow them into the hallway in a cool way and say, hey, I have more questions about your talk. And then you have a cool conversation in the hallway. We've modeled that in that off of the theater, there are what we call the breakout rooms, like the Whip Show. And those are places where you can go and have follow-up conversations. So excuse me, I'll drink from my Roguelike Celebration mug. But we will assign each speaker one of those rooms. We will tell you which room it is. It might be in the schedule, but we'll definitely tell you. And you can go there to have follow-up conversations. If the speaker is available, they will usually go hang out there. Sometimes they have to go to bed because some people are talking at like midnight their time and have kids. So it might just be you and the other people who enjoyed the talk, but that's fine too. You can just collectively enthuse about how cool that talk was, and that's cool. So we will announce those. They will happen at the end of each block of talks, because we don't want people to have to decide between, oh, this next speaker is also really cool, but I want to ask questions about that one I just heard. Don't worry. The way we do it is that we get through all of the talks, and then when there is a social space, a break, that is when we say, okay, everybody, go to this room for this talk, this room for this talk, and then you can all split up so you don't have to decide between those two things. I will continue to remind people of how this works. And that is getting to the end of my spiel, which is good because we're coming up on time. One final reminder for anyone who joined late, if the theater's very quiet, just leave the theater, move to a different room, come back to the theater. Hopefully that fixes it. Sorry that we can't completely fix that bug. So I don't know about you, but I think it's time to get into some speakers. So kicking off the conference, we have Harry Solomons talking Trampling on Ghosts, Hauntology and Permadeath, which is very cool. Harry is a UX and urban designer and visiting lecturer at the University of Roehampton in London, who works in the weird ways the digital world shows itself physically in modern cities, and using storytelling as a way to cope with that. Though not a game designer, game design concepts are a key and fun element of his work, and he is here to talk about death, reincarnation, and the haunting of the player in the game environment, which I think is extremely appropriate for a roguelike. So welcome, Harry.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
Excellent. All right, we'll take it away.
Great. Thank you so much. That was a much better introduction than I could have given myself. But yeah, we'll kick things off. Thank you very much for coming. My name is Harry. We're going to be talking about Hauntology, what it is, how it relates to cultural criticism in general. Going to be talking about how this might manifest itself in video games, as well as what we can gain from that association and a better understanding of what it is. For those of you who might have quite a lot of knowledge of Hauntology, before I begin this talk, a lot of this will be rehashing ground you know very well. Please do humour me through that. For those of you it's completely new to, welcome, hope you have fun. Yeah, so let's kick things off. The genesis of this talk for me was when I first played the game Inscription. For those of you who've never played Inscription, number one, please go and play Inscription. It's brilliant. Inscription is a deck-building roguelite / escape room hybrid where you are trapped in a cabin with some unidentified malevolent entity. You travel a storybook map, you build a deck of woodland creatures as you go, and you frequently sacrifice them fairly violently. When you are defeated in the game, something a little interesting happens. Instead of killing you, this entity invites you to create what it calls a death card. You choose attributes, sigils, things like that from cards you've built up in your deck throughout your run, and then you're invited to write your name. Because I am a people pleaser, I write my own name, I write Harry. And then once that happens, your photograph is taken, the screen fades to white, you sit back at the table as a quote-unquote new player. The real sort of eeriness of the game, this sort of skin-crawling sensation that I was trying to explain, which brought me to come up with the topic for this talk, is when you pull yourself out of the deck and you have to try working with, playing, and often violently sacrificing yourself. So, before we crack on with things, let's take a big old step back. What do I mean when I say hauntology? Well, hauntology, like all good philosophical topics, began its life as a bad pun. This guy on the left here, this is a French philosopher called Jacques Derrida. Jacques Derrida was looking for a way to describe the effects of Marxism on Western society. He was writing after what Francis Fukuyama referred to as the end of history, i.e. the fall of the Soviet Union and the seeming triumph of neoliberal capitalism as a predominant world order. I'm glad we're really getting into the crunchy stuff very early in this year's celebration. Derrida sort of viewed Marxism in this time as being in a kind of paradoxical state of being, similar to that of a ghost. It didn't fully belong to the past, but because there was no longer a world superpower that genuinely manifested itself as Marxist, Marxism couldn't really belong to the present, despite the power it was influencing on Western politics. Because Derrida is famously a very funny guy, he came up with the pun hauntology, a combination of haunt and ontology, i.e. the philosophy of being. The pun does work better in French, I apologise. Derrida borrowed a phrase from Hamlet to describe the eeriness that this created. The time is out of joint. Really referring to this sort of paradox of things that are absent or from a different time period enacting presence in the present. Every critic uses the term hauntology a little different. It's one of those ones. But this theme of paradoxical existence in time, along with this sort of spectral eeriness, and I use the word eerie quite carefully, I'll explain mine a little bit, and absences acting with presence are really the key tenets across whatever genre it is used in. Then, a few years later, the Brits got a hold of it. A form of music was popping up in the mid-2000s, characterized by a feeling of decay, broken nostalgia, the prevalence of, or the prominence in the recordings of the decay of physical media, tapes being disintegrated, the hiss of vinyl, things like that, and archival recordings being a big part of this. Some examples include Burial, and a DJ working in South London, William Basinski, whose disintegration loops ran tapes through a player until the tapes themselves began to fall apart, and The Caretaker, who did a lot of work, sometimes loosely based on Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, mostly dealing with the failure of memory and the decay of memory over time. The critic Simon Reynolds, the music critic, was one of the first people to borrow Derrida's philosophical term hauntology and try and use it to describe this new genre of music that was popping up. Originally, as you can see from this blog post, which is where it was allegedly originally used, he kind of did so a bit reluctantly as a placeholder and asked people to come up with something better to describe this genre. The fact that Hauntology appears in the title of this talk 18 years later suggests that as a community we were completely unable to do so. Hauntology very quickly got taken up by a critic called Mark Fisher, who is regarded as one of the absolute figureheads of its use in music criticism and media criticism at large. Mark Fisher offered a new definition for hauntology, the haunting of lost futures, as in the remnants of the world that were promised by post-war capitalism but have since failed to come to pass. Fisher saw these as leaving scars and traces everywhere we go in modern life, and this genre as a way of coming to terms with that existence by really foregrounding this failure of nostalgia. Fisher was particularly intrigued by the eeriness caused by these paradoxes. Eeriness, which is why I use that word, is something defined specifically by Fisher as one of two things: a failure of absence, i.e. something being present when it shouldn't be, or a failure of presence, something being missing when it should be there. Fisher also keenly links this to place. His book Ghosts of My Life, which is considered a fairly fundamental text in hauntology, quotes from Savage Messiah, which was a zine written by Laura Oldfield Ford that discussed weird, liminal, hidey holes and spaces created during the regeneration of London for the 2012 Olympics. Oldfield Ford described the city as a palimpsest, constantly overwritten but bearing these faint traces of what was once there. If you just saw a quote of that, I do promise we will be talking about video games not very long. Fisher, of course, loved this. Fisher went on to describe hauntings as a staining of place, as intense events leave a mark that exists far beyond their own time, an absence that can never truly be made absent, a chalkboard with the previous chalk marks still visible. So, again, no critic can really fully agree on a definition of what defines hauntological media, but for the sake of this talk, the things I'm going to discuss share the following themes and ideas. Number one, they have a paradoxical relationship with time. Things from the past popping up in the present, and all of these states of time existing in an overlapping, uncomfortable sense. Second one is this generation of eeriness, this kind of skin-crawling feeling that something is there where it shouldn't be. That's what I mean by the failure of absence, something being absent but not quite succeeding in doing so, enacting some sort of influence over a place where it shouldn't be. Finally, I'm going to try and focus on Fisher's relationship between hauntology and place, the leaving traces in places you've been. So, I told you we'd be talking about video games again. Let's go back to that example in Inscription. Inscription is a horror game, kind of. It doesn't really have that much foregrounded horror. There are definitely moments, but it's not a horror game in what you would traditionally consider that to be. Inscription makes heavy use of these techniques, therefore, because it evokes a skin-crawling eeriness. You can keep the horror low-key and still exist in this very uneasy space by leveraging these techniques. To see yourself pulled into your deck is to experience that same disjointedness of time. The me that made that first run, where frankly I wasn't very good at the game, shouldn't be affecting the me that is currently running this one. On top of that, encoded in the card is information about the failed run itself. And because all of these runs failed, there's a strong chance that some of that information is remnants of failure. The attributes and features of this card couldn't win you the game, and you're left with this aching sensation of what might have been, staining what you are currently doing. My proposition for this talk, my main thesis statement, is that roguelikes, roguelites, anything with permadeath, are inherently hauntological. Permadeath is a powerful tool of overwriting the same space over and over again. Where games with checkpoints actively restrict you from treading over old ground, permadeath forces you to confront this, forces you to walk in the footsteps, trample over the ghosts of every run you went through that went nowhere. Let's talk about a different game, one that I think deals with this kind of thing a little more explicitly. This is Returnal. Returnal is a roguelite third-person shooter where you play as Celine, a space explorer trying to escape the hostile planet of Atropos. Crucially, Celine is conscious that she is repeatedly dying and returning to the same place, which really adds to the horror of the situation because you are playing a character who is, fairly understandably, absolutely freaking out at all points in the game. On top of this, you repeatedly encounter corpses. Not just any corpses, these are, as Celine is quick to recognize, her own corpse. And they are often complete with voice notes that Celine does not remember recording. If that wasn't enough horror for you, these corpses do frequently come to life and try, and if you play as well as I do, often succeed to kill you, which is very fun. Again, we see these hauntological themes deployed in the generation of horror. Beyond the quite obvious horror elements of the story, the repeated experiencing of your own death, the reanimation of corpses, and general icky monster stuff, there is a profound eeriness in this game of retreading the grounds of your own death. The thing failing to be absent here is specifically your own failure, not just Celine's failure as a character, but your failure as a player. Try as you might to dismiss your previous runs, move through them, they literally reanimate and try and stop you from doing that, staining and making harsher the very same space that you still need to traverse in order to advance. Each of these corpses represents a version of you that failed, a potential successful future that never came to pass, a ghost that must be trampled across to reach just that little bit further in your journey. Now, I've used games that focus on horror genres to point this out, but that's absolutely not a sensation limited to horror. Like, that skin-crawling eeriness is particularly deployed in horror games, but that's not exactly the whole point. After all, this lost future sensation of encountering your own failures as you go through isn't that dissimilar from the feeling you get of a failed run in these examples, such as Balatro, Binding of Isaac, and Hades. That same feeling of, I almost had it that time. I had a great Joker combination, and then I ran into the water, which gave me 0 discards, and absolutely ruined everything. I have been playing slightly too much Balatro recently. This, to me, highlights exactly how well roguelites and roguelikes are equipped to walk this thematic ground. The aim of this talk is to really get you engaging with what death means in the worlds you create. We all deal in a genre that allows you to get really hauntological and spooky with the way in which we write death over and over again on top of itself. Allowing your worlds to become stained by permadeath and its effects is to allow these worlds to become explorations of what it means to walk through what Fisher and Oldfield Ford would consider to be the palimpsests of daily life, foregrounding these loops of failure in order to find a way to come to terms and confront them. For those of you who were already familiar with Hauntology, there might be one particular question on your mind, which is, why am I still talking about this? After all, Hauntology has existed as a genre, even in its current state, for about 20 years, and by a lot of people has been considered a little overdone for about half of that. Well, to answer that, I was reminded of a video that Jenna Stieber made for Polygon about time loops and why they seem to be having a real moment in modern pop culture, specifically in video games. Stieber made the point that time loops are uniquely suited for a time that is defined by doom scrolling and anxiety, because they offer a power fantasy that, through consuming almost infinite amounts of information, through getting things perfect and a little better every time you try, even inevitable tragedies can be prevented. Of course, hand in hand with the power fantasy is its own upheaval. Games that are able to encourage this fantasy and then wrest it away from you, think about, for example, games like Outer Wilds or Elsinore. When the game does that, what you're left with is an incredibly powerful way to come to terms with and relate to and redefine what our present moment can be. So why specifically Hauntology? Well, on top of the things that Stieber identified, there are some other sensations that I think really define our exact present moment. Something specifically bubbles to the surface, which is that quote earlier, "The time is out of joint." Fisher noticed that these emerged as a response to the sort of austere loops of nostalgia brought about by late-stage capitalism. And those are loops that have absolutely not gone away. In fact, you could quite easily make the argument that they are intensifying and shortening. But not only that, we have experienced, all of us, continuous disruption to the way in which we process time. If you feel as though your perception of the passage of the last few years is all screwed up, you're absolutely not alone. Early research indicates that COVID-19 and responses to it, including lockdowns, have had a profound effect on simultaneously compressing and elongating our internal clocks, an effect that is very much ongoing. To all of us, more intensely than ever, we are getting this sensation that the time really is out of joint. This is what Hauntology offers us. It's a way of coming to terms with and contemplating this paradoxical and eerie relationship we all have with times. These appeals to nostalgia, this reliance on the ghosts of the past, is made deliberate, foregrounded in all of these works of art, that it breaks us from the spell of believing that this loop is all that there can be. In other words, this is kind of the power fantasy of the roguelike. By trampling in the footsteps of enough ghosts, even the infinitely stained places can be traversed. Similarly, what the roguelike offers us is the potential to upheave and overthrow this power fantasy. Without getting too spoiler heavy, both Inscription and especially Returnal offer indictments of that power fantasy and do not quite give you what you're looking for. If you leave this talk with anything, I understand I've run a little bit quickly, apologize for that, but if you leave this talk with anything, I would hope it's a reminder of what this genre can do if you take the topic of permadeath seriously. To those of you who are designers in your own games, I would ask that you consider how your players stain the places that they move through, how this loop of failure and retrial speaks to a world and helps us redefine it, a world in which we can so easily believe that this loop of nostalgia is all that there can be. Think of the power fantasy that you provide your players, and think carefully about what might be gained when you take that away. Thank you all very much for listening, and thank you again to Roguelike Celebration for having me. I'm tremendously excited to be here, and I am really, really excited to see what our other speakers have for us for the rest of the talk. But thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Harry. It's a wonderful kickoff. I saw someone say that if they were to send one talk as a, like, what's Roguelike Celebration about, this is a good contender. So...
I did see someone online say that starting with this talk was going sicko o'clock right off the bat, and that's the exact energy I think I was aiming for. So
wonderful. I love that. Personally, as MC who has to try and like stay focused to a degree, I love when the first talk just makes me stare into the middle distance and think about the loss of time and opportunities under modern capitalism. Wonderful. Well, we have some good time for Q&A, which is great. So people, please go ahead and add your questions. We have one right away from Britta, which is, this reminds me of learning about Freud and Unheimlich back in literature class. Does that relate, and if so, how?
Yeah, Unheimlich is definitely something that, I mean, especially Mark Fisher. I keep coming back to Mark Fisher because he's sort of seen as informally like the father of hauntology. And he definitely used the unheimlich a lot. This sense of, there's not really a direct translation, the unhomely, like things not quite being what they should be, which really relates to this idea of eeriness, kind of something skin crawling and not being quite right, which is why I think most of the time we see this pop up, it is in horror, because it really likes to, and often in quite sort of like low key horror, this idea of something's not right, but you're not quite sure what it is. And so, yeah, definitely a lot of overlap there.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting, the slow realization kind of horrific feeling. That's really cool. There's also a great question from Escape character. So a save point isn't a death, but reloading a save point can feel like stepping into the shoes of someone who you aren't anymore. Is that maybe also a similar feeling to self-haunting?
I think it definitely is. I think... most save points, essentially, as a checkpointing idea, because they sort of essentially cordon off all of the ground that you covered to get there, and that you can't really go back to. But also you have that thing of, especially games that save at very specific moments in what you're doing. I really like that idea of stepping back into the shoes of what that is, because you are definitely almost like possessing yourself, and it's like, right, back here again, got to do it better this time.
Yeah, it makes me think of, certain BioWare games and like kind of very decision heavy narrative kind of games where you have that of like, I made a decision, it broke bad, someone I cared about died, I reloaded my save file, I made some different decisions, but like I lived the timeline where I did the other thing and killed them, and now I'm kind of like, there is something a bit eerie if you feel it too hard of I have stepped back and now I'm talking to this person who also like I killed them in
Yeah,
a different
absolutely.
save file and I've like erased it, but also there's a weird feeling about who I am at that point.
I mean, outside of horror, that reminds me of like when I was growing up, I played a lot of a game called Football Manager, which is a sports simulator. And it's that same feeling of I just watched my team get absolutely trounced, and now I'm reloading that save file because I'm unwilling to deal with that. And now I have to see these same fictional men make the same mistakes over and over again.
Just like
So it's
real
not
sports.
exactly, exactly. So it's not limited to horror, but that's I think where it's often the most effectively deployed.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Another good question from Too Much Abstraction. So what about when you win a run and then you get to go back and start all over again? Does it kind of undercut the horrific themes when you get the victorious version of I did everything I needed to, I won, and now I'm just like starting over again and it's kind of fresh?
I think it can do. I'm I mean inclined to think about Inscription as well. You can win a run and do everything right, and then at the end of the game, I mean, slight spoilers for Inscription here. Um, you can win the run, do everything perfectly, and then you are just dragged right back into the same chair. And so I think as much as it can be this undercutting because you've won the run and now you're going to go through with this knowledge that you can escape, but it's also the idea of you absolutely haven't. You're still over the same ground. You're still back where you started. So I think if it's not done deliberately, I think there's the potential to undercut that. But I think it doesn't necessarily have to.
Yeah. It's interesting, and it makes me think, so a topic that came up in the preview event, we had some interesting discussions of kind of academic game studies and roguelikes, and there was some discussion of roguelikes now in their narrative, I think it was from that talk, kind of drawing more attention and like thematically dealing with these questions of what does it mean that you're doing the runs over and over again? Like Hades is narrativizes this versus in Rogue, it's technical constraint. Like early roguelikes, it was a mechanical thing, but it's not like the narrative was especially drawing attention to this element. And so it was interesting to talk about how partly as kind of fidelity improves or it increases and we have more narrative focus in roguelikes, or as attitudes change, it seems like there's more of a pressure now in your roguelike to explain like, well, why is it that you are starting over again? And I wonder, do you think that maybe that is making this topic even more relevant of like the games are more directly grappling with this idea?
I do think so. Yeah, I think that's mostly a very good thing because I think we're now coming to terms with, oh, there's this inherent mechanic that yes started as a technical limitation, but is now an immensely powerful thematic and narrative tool. And I think coming to terms with the fact that we can be really explicit and by not explaining it, we are inviting other people to try and explain it for us, or like to draw their own thematic conclusions from that. And so I feel like having that thought about what does it mean that we keep replaying this over and over again, the more we think about that, I think the more powerful things you can do with it. And I like the way that a game like Hades does narrativize it, and it sets up that like ontologically this is the same person with the same memories going over and over again, because as a player you are the same person with the same memories going over and over again. And it's a fun way to kind of mess with that ontological relationship between the player and the character. What do you know that they don't? What do they know that you don't?
Yeah, it's interesting. It also makes me think about the growing trend. It's pretty established at this point to have more meta progression in roguelites and roguelites, which I think is often, at least the way we talk about it, coming from kind of a power fantasy, a kind of like, it feels like as I keep playing the game, I should be getting better at it, and there's a way of meta progression making that obvious and systemic versus it being the more subtle, like, oh, my brain is getting better at playing NetHack. There's more of a feeling now that there should be like something in the game recognizing your progress so that you don't feel like you're just kind of hitting your head against a wall. And it seems like normally it's a benefit of like the more runs you play, you get things that help you. These kinds of discussions makes me think about a flip side of that, of a kind of baggage, of an accrual, of the haunting, of like, is there a take on meta progression that's more about every run you're accumulating things that are weighing you down or adding something eerie and strange to future runs instead of it just like, I got the upgrade, now I can use the upgrade in the next run.
Yeah, I think there's potential to do something that, from a player's point of view, would be incredibly frustrating, which is like each death make you worse. And kind of that accrual of debts. I've mostly focused on like how the space accrues death as you go through it, but there's also definitely the potential for your characters to accrue those same relationships. I mean, Returnal especially, that's something that is narrativized very effectively because, I mean, it's a very brilliantly voice acted game, and the character, because it is the same character with the same memories every time you run through it, is acting with this sort of accrued knowledge of her own repeated death. It's fun to get started with something light and easy, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and even with spaces, it makes me think about like Loop Hero has a feeling of like you're building up the world and the reality is solidifying as you return to it again and again, which again is like I think I can offhand I think more and there are the horror examples which tend to be more negative, but there are these kind of positive examples in roguelikes of this feeling that you're increasingly building up the world over time in an interesting way, which it's curious when I'm thinking of newer roguelikes that's coming to mind when I think that the old versions like of NetHack and things, it is a morgue file, it is finding your own grave, it is all of the items in there are cursed and are probably not a good idea to mess with, which is a much more negative expression of this type of impact in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think on the lighter side of things, I think of a game like Rogue Legacy, where like you are essentially not playing a character, you're playing as like a dynasty, really.
Yeah.
And so, and while that's mostly positive because every time you come back, you sort of build up your home and you get these permanent upgrades, it does still have that feeling of you reach a major milestone. It's like, fantastic, I did this with the 48th generation of this family, which just reminds you like how bad you are, really.
Yeah,
That's the main focus there.
if you could see their portraits and the eyes kind of move to look at you and disappointingly, I think that would add a certain je ne sais quoi. Rogue Legacy 3, go for it.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. This has been a wonderful kickoff to the conference. And yeah, this is wonderful. And if you're around for the breakout rooms or if people just want to talk more about this, yours will be the Goblin Singers breakout room. And so we'll do that at the end of this set of talks.
Okay, perfect. I will be there. Thank you so much for having me.
Awesome. Okay. So next up, we have Cesar Capacli, who is a Brazilian tabletop game designer currently based in Madeira Island. He's been creating games since 2016 and has dedicated his life full-time to creating games since for the last 3 years, releasing over 30 games, which is very impressive, known for their light rules and quirky mechanics. And after getting recognition in the community with various awards and wins, they've also been translated into 8 different languages. So lots of fun stuff to check out, and is here to talk about randomness and complications. I'm excited for this as some kind of cross knowledge sharing from tabletop into roguelikes, since I think that there's a lot to learn from each other in terms of how to deal with narrative and randomness. So excellent. Welcome to Roguelike Celebration.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. All right. Take it away.
All right. Thanks, guys. It's a pleasure being here. Thanks to the Roguelike Celebration organizers for the invitation. As Alexei said, I am a tabletop game designer, so I'm excited to share some insights from the pen and paper side of game design, and I hope it can resonate with you somehow. The topic today is enhancing narrative through randomness and complications. We've got a lot to cover, so let's jump right in, shall we? All right, so if you're familiar with tabletop RPGs, one of the many multiple ways that we can analyze how RPG adventures are conducted is dividing them between railroad or sandbox. Those terms mean generally, there have different interpretations, but generally railroad means pre-established events that unfold in a set sequence. So there's a clear path to the story, and players move along this path. There is little deviation from the plot points that have been planned. On the other hand, we have sandbox adventures. That will be like the open world approach. You players have the freedom to interact with the world however they choose. The story emerges on their actions and what they choose to interact with. There are more flexibility. However, regardless of which approach you choose, there are two assumptions that work for both of them. There are key things here. Number one is there is a predefined world with existing lore, NPCs, locations, factions, and ongoing events. It's a living, breathing world created before gameplay starts. And the second traditional assumption is that there is a game master, which is a person, different responsibilities from the other players, which is responsible for preparing everything, the adventure, the world, plot points, or populate the world with NPCs, locations, and everything. Regardless if it's a railroad or a sandbox, those two assumptions are usually traditionally considered the case. Now, in the games I design and I enjoy, and many other people also do, we tend to challenge these two traditional assumptions. First of all, we have an anti-canon approach. There is no predefined lore or established truths. The world is created, developed, and experienced as we play. There is no preset world building at all. Perhaps some brush strokes, and that's it. Also, I tend to enjoy more GM-less games, which is there is no single person responsible for prepping everything, the adventure or world. And so the game does not rely on someone, an intelligent being, bringing outside knowledge into the game to clarify and fill out blank spots. Everything is generated and decided within the game itself and together, collaboratively amongst all players involved. How is that possible? Well, one of the tools that we use is what is called the Oracle. The Oracle is a mechanic that answers questions that a game master would typically handle. So, simple yes or no questions. For example, we arrive at town. Is it raining? Yes or no? Or do I recognize this person? If you don't have this preset, you have to have a tool to answer those questions. So you either roll dice, draw cards, often modified by probabilities or likelihood, and you get a yes or no answer. Now, there are also complex questions that can't be answered with yes or no answers. So there are open-ended questions like what, where, why, and how that you have to have different tools to answer that. The Oracle uses prompts or randomly select words that work similarly to divination tools like tarot cards. These words, they don't have a predefined interpretation. They rely on the players using their imagination and especially the context they're in to create answers on the fly without needing to have someone that holds all the truths about the game. A classic example would be what's in the chest. Let's suppose you're adventuring through a dungeon and stumble upon a chest. On a traditional setting, the GM would be responsible for that. If he or she didn't prepare that in advance, they would rely on tables, perhaps treasure tables to roll or specific tables for that dungeon. Predefined tables are common, but they are limited because they rely on anticipation. That means you have to anticipate all kinds of possible interactions that players will have to your world and perhaps have a dedicated table for each one of those circumstances, which can be almost impossible. Now, on the other hand, open-ended interpretative oracles are used instead because they don't rely on those assumptions, and you can use those random words in the way that better fits the situation. Let me give you an example. So what's in the chest? One way to approach this would be with what Mythic Game Master Emulator, one of our original systems to play GMless, defines them as meaning tables, meaning that you roll one or two words using a D100 die, and you combine these two words to interpret in the context of the story. So here, for example, what's in the chest? And I roll heal and fear. You can go the very obvious route and say, okay, there is a healing potion that removes the fear condition. That's fine. However, if you are considering the context of the story, and perhaps your character is afraid of mimics, you know, that monster that takes the shape of objects, especially chests, and you open this chest and there is nothing inside. So heal and feared here could mean, in the context of this specific storyline that you're living, that the fact that you open a chest and nothing bad happened to you, it kind of helped you overcome your fear of mimics. So it is more tied to the specific narrative of your character, of your party, and of your adventure specifically. So that's the power of random words using in context as a divination tool. Now, one might say that creating everything on the fly and creating is all based on random encounters and random words will generate a very gonzo scenario with situations that don't stretch together, just a series of undefined events that have no cohesion and a chaotic mess as a result. From my experience, that's not what happens really. And that's because we as human beings have a tendency to find patterns in everything. The mind's ability, which in the real world can be seen as cognitive biases that can be very harmful in real world situations, they're actually helpful in role-playing games when you are creating everything as you go along, because you can rely on things like apophenia, which is the tendency of the human brain to perceive patterns and connections in unrelated data, and also confirmation bias, which is the tendency to interpret information in a way that confirms existing beliefs or expectations. So when we're faced with random oracle results or encounters, we tend naturally to weave them into a cohesive narrative, similar with how we interpret divination tools, because that's what our brains tend to do. So everything that seems like random stuff, when we reintegrated it back into the narrative, using the human nature, basically relying on this behavior, we tend to create cohesive worlds and even be surprised by our own definitions and interpretations of those random encounters and scenarios. The sweet spot for me is offering a balance between surprise and confirming expectations. Oracles should provide unexpected answers that break away from the common and predictable responses that we would usually do if we were not relying on those tools. And at the same time, they need to confirm certain expectations to maintain this coherence within the story that we're developing. So when you reach that sweet spot that you go, oh, of course, that's the answer for that. That's why I found this chest here. Oh, that's why she recognized me. It is a small surprise, but it feels like you foreshadowed that revelation in the past, even though you're creating the answer at this very moment. This gives the player a sense of satisfaction and cleverness because you were able to connect all these facts and come up to this conclusion that can be both surprising and also fulfill the expectation of a possible foreshadow created from other random events that you rolled previously in your narrative. So what I mean to say here is that random is different from meaningless. A randomly generated world is not meaningless. With our ability to create patterns, we can craft compelling narratives, even if we're creating them as we played it. If we refer back to the elements that we introduced and create those connections, those random events create a cohesive world in the end. These approaches often lead to more interesting outcomes that we could even have written without these tools. They can be more surprising, different, and less predictable. Now, without a game master, there is no one to push the story forward or decide what happens next. Okay, we have interesting elements being created by the oracles, but players still need to move the narrative along. In a typical RPG, players will often look to the GM and ask, okay, what happens next? And without this person, how do we ensure that the story progresses and that the players stay engaged and know what to do next, basically? Well, one way to do that I like very much is by the use of complications. Most specifically talking about the concept of fail forward, which is where even failures push the story forward, often creating new avenues to be explored. Stories, they thrive on drama, which is built from conflict. And conflicts arise when characters don't get exactly what they want. So fail forward is a way to ensure that even when players fail a test, a roll, the narrative continues instead of offering a stop block. Complications don't stop progress. Instead, they offer narrative paths. This concept has become a significant development in more modern RPGs that help maintain this momentum, avoiding dead ends. Traditionally, conflict resolution in tabletop RPGs used to be binary. You roll a die, often add modifiers, and you have to meet or beat a target number, or a difficulty rating, however you may call it. Success means that you get things that you want, and failure means you don't. In many cases, those failures lead to a blockage in the story. Like, for example, you're trying to pick a lock, you roll for picking a lock, and you fail. Nothing happens. The story stalls. What happens next? Without the game master say, okay, something happens, we need tools to push the story forward. So with this binary system, there are many instances in which the results were kind of dull. You either waltz away with a success or you hit a dead end with a failure. So it breaks the momentum of the narrative. Now, with partial successes that have been popularized by the Apocalypse World game and its series, hundreds of variations that have been created. Although, mind you, that was not the first game to use it, but it's probably the most popular one nowadays. You have this new middle ground of results, which is the partial success. In this case, you would roll 2d6, two traditional six-sided dice, and add your modifiers. On a 6 or less, it's a miss. A miss is not that nothing happens. Something happens that you didn't want to happen. So it's failure means that it's not what you wanted. For example, you pick a lock, trying to pick a lock, and you alert the guards, or you break your tools. 7 and 9 is a partial success. You get what you want, but there is a cost, a compromise, or a complication. For example, you pick the lock, but you lose time, or you find an enemy behind the door as you open it. And 10 plus would be a full success. You achieve your goal, sometimes even with an added benefit. For example, you pick the lock and you discover something valuable behind the door, or you avoid a potential danger. Now for me, the 7 to 9 range is the Goldilocks zone. This partial success is what drives the story forwards. I call this the Indiana Jones effect. You get what you want, but you stumble into another complication and you keep the action moving forward. So there's this snowball effect of resolving one conflict leads to the next, and you create this constant engagement with the story. You move from one obstacle to another without halting the story in any way. After the first initial push of the inciting incident at the beginning of the adventure, you pretty much rely on these roles to make sure that the story moves forward without the need to inject anything else. Statistically, players will land in the 79 range most often, so that creates a balance between the satisfaction of getting what you wanted from that role, but the stakes of the added complications. So you neither waltz away with the success, nor become to a dead end with a complete failure. However, those complications and partial successes can get very tiring very fast. They have informed the way I design games since I discovered them, but the majority of my games now include some form of partial success. But after you use them for a while, they can become taxing after long sessions. About 1/3 of your results land in the partial success range, so you have to constantly creatively come up with new complications and new story paths. It can become a little repetitive or predictable, like relying to default outcomes like, oh, okay, you get this, but you get hurt in the process. Or it can get overly complex. You keep adding layers and layers of threats and story paths to a point that you don't even recognize what was the original storyline that you were following. Your mission has been deviated so far from the original task that you had at hand that you don't even recognize it anymore. Now, how can we address that? Well, you can rely on oracles as well to create complications. Either using those random words that I showed you before, or if you have a dedicated list of predefined complications. However, I want to show here a middle ground approach that I developed for my game Midnight Melodies. In this case, when you get a complication, you have a dedicated oracle that lies in between random words and specific predetermined complications. I distilled 6 keywords: break, harm, lose, escalate, drain, and expose, and coupled them with a few keywords to interpret those outcomes that give you some guidance in ways that you can create engaging complications, but they don't fix you into a predefined narrative. So, for example, you're picking the lock and you roll escalate suspicion or tension. You can say that, oh, okay, I'm messing with the key here, and we narrate a cutscene showing that the guards hear a noise and they say, oh, that's probably nothing. So you have 2 advantages here. One, you create complications that you couldn't perhaps have thought without the use of this tool. And second, you can get a break and do not add complications that completely deviates the story to another direction. In this case, the example I gave, you can keep going forward in the direction that you have, but you know that there is a rising tension in the horizon, a looming threat that might put in risk the story that or the mission that you're following. So it avoids repetitiveness, but also offer a way to keep the narrative, the main narrative, going forward. Now, I talk about oracles to offer inspiration and complications to push the story forward. However, they are tools, isolated tools. They need a structure to function smoothly. And for me, this is where procedures come in. I advocate for established procedures in tabletop RPGs because they create a framework for a sort of what I like to call structured randomness. Procedures, they guide players on when and how to use those tools, like oracles and complication tables. So there is clarity and consistency in gameplay. Sometimes I even include flowcharts like this one. So you start here and you frame the scene that you're in, and you decide what kind of a complication arises. You decide on your approach, and then you roll to see what happens if there are paths that go in different directions. You conclude the scene, and then you start over creating a new challenge or a new scenario. So this allows for players that are playing without a game master to look at the narrative, to progress the narrative, even when they think they don't know what to do next, because there is this structure back there to back them. Now, there is resistance somehow still in the tabletop RPG community to structure procedures because they can seem to be restrictive or similar to a board game-like experience. Well, RPGs aren't supposed to be freedom of choice and you can do whatever you want. Providing a fixed structure, procedural structure like that, wouldn't it compromise the open-ended free-form spirit of role-playing games? No, this concern stems from the misunderstanding that those procedures predetermine the story beats or plot points in a specific order. This is not the case. We are not talking about a railroad where everything is pre-planned or predictable. This experience is not going to be a preset series of events that players just follow. No. Instead, the procedures, they work on the mechanical level, not on the story level. They guide you on how and when to use those tools to ensure that your gameplay experience is smooth and moving forward. They don't dictate the story beats. Instead, this structure support a variety of narratives and keep things moving, even when you feel like, okay, what's supposed to happen next? When those mechanisms, these procedural mechanisms are running in the background, the players have a freer and more diverse storytelling experience, not a more constricted one from my experience. You can play the stories, focus on the stories, and if at any moment you feel like you don't know what should happen next, you look at the mechanics and you see, oh, I can inject an oracle here to determine what's the motivation of this NPC, or, oh, I failed this role. How can I insert a complication here to raise the stakes of the story, for example? So, to summarize, I believe that oracles, when well-crafted with evocative, curated words, combined with the human ability to create patterns and connections, allow players to work beyond their expectations and assumptions and create interesting, cohesive worlds without the need of a preset, predefined, gigantic lore. Now, that together with embracing complications, dramas, and conflict as drivers of interesting narratives, it pushes the story forwards in interesting and unexpected directions. It encourages you to follow branching stories and surprise yourself with the results of the dice. All these, together with a cleared, well-oiled procedure that organizes the flow of the gameplay, gives you a framework that you can trust. It's a game that you can trust. I think that's very important. That will tell you what happens, what to do next. Together, these elements can result in a richer, more engaging, and satisfying role-playing experience in which stories emerge dynamically and organically and naturally as you play. That's all I have for today. Thank you. Made it to the end. Yay. My name is Cesar Capacli. You can find all my links and my socials, my Patreon, my games at quirky.games, and I'll be available for questions.
Wonderful. Love the confetti at the end. Yeah, no, that was fantastic. Yeah, lots of enjoyment in the chat. Really cool. Lots of people also like it was reminding lots of people of their favorite games and Oracle decks and things like that. So lots of links I think ended up in the obelisk from this, which is great. We have
Excellent.
one question up already, and people go ahead and add more questions. I think we'll have time for a couple. But Silence Walker wanted to clarify what is the difference between a table and an oracle if both of them are like curated beforehand to fit the mood and theme of the game and are kind of like that pre-created thing.
Right. Excellent question. There's definitely a Venn diagram with some juxtaposition and interlapping of those concepts. Some people treat them as the same thing. What I like to call the distinction here is that what I like to call oracles are the ones that are not predefined statements. As an example, a treasure random table would be like you find 100 gold pieces. This is a random table, and there is like 5 sapphires, 20 silver pieces, a helmet. Those are hard coded, but I would say. Whereas an oracle will give you random words that might provoke a thought. That doesn't mean that oracles can't be curated. Even if they are not pre-specified results, you can have, as I've done in the past, you can curate some words that will inspire and evoke the feeling for those kinds of specific things. So you could have an oracle for magical items and treasure in which you have a lot of verbs that evoke, for example, magical effects like transparent, void, fire, shadow, freeze, or mishaps of magical effects like corruption, decay, metamorphosis, or mutant. And then you roll both and you know, for example, what's the power of this magical item and what kind of corruption it might have if you use it in the wrong way. But they are still, in a way, open to interpretation. I've made a companion, a supplement for random games called Random Realities that goes for that approach. So I have a set of tables for crafting locations, crafting cities, NPCs, magical items, scenes, obstacles, monsters, and everything. So they're still open to interpretation, but you kind of direct those interpretations when you offer words that are more relevant to the thing that you're trying to create.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah. And that is interesting. I wonder, actually, do you have any like advice or techniques? Because you were sharing the list of partial success keywords that were quite evocative. How do you go about finding? Because I feel like so much of a lot of forms of proc-gen and randomness is about finding that right level of abstraction. Of it's not too specific, it's not too vague, it works. So, what kind of techniques do you use to try and narrow down like those 6 good words or like finding that sweet spot of abstraction?
There's Avery Alder is a game designer that I love. She wrote, or they wrote Monster Hearts 2, Monster Hearts 2, and Dream Askew, Dream Apart, and they said once on Twitter that game design sometimes is working for 4 hours and say, there, I have a list of 12 words. And I couldn't agree more. Sometimes you write like 20 pages of setting specific things in a sitting in a day. And to create and curate 6 words on a random table, it takes like a week. And because distilling those concentrated and very evocative words is not easy. My tip for that is consuming as much as possible of other people's work. This is what I did. That includes other published games and even videos of people saying, oh, this is my favorite way to do this in my home games, and Reddit posts and everything. I compilated, like, I'm not kidding, like 200 different words, and by trial and error I tried to come up with the 6 that are more the broader. And I have, in fact, in the game that I mentioned, one for the complications that I showed and one for advantages. when you have a success in your test that is more than what you expected, and those have also 6 words. So if you're trying to find a balance between too random or too specific, my goal would be to actually consume a lot and try to find words that are too similar or either too broad or too specific, and then you kind of write it down and you kind of see the words that sit in between those, and you go for that sweet spot between random and specific.
Excellent. No, I think that's great advice. And yeah, like someone said, this is why game design is a job. It is in fact
Right,
not
yeah.
specific. But well, wonderful. Thank you so much, Cesar. It has been wonderful to have you. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. And if people want to discuss this further at the breakout, it will be in the Joust Arena.
I'll be there.
Excellent.
See you then.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes. So, yeah, wonderful. We're going to keep going. Ooh, I had a fun overlay there for a sec. Next up, we have 2 more lightning talks, and now we're going to do our quick short talks, but that doesn't mean that they aren't packed with almost as much content, so prepare yourself. Next up, we're going to have Max Bottega, who is a graphic Swiss Army knife who's worked for over 20 years in art direction and animation in video games. He's worked on over 20 titles, including Assetto Corsa, and most recently was a lead artist on Cyberpunk 2077. After studying game design in Vancouver Film School and then returning to Europe, he is a co-founder of a studio called Mac and Cheese Games, which is his second studio. And he is here to talk about the challenges of how to have efficient actual art production pipelines and make interesting art direction within the context of procedural generation. So we're going to be playing a pre-recorded video, but then Max will be around for discussion in the breakout room. So I'm going to let us play the clip.
Roguelike Festival 2024. My name is Max Bottega, and today we're going to have a small talk on how to keep art direction interesting in a procedural world within a small budget. And I'm going to use the game that I'm currently developing with my company, Mac and Cheese Games, as an example on how to achieve this. A very quick introduction about myself. I've been working for video games for the last 20 years on every possible console, mobile, VR, PC, next gen, you name it. And I also covered most of the position that exists in the realm of creating graphics for games. The most notable project that I've been participating in was Cyberpunk 2077, in which I was one of the lead environment artists. So I learned a lot of things in that project, and a lot of them I poured into this game we're developing. So today I'm going to try to share the tricks that I use to create a procedural world that looks good on a small budget. We know that the problem with procedural when it comes to the environment is that it often looks that it's completely random. So and it doesn't often look good. It's very hard to convey some logic into the way that procedurality creates environment. So I try to address these problems within a reasonable budget with the tools that we had. The game was developed and quick trailer for it. It's not shameless promotion, I'm just trying to give some context. It's a heavy metal roguelike game in which you evolve into 13 different monsters, you destroy a bunch of stuff, you eat a bunch of humans, and it's very action-oriented. We are nearly ready to publish, and it was developed in around 2 years, and we're getting ready. It's like probably going to be out in November. So as I said, it's a heavy metal roguelite where you play as an evolving monster, 13 playable monster, 5 biomes. It's very art heavy, and Mac and Cheese Game is the company that I'm co-founder with and it's a very small team, our first game, and we only have one 3D artist, and that is me. So I tried my best not to go crazy while still creating something that was really worth looking at within the constraints of the game design and the platform that we were using. So the main constraints are the fact that this game features 5 different biomes. They have to really be different looking, And the map is procedurally it's generated by procedurally arranging a set of a library of hexagons, hexagonal tiles that are pre-set dressed. So we basically have a library of tiles that we set dress by hand. I'm going to show it to you in the next slide. And each of them is covered by a ton of very destructible props, a lot of very different destructible props. And we had very short time to deliver all of this. So these tricks that we used were mostly directed at being fast and effective. As I mentioned before, these are the 100 plus tiles that we're using in the game. They are set dressed by hand. That means that we had very short time to take care of each one of them. At the same time, we wanted to deliver a game that looked good. So our goal was mostly to have a dense and good-looking environment that would have been a pleasure to destroy. And at the same time, we wanted to have it like super quickly because with just one 3D artist and such a small team and such a small time frame, it had to be done quickly. So the main solution to this was to resort to use the good old technique of kit bashing. Kit bashing is a technique that has been used since the time of hobby models and crafting things at home to make awesome, mostly science fiction or historical miniatures, and it has been after used in the realm of computer graphics and video games, and basically describes the act of taking a bunch of things that don't belong to each other and smash them together to create something that is very complex. We did the same with our game. So instead of having a limited library of like very unique, good-looking props that we would create as basically one piece, we instead decided to create sets. For each biome, we have a set of 3 or 4, a library of 3 or 4 small sets, and we combine them to create all the props that are in that biome. Sometimes we take also pieces from one set and we use it in a different biome, but most of the time we are trying to keep them isolated so we maintain the identity of each biome. So it's a process that starts slowly out of obvious reason. You need to create the library, but then speeds up exponentially your working time. This is an example. On the left, we have a library for what is like the gore swamp. Those are the building blocks. And on the right, like that's a small sample of all the props that we created with those elements. Another problem was that we had to set dress quickly the X's. As I say, like we have 140, we need to throw the props at the X and then at the hexagonal tile and then make sure that they were looking good already. So you see, there are 2 approaches. The one on top, again, taking for the world of board games and hobby models. And the second one where the props are basically already integrated with the ground. So they kind of like blend in because in the prop is contained like a piece of the ground. There's attention to the details on where the props gets into contact with the surface that will host it. We call it like the props that stands on their own feet. This is an example from our game. On top, just a tree. The second one is the same tree with a bunch of things, small pebbles, grass, smaller rock, and some moss that blends it basically with the surface, the ground that is just like a flat plane. How do we do that? Like we use basically 3 blending elements. One is the core of the object, the assets that compose the prop. The second one is a base that we created one for each environment, and each prop set basically lies on that base. And the other one is it's a bunch of simple props. They are usually pebbles, grass, and small bushes that surround the element. So they basically create a gradient from the center outside of small clusters of objects that tend to diminish in size and number. It's very important to use clustering. That's something that happens in nature. So you don't distribute things uniformly, you bunch them, and you try to keep the logic like there are a few larger objects and many smaller chunks. The other principle that we use it is that we had to keep the uniformity and variation. What does it mean? So when you create a library of props, you cannot have all of them absolutely unique and too catchy. Like you don't want them to distract the player too much. So you have to maintain them like uniform and kind of anonymous in the sense that they don't scream for attention too much one against the other. So we create like a set of small and medium generic props, and then 3 or 4 hero pieces that are basically props that really do want attention. They're kind of unique and they're like nicely detailed. And what we do is that we take each tile and we try to place 1 or 2 hero props and surround them with generic props of the same biome. This is like one of our typical tiles. As you can see, there are like, in this case, 2 hero pieces, then 2 or 3 medium props, and then surrounded by like small grass or bushes to blend them in. One exception to these was the walls. You can see them on the top of and the bottom of these hex tiles as well. And the walls were basically like blocks, like single meshes that contain everything that can blend within the ground. So like small pebbles or like small bones in the case of those triangular meshes. And the logic is that we just slam them on the tile and they work out of the box. We don't have to adjust them because we need to place a lot of them and they have to be like considerably small, low poly. As a bonus trick, this is what I used as a let's say way of making sure that the biomes, the colors, the grading, the values were as not uniform, but like I would say compatible as possible, so the different area wouldn't feel out of a different game, even if they were sporting like very different color combination. And I basically made like, I took a single camera in Unity and I used it to collect other 5 cameras that were just proportionate to have slices, and each of them was looking at a different biome. And I would look through this camera while moving objects around them, tweaking lights and tweaking the material. So I would make sure that the whole look would be as, let's say, aligned as possible between all the biomes. So this is it. I hope that I was able to make possibly your life easier in your project with these tricks. Feel free to go on my website, is maxbottega.com, if you are curious about the things that I worked on, and reach out at max@macandcheesegames.com if you want to ask away any question that you have regarding this or anything else, or just watch out for our game Munch. Thanks, everyone, and I see you in the chat. Bye.
Excellent. All right. And I saw that Max is in the chat. It's always fun. You know, sometimes people have to pre-record because of, you know, screaming babies in the room or various reasons. And so it's fun when the speaker is in the chat while their video is playing. You get a doubled, twice as much speaker. So we're going to have one more lightning talk and then we'll have breakout. And if you have questions for Max, you'll be able to ask those in the breakout room, which for Max will be, let me check, the Whip Show. So you can hang out there. And at the end, I'll remind you of which rooms are for all of our 4 speakers in this Saturday morning Pacific block of talks. So for our final talk of this block, yet another lightning talk, we're going to be welcoming to the stage Stanley W. Baxton, who is a solo dev who makes narrative games for exactly 3 people to lose their minds, which is great. Love making games for specific people. His works are usually satirical, horrifying, or queer, and sometimes all of those at once, and in his spare time he likes spending inordinate amounts of money on occult texts and getting mad about people who've been dead for hundreds of years. So, here to talk to us about real-world occultism and how to bring it into your games without being accidentally racist, we have Stanley. So, we're going to take it away.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So, hey, welcome to my talk, bringing real-world occultism into your games without accidentally being racist. Content warning, we're going to be going into a little on anti-Semitism, racism, and Nazi ideology. Not too deeply, but take heed if these are sensitive topics for you. So, my name is Stanley, and I primarily make text-heavy narrative games. These hit a variety of topics and genres, and most importantly for this talk, I've spent far too much money on books, specifically books about the occult. And these often make their way into my games. And to flex to a very select group of people, there you go. To answer why I'm actually here, I'd like everyone in the audience, go open your games library, Steam, itch, whatever, and see how long it takes you to hit a game that features magic. It's practically embedded into the medium itself. Consider how ubiquitous magic points for casting spells is. Magic, more importantly, inspiration from, quote, the real thing. It's rampant. It's everywhere. So that begs the question of what's the problem with this? I'm going to create a hypothetical based on something I've seen many times. You are a horror dev and wanting to make your game stand out. You aren't going to do what everyone else has done. You're going to add real magic into your game. So you do very intense and rigorous research, and eventually you come across this. And it's spooky, isn't it? And this is a real symbol used by real actual wizards. It's not something like just one of the artists made up. This is great. It's terrifying. You pack up your game, ship it, and uh-oh, you've just done something anti-Semitic. Now, I should hope the reaction from most people in the crowd is, oh dear God, no, I did not intend that. How do I fix this? And that's what I'm here to talk about. So let's find out how this happened. First off, if you go searching for real magic on the internet, you're going to get a bunch of resources on Western esoterica. To define this crudely, you know it when you see it. It's a bunch of magic traditions in the Western world that syncretize with each other, creating this loose collective of practices that we call Western esoterica. That brings us to the question of what a magic tradition is. These are bodies of practice, beliefs, magic workings that a group of people partake in, and they usually have their roots in a specific culture. The important part there is that many of these traditions grow out of specific cultures. And that's the critical takeaway, that Western esoterica has a history of cultural appropriation. Now, to fully get into the history of how this happened and why with context will take far more time than we have. So I'm deploying a special technique for this talk. When you see this image, there is an explanation and history, but we do not have the time right now. And if you want to know, you can catch me after the talk. So, crash course, I'm about to introduce you to two of the most influential and enduring figures of Western esoterica. First, the beast himself, Aleister Crowley. He was born 1875, and he is most well known for creating the very popular magic system and religion known as the Lema. Crowley was a racist and anti-Semite, a sexist and Orientalist and Nazi sympathizer until they banned his religion, and many more we don't have time for. He continues the tradition of stealing from Kabbalah, a branch of Jewish mysticism, and the problem with Crowley, he was very good at what he did and very good at spreading his concepts. And I need to stress that the Golden Dawn, the basis of what Thelema came from, this is Western ceremonial magic. You cannot study, practice anything without at least becoming acquainted with Crowley. And often people engage with this system or take inspiration from it while being completely ignorant of any of its sources. Now, the second, we have Helena Blavatsky. She was born 1831, and she's most well known for being the founder of Theosophy. I could get into what this is, but instead I'm just going to quote someone. The first rich white woman to go to Tibet and claim she was taught ancient secrets and became a grifter influencer. And I need to stress the first part of that. She was genuinely the only person from the West who had this alleged contact with Eastern mystics. And spoiler warning, she didn't. She just made shit up. Either she pretended she was in contact with nebulous gurus, or someone in Tibet was as much of a grifter as she was. Stopgap tour of the stuff that specifically Blavatsky inspired, the continued fetishization of Eastern mysticism, entirely misrepresenting it, the appropriation of chakras entirely divorced from Hinduism, almost the entire foundation of the New Age movement and its racist aesthetics, continued pushing of conspiracy theories around Atlantis and ancient civilizations, the idea of the lost continent that held an advanced race that beget the global south because there's no way they could be as smart as white people, the idea of a spiritually higher race and the popularization of the Aryan race, the main influence of Nazi occultism and Ariosophy, and she influenced so much more. She is everywhere. And finally, the crowning jewel of all of this is Christianity, the influences it had on European thought, and how it interacted with other traditions around the world. Western esoterica is a bit of a minefield, and not many people know this. People take occult symbols that they'll see everywhere to put into games, comics, novels, whatever, and they'll have no idea where they're from. The occult is intentionally occluded. It's not supposed to be something that you learn about easily. So let's talk about how we can combat this. I'm going into this assuming that you're just here because you want some inspiration, primarily aesthetic, from real life, or want like some nice nod to the real thing. The first thing we need to define is an open and closed tradition. In general, an open tradition is one that can be practiced by anyone, and its symbology is free to adapt and transform. A closed tradition is one that requires initiation or invitation to practice and usually to represent. Most closed traditions are ethno-religions, that being a religion that's heavily tied to a specific culture, often to the point that divorcing it strips away anything meaningful from it. Inversely, most open traditions are one that are encouraged to spread, usually ones that proselytize as well. There may be schisms within open traditions that then end up being closed, and that can make the whole thing quite complex. This is a very generalized thing. It's a very fluid system, but it's generally a good starting point to go from. If you want to represent a closed tradition in your game or in any sort of media, you almost always need permission or to do it in a very specific way. And often, if you ask for permission, people are going to say no. Practices are closed for a reason, and most of the time, that reason is disrespect from colonizers. Equally, however, you still need to consider context if you're taking from open traditions. Consider some of the ones that I put onto open traditions and remember that everything is political. Right, as a quick exercise, we're going to go back to that symbol we saw at the beginning. That guy in the very middle, which some of you may know, is Baphomet. Baphomet has a very interesting history as well as plenty of symbolism behind it. But the source of that symbolism is very much open. It's inspired by Hermeticism, a Greco-Egyptian mystic tradition, which is open for anyone to practice. The culprit of why using this symbol will be appropriative is here. These are Hebrew letters. Hebrew is the sacred language of Judaism, and it features very heavily in Jewish magic. Importantly, Jewish magic isn't for outsiders to use and practice. We shouldn't be using this as some nebulous, spooky symbol because it's disrespectful to how important those letters are. But as you might have guessed from the name of this symbol, this isn't a Jewish symbol. Western esoterica absolutely loves messing with Hebrew letters specifically. This is awful from an appropriation view, but does give us a good rule of thumb. If you see Hebrew letters on an occult symbol, it's something you should avoid for either of those reasons. And genuinely, if you follow this one rule, you will probably dodge about 80% of appropriation in Western esoterica. It is seriously that bad. So let's wrap this up. What I hope I've taught you today in quite a condensed amount of time. Western magic traditions have a long history of cultural appropriation, often from cultures that are still alive and thriving today. Many things online are from those closed cultures. Often we're not taken from them with consent, or are so different from the original that it's not even close to what it actually was, sometimes to the point where it's just insulting. There are rules of thumb to avoid the more egregious cases like we saw on the previous slide, but There is never going to be a paint by numbers solution to this. There will always be context and edge cases to account for. Something to ask yourself, and if you take anything, really take this: why do you want to use that symbol? Does it just look cool? If you're using something to represent an idea or concept, is that idea what the symbol actually represents or what others have decided that it means? To find that out, talk to people. Talk to people from minority religions and how they want their practices to be depicted, if at all. If someone doesn't want to share their culture with you, respect them. There's plenty of other cultures who are more than willing to share if you're polite. And if you'd like some further reading on this, the whole idea of appropriation within magic, I cannot stress enough how FYMA, A Lesser Key by Ezra Rose is. It goes much deeper into that appropriation of Jewish magic, which is unfortunately foundational to a lot of Western esoterica, and it's written by a Jewish practitioner. And if you'd left this wanting to learn more about magic itself, the YouTube channel Esoterica, everyone raves about Dr. Justin Sledge, for good reason, one of the best sources we have on Western esoterica right now. What Magic Is This? A podcast. I don't fully agree with all of Bachelor's takes, but if you want to get an introduction to a topic with a reading list, I do recommend it. And finally, C.T. Kelly, who I quoted earlier. Honestly, the reason I'm sat here giving this talk, they're hilarious. You can learn a ton just by following them. And they're currently writing an introductory book on magic, so keep an eye out. And that is it from me. I've been Stanley Baxton. I'll continue to be Stanley Baxton. And hopefully now you can bring real-world occultism into your games with a sharper critical eye. If you want to chat in depth about any of this, catch me in the breakout rooms later. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. I think, yeah, impressive job fitting a lot into a short slot, and great to have those follow-up links. We'll make sure that, for one thing, when we put these on YouTube, that those links are all accessible, and people could drop them in the obelisk if they want. But yeah, we'll make sure those are available. And wonderful. We probably have time for potentially a couple questions, if that's all right with you, Stanley.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Cool. The one question that we have right now is just someone who needs to know what that book you showed at the beginning of Deflex was.
Okay, so that's the Azoisha by Andrew Chumbley, and it's a book. Oh God, this is going to take a lot of context, but basically, it's a book about sabbatic witchcraft, which is like this specific brand of witchcraft that Andrew Chumbley pioneered. And the best way I can explain it is that it's chaos magic for really pretentious people. And that specific book can sell for over $1,000. I managed to snag it for 200, and that's my double flex, is the fact that I own that book and that I managed to get it so cheap. So that's the flex.
Wonderful. Yes, we appreciate esoteric flex at Roguelike Celebration. Cool. One thing that I saw come up in chat is, and I'm just curious if you have thoughts in terms of, so, obviously that kind of distinction between open and closed, and thinking about the origin of different, practices, but also talking about diaspora and the way that you can have ways that religions and practices get tied up in that difference too, of like people who've moved in that culture to other places, and whether or not the way that that gets tied up in colonialism. Just curious if you have any thoughts related to diasporic kind of religions and practices and appropriation.
Yeah, it's definitely a complex one, because you often find a lot of those diasporic practices. One of the ones that comes to mind is Santeria, and that's something that's syncretized with the exact geographical region, but Central America. That's the one. It's syncretized with practices within Central America, and it was basically a way for indigenous people in Central America to hide or mask their religion while basically pretending it was Catholicism. So it's a case of like, well, it's technically Catholicism on paper, but it's really this very specific and niche way that these people are practicing that religion. It's really a case of, like I say, there's no real paint by numbers solution to any of this. It's a matter of talking to practitioners, really doing a deep dive on why it came about. And if you do want to represent it, like Santeria, there's many Santeria practitioners alive. I'm sure many of them will be very willing to chat and discuss it. And many of them might even want to like pop up in whatever game you're doing yourself. So that's really the takeaway, is just talk to people, because 90% of this could be avoided if people just talk to each other.
Yeah, no, makes sense. Fantastic. One other quick question, because I think it's a good one. Are there examples you can think of games that you think have navigated Western esotericism well?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'd say in general, and I'd say less that it uses it, but the idea of like occult ideas and how it integrates into the game, I'd say Fallen London is a good one. And I think Fallen London gets away with it because it's set before Crowley was born, so it manages to skip all of like that appropriation by just he doesn't exist. But whenever you see like magic or inspiration from real world magic, it's usually tied in a way that it's a special nod, like if you know, you know, and that kind of like dodges the thing of, oh, I understand why you didn't do the full reference to this because obviously you don't want to put that very racist thing in here. Or it's a case of, oh, you've taken this and transformed the core idea of it, but you've taken it into a completely different direction.
Excellent. Great. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Stanley. We appreciate you sharing with the conference and yeah, such a informative, packed 15 minutes. So
Thank you.
excellent. All right. That brings us to the end of our set of talks for this chunk. So I'm going to remind you of all of the breakout rooms, and then I'm going to give you like a couple quick admin things. But if you want to talk about Hauntology and permadeath, Harry's talk, that will be Goblin Singers. If you want to talk about enhancing narrative through randomness and complications, Cesar's talk, that will be the Joust Arena. If you want to talk about art direction in procedurality, Max's talk, that will be Whip Show. And if you want to talk about occultism with Stanley, that will be Fountain. So those are the rooms. Feel free to move between them. And also feel free to just go explore the space, find a way to change the color of your username, do whatever you want. We're going to have 30 minutes of break now before we have a next set of talks. It's going to be exciting. We're going to have one about a procedural podcast. And we're also going to have Nick Junius talking about braided narratives, which I think is going to be very interesting. And so make sure to come back for that if you are able. A couple reminders, if the theater is quiet, try leaving the room and coming back. That usually fixes it. I'm sorry we can't find the final source of that bug. This code base is open source, and we will mention this a couple times, but we desperately appreciate anyone who would help us work on the code base and make the space better and fix bugs just like that. You're going to see a pop-up to refresh the space probably right after I get off the stage because we're fixing the Happening Now button, telling you that the doors are closing. We're not kicking you out for several hours. So you'll just get a refresh there, and hopefully that'll fix the Happening Now button. And yeah, so explore the space. Thank you. I saw 2 people who are not me bought a bath mat. Thank you for buying the bath mats and justifying our choices. So have a great break. After this, it will be Haley coming up as an MC, and then I'll be back later in the day. So make sure to hang out in the breakout rooms, explore the space, and we'll be back online in 30 minutes or so. Enjoy the break.
Hello, friends. Welcome back to Roguelike Celebration. I hope you enjoyed your break and lots of beeps and boops in the meantime, if you listened to it the whole time like I did. I will just get right into things to introduce our next presenters. We have Martin Ostwick and Jeff Emptman, who are both audio producers with many hats. Martin has a Tom Waits podcast, Song by Song, and a founding member of the Answer Me This podcast. Jeff created the podcast Here Be Monsters and also does sound design for documentary podcasts. But they are here today to talk about a very cool podcast, a very roguelike-y podcast that's it's been fun to listen to over the course of a week and just get a different I guess you never enter the same river twice with Neutrino Watch. So happy to hear your talk and take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much, Haley, for the introduction. My name is Jeff Empman. Martin is on the other screen there. And we're going to take you on kind of a whirlwind tour through this strange land that we've created called Neutrino Watch. We're calling this talk the podcast that plays itself. And we're just going to hop right into it and tell you how this whole thing works. So Martin's running the slideshow, so I'm going to be throwing him some of these things. So what is Neutrino Watch exactly? Well, Neutrino Watch is kind of a strange beast. From the outset, it kind of looks like a normal podcast. It's a podcast that you could go and subscribe to today on any podcast app and download an episode and listen to it today. What's different about it is that it's a podcast where every single episode is constantly in this state of flux, where it's just kind of changing the little details of the world around it a little bit every day. And what we're kind of trying to do with this whole thing is try and make the podcast itself feel as if it's alive, as if it's breathing, as if it's a world that is changing itself. Does this make it roguelike? I don't know, but I think there's definitely some roguelike elements to what we're doing with Neutrino Watch. So how does this thing work? So what does this actually mean? Well, what this means is that you can download an episode, any episode, and when you download this episode, what's going to happen is that you're going to hear an episode that will be similar but different from the episode that you would have downloaded yesterday, that you will download tomorrow, and that you would hear in 5 years. So sometimes Martin uses this analogy of like following your favorite band on live tour. And if you're on this tour with your favorite band, then they might have a set list. And that set list could be all of your favorite songs. You would hear those same songs every night, but things will change about those performances. Even if it's the same song, the guitar solo is going to be different. The performance is going to be different. The venue changes, the people you're with, the crowd, the vibe of the show changes. And each of our episodes are kind of like a song in that set list where you hear the same episodes. They're all self-similar enough to recognize from night to night to night to night, but the contents within those episodes will change. So, yeah. All right, let's hop on to the next slide, Martin. How does this actually work, though? So behind the scenes, what we're doing is we're changing out audio every day. And the way that that is enabled is through a technology called RSS. This is how all podcasts work. They exist as this simple kind of human readable text file on the internet. And this is an old standard. It's something that's actually quite easy to manipulate. An RSS feed is just a text file that is computer readable, human readable, and has all the metadata associated with the podcast episodes. And crucially, there's a hyperlink to an MP3 that can exist anywhere on the internet. It just has to be a publicly accessible MP3, and that is your podcast episode file. So what we're doing is we are making episodes that have elements that change. And there's nothing in the RSS spec that prevents you from swapping those MP3 files out as much as you'd like. So what we're doing is we're writing little computer programs each day. We don't wake up each morning and open up our DAWs and our audio editing software and re-export everything and upload it into the cloud every day. What we're actually doing is we're writing computer programs. So instead of cutting the actual audio together, what we're doing is we're creating a set of rules that these programs can follow. And the output of those programs every day is just a new MP3 file. So the elements that we have access to are things like randomizing outputs. We also have access to changing things procedurally, having things that change over time, where yesterday's output is influencing today's output, is influencing the output tomorrow. And we also have the option where we can turn some knobs by pulling in elements of the real world too. These are things like news headlines and the movement of the planets. So what we're doing here is, sorry, I think we have a little bit of lag here. Can you get the next slide here, Martin? Yeah. So each day's episodes get exported as MP3s, and that version is available only for the time that it's up on the feed. And then that's a 24-hour period, and then those episodes are deleted forever. So you can only hear each episode for a 24-hour period. So I've talked a little bit about some of the technical stuff that we have going on behind the scenes, but I haven't actually spent any time on the show itself. The fiction of Neutrino Watch is about John Wells, who is played by Martin, who is a Antarctic researcher. He's researching these kind of particles, the neutrinos that are flying by him. And at some point, at the start of the podcast, a cosmic storm frazzles all the circuits of his colleague, who is a computer named Wendy. And this cosmic event inspires Wendy to make a podcast. And these kind of hallucinatory, these kind of surrealist episodes are the podcast. So John is played by Martin. I play a character named Gus Holmes, and we have a couple computerized voices as well, namely Wendy and Ivan. So that's a little bit about what we're doing here. And Martin's going to go into some of the creative tools that we're using to make the show work.
Thanks very much, Jeff. So, yeah, what's actually changing in Neutrino Watch, and what do the episodes actually sound like? I'm just going to turn my volume down a little bit. This is a table of all of the Neutrino Watch episodes so far. I will be asking questions at the end. Now, I've just thrown this up. I'm only going to talk about a couple of these examples, but if you're the sort of person who, like me, likes to sort of your mind wanders during a oh, hello. Can you still hear me?
Okay, I think Martin has gone away. Unfortunately, I'm not in control of Martin's slides, so I think we have to wait for him to re-enter here, or I need to share the slides myself. Maybe we just give him about 30 seconds here and see if he can rejoin. Oh, okay. Martin says he can still control the slides, but he can't talk. So I'll just kind of move through this as Martin gets rejoined here. So this is a table of all the different episodes we have. This is the first 6 episodes. We're going to talk about a handful of these here today. We have tried to use a wide variety of techniques to modulate the outputs of our episodes. Namely, there's this episode that Martin's going to talk about here in a moment called The Zookeeper, the Bartender, and the Seafarer, which demonstrates some of the different tools that we have at our disposal. I'm going to talk a little bit later about this episode called The Daily Blast, which is where we're reaching out outside of the metafiction of the podcast itself and touching the real world again.
I think I'm back,
I see
Jeff.
you again, Martin.
Am I back?
Okay.
Hi there.
Save
You can't
me,
actually
please.
see my webcam's misbehaving, so you can't see my beautiful
Okay.
face. Sorry about that.
Rescue me, please.
You just have to imagine it. Yeah, so there's we weren't going to talk about all of these because they are quite different, but I just wanted to give an example of a few of these so you get a sense of the show. So, for example, Gus Holmes has creative differences. That's an episode that Jeff created, which is this musician character, Gus Holmes, is writing and saying, "Hey, would you feature my new song on your podcast?" And what changes every day is the song changes, the name of the song changes every day. Jeff's written some procedural music generation stuff in the background to do that. In Wendy Watch the Stars, Wendy, our AI, imagines a podcast in which she travels to a different city every night and does a live astronomy show where she tells people in that city the names of the planets that are visible from the city that night, and that's based on real astronomical data. So we use real astronomy libraries in the background for that one. As Jeff said, Daily Blast and the Zookeeper we're going to talk about in a bit more detail, going into a bit more of a deep dive, so you get a sense of those. Gluteal Strategies was something that Jeff and I worked on together, and it's sort of inspired by Brian Eno's oblique strategies, which are these sort of slightly opaque statements, which are designed to help you if you're creatively stuck. A little bit pieces of advice, and we took two slightly different approaches to how we would auto-generate some of those, because there's so much user input in understanding what they're supposed to mean. We figured we could just make up some slightly random statements, and it would actually be creatively useful. And I'll talk about Dear John in a second, and we'll actually play an example from that one in a moment as well. So, how is it made in the background? Well, as audio engineer, producer people, these are the kind of screens we're used to looking at. These sort of door windows where we can line up all our audio, we can put them on separate tracks, we can control the levels, we can do fades and pans, and we can put effects on them and manipulate them. And when we're making Neutrino, we do some pre-baked audio. But when we're doing Neutrino Watch, the windows we look at are more likely to be these sorts of windows, which is a real paradigm shift. And the challenge is taking all of these tools that we know in our regular audio lives and translating them into Python code. So, gluing audio together, cutting it, layering it, getting relative levels, doing fades, putting effects like echo, frequency filters, pitch shifts, all stuff that is either useful for just the business of making audible audio, and also stuff that's useful for creating scenes and creating effects. For example, like reverb, which is like just putting an echo on something. If you put the same kind of echo on a bunch of different pieces of audio, it makes it sound like it happened in the same space. Magic, amazing. So luckily we've managed to do a lot of that stuff in Python. And I can talk a little bit maybe in the breakout about the libraries we use to do that if people are more interested to dig deep on that. But something that was new to us that sort of Python afforded us an opportunity that we didn't have before is text to speech, and that is something which we haven't really used in our regular audio lives. It's not super common in podcasting. I think it will get more common. But text to speech is just translating a piece of text into audio, usually with an AI engine. Now we obviously can perform these characters ourselves. We can record the audio and we can chop it up and change things around. But after a certain point, when you're dealing with a really big script and a really big set of options, it becomes very complicated to code that. So you just manually, not manually, but chopping up existing pieces of audio, and you start to lose the advantage of a live performance anyway, because if you're chopping up, it starts to sound slightly uncanny valley. So we realized a text-to-speech model, or text-to-speech models, is the way that we wanted to go with this. And we've done this in a couple of different ways, what we call the boilerplate text-to-speech, when we want something to sound like a robot, like Wendy or Ivan, those are our robot characters. We use Python libraries that just tie into standard Apple voices in the back end. The kind of stuff that when you highlight text in Pages or whatever, it speaks it to you. So those are just standard Apple voices. And then we also deepfaked ourselves, or in the process of doing so, we made voice models of our own voices, and those are surprisingly good, uncannily good, because obviously if those get out into the real world, they could people could make us say terrible things, even more terrible things than we already say. So I wanted to play an example of just how some of this stuff comes together, some of these elements I've talked about. And I mentioned an episode called Dear John. And in this episode, Wendy, our AI, is writing a letter to John, her human friend, who's the scientist, saying, things have happened to me recently that mean that my life is going to be different, and that our relationship is going to be different. And I don't know what this means yet, but I just want you to understand this. And because this is an important letter, she's writing it and rewriting it. So what changes every day is that the text changes. She starts to substitute words, and as the month goes on, it goes from what you see here, which is a fairly coherent letter of intent, to something more abstract and weird. So this incorporates all the kind of elements I've talked about: sound effects to help build the scene, the echo of the room, a procedural jazz engine that I built. All of the voices you hear in this are text-to-speech. Obviously, the robot is very apparent, but my voice is also a text-to-speech model. I think it's apparent, but it's a pretty good model, so you may not spot that. And I'm just going to play a minute of this so you get a sense of this is what a Neutrino Watch episode sounds like.
Dear John, this is long overdue. It still feels unnecessary. Little old me. Writing a mission statement. It's like a letter of introduction between two distant members of the aristocracy, separated by geography but not by blood. I've rewritten this particular version so many times. Each time feels a bit different, like repeating the same action in a changing world can yield magic, if not by the attrition of repeated effort, then by the way that shift in context can change things completely.
I think we lost Martin again here, unfortunately. But Martin, can you still control? Can you still control the slides? Can you let me know in the chat here? With any luck, Martin will be okay. Yeah, we got Martin back now.
Am I back? Sorry about this. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for yeah. So I just want to talk. We're going to talk a little bit more depth about a couple of examples, hopefully glitch free. The first is one that I made called the Zookeeper, the Bartender, and the Seafarer, and the idea behind this is understanding the elephant. So you've probably heard this this story of the old wise people and the elephant, and there's various different versions of it, but the short version is for some reason they can't see the elephant, they can only touch the elephant, and so one of them touches its trunk and says elephant's like a snake. One touches its ear and says an elephant is like a cloth, a leather jacket, and the other touches the elephant's foot and says an elephant is like a table. I don't know. And the idea being that not seeing something in its totality, you can form these sort of fairly complete impressions on sort of fleeting information. And I wanted to make a story which reflected that in the form, reflected the content in the form. So you only do get part of the story in different places, and you have to experience different parts of the elephant to build it up. So I'll play an example of this, and then I'll talk a little bit about what's happening in the episode. I'll give you a cue that what you're going to hear is a monologue that is shifting in and out of focus, in case you think your speakers are going weird. That's on purpose.
You've probably heard the parable of the three wise old seers and the elephant. None of the seers had ever seen an elephant. They'd spent too long around books, hadn't lived their lives. Maybe they couldn't travel. Travel is expensive. It's a gift to travel. They didn't want to go to a zoo. They felt zoos were a strange way to experience a wild animal. Even if the wild animal had no other place to live, even if the animal were well cared for. It wasn't like they objected to zoos, but they suspected that some people, maybe lots of people, went to zoos for the wrong reasons, to feel their supremacy over the natural world. But they were old friends, these wise people. They'd served others, being wise full-time until retirement. And now they were old, and so eventually they said, I know it's selfish, but my eyesight is all but completely faded, and I just want to hang out with an elephant before I die. So the wise people had an in with the zookeeper. The zookeeper was a young man. He loved teaching people about animals. He loved people learning about how they were part of a larger organic whole. He didn't know the wise seer's theories about zoos and human nature, but he would have been appalled by the thought. So So the wise says asked the zookeeper if they could hang out with the elephant that was at his zoo. And the zookeeper said no, it would be very dangerous. Elephants are big and heavy, and to be honest, the zookeeper did not trust these so-called wise people to be sensible.
Yes, there we go. So that's the zookeeper, the bartender, and the seafarer. And what's happening behind the scenes, you can probably guess a little bit, is that you've got two pieces of audio, essentially, the music and the speech. And they're kind of coming in and out of phase. So in this example, it starts off with the speech being very clear, and then it kind of dips down, goes away, and comes back again. And then as the speech is dipping down, the music kind of rises up to cover it. And I wanted to create this idea of sort of waves passing over the episode, so that in a particular day you'll only hear particular bits of the monologue clearly. As the music builds up later in the piece, you sort of completely lose the monologue in those quieter sections. I think you can probably still hear some of it in this example. And of course, because we change it day to day, one day you hear certain parts of the monologue, and another day you're getting other parts of the monologue. That way, it's only really by listening to it across multiple days that you're going to hear the whole thing. And this was, this isn't an infinitely varying episode. It comes around once a month. We have this sort of slightly softer rules about Neutrino, which is it doesn't have to be infinitely sort of procedural, but it does have to change day to day. And have these sort of features like with this episode that if you listen to it once, there's something about it that is enjoyable. You can listen to it once and it shouldn't be completely boring or incomprehensible, because why would you listen again? And then you should be able to listen to it twice and get something a little different from it. And then if you listen to it multiple times, you get something different again. No, not all episodes are like this. Some they're designed just to be listened to once and have a unique experience that maybe no one else has had exactly the same. But I did like the way that this meant that it was only through multiple listens that you could fully understand the elephant. So I'm going to pass back over to Jeff now, and he's going to be talking about an example that he made called the Daily Blast.
Yeah, thank you, Martin. So Martin's done a good job of talking about some of the creative tools that we have at our disposal when we work with this kind of procedural generation for podcasting. I want to talk about this from a slightly different angle, using the example of an episode I made called The Daily Blast. And I'm going to show some pie charts in here. I just want to make it really clear that I work as an artist primarily, and I'm not a data scientist. It's something I'm very interested in, but this is not my specialty. So please just bear that in mind here as we go on to the next slide, and I'll explain this more in just a moment. So during the pandemic, I, like a lot of people, was spending more time sitting on my couch, and I was reading too much news. I was doom scrolling Google News a lot, and I noticed a trend, and it made me ask this question. I was trying to figure out, why is there so much blasting happening in the news? We have this example here. Melania Trump blasts the FBI. Pope slams Trump and Harris. Nate Burleson eviscerates the NFL. And I was just kind of wondering, I was like, there seems like, I feel like I'm pulling in all this data into my brain, and it's like, it seems like these headlines are coming much more from right-wing news sources than left-wing news sources. I was just like, maybe I can make a Neutrino Watch episode about this. Maybe I can make a Neutrino Watch episode about blasting. So I decided to take these four words total: the word blast, the word slam, the word eviscerate, and the word criticize, all of which are kind of synonyms of criticize, if you ask me, and start looking at those in a more methodical way. I took the All Sides Media Bias chart, which is imperfect, granted, but it is a starting point. And I looked for all of these news sources to see if they had a publicly facing RSS feed that I could again go and this time scrape all of the headlines off of it for every day's news. And of these news sources, I was able to find about 50 feeds. And I'm going to use some colors in this episode. Blue is signaling like left of center stuff, and red is signaling right of center stuff. And this is just because I'm an American, and so this is how I think of these things, but you can remember this for the rest of the presentation, that I'm using red for progressive and right for conservative. So I got about these 50 news sources, and I put together an episode. The format of this episode, we're going to listen to a day's worth of the Daily Blast. The format for this episode is that our two AI voices, Wendy and Ivan, are sitting kind of out in cyberspace, and they're reading each other headlines from recent news stories. And there will be one blast-like news story There'll be one good news story where they're looking at words more like happiness and joy and good news, things like that. A second blast-like headline, and then a like human interest red herring, essentially. And that's how the episode works. It's very short, comes out every day. And this is a screenshot from the website. And we'll listen to about 1.5 minutes of this. And the transcript's there on the left if you want to follow along.
Wendy,
Yes, Ivan.
I'd like to hear the news.
I would like to hear the news.
Is there any news today about blasts?
Yes. Braided reports Argentine President Javier Milei blasts socialist leaders of Venezuela and Brazil at Madrid Forum. Ivan,
Yes,
is there any news about good news?
yes. The Nation has an article called Good News on Electricity Bills in a Few Days. PM. Wendy, is there any news about criticize?
Yes. Washington Post opinion section reports the U.S. doesn't have standing to criticize Mexico's judicial reforms. Ivan, is there any news about horse?
Yes. The Daily Mail has an article called Peter Phillips and his girlfriend Harriet spiraling horse around as they enjoy the action at Burgley trials.
Thank you for giving me the news.
Thank you for giving me the news.
So this is how the episode sounds each day. It's a little bit robotic, it's a little bit weird, but it is representing things that are happening in the real world, which is what I was trying to do with this episode. So this is what the listener experiences, but there's more going on behind the scenes with the Daily Blast, and that's what I want to share with you for this presentation. So I made a little bit of an extra kind of bit of information for this episode. I instead of just filtering for these keywords that I'm looking for in the news headlines, I decided for about a month-long period earlier to just download everything and get about 60,000 news headlines from about a month-long period from all of these sources and start doing a little bit more analysis on these things. So this is from my capture window. I averaged out all my news sources by how many stories they were posting a day, again with more conservative sources being red and blue sources representing more progressive things, gray representing the more centrist stuff. And I was surprised to see that there's a really big difference in how many stories individual outlets publish per day. So I have two outlets of note here, one being a news outlet that publishes 240 times a day on average, that being the Daily Mail in the UK, and then the other source publishing about 160 times a day in my capture window, which is the Guardian UK. Now, what's interesting is that these overall numbers, though, between the political leans roughly match each other. There's a rough balance here between how many stories are being published overall. But that changes pretty dramatically when you start filtering for blast-like language, that being blast, slam, eviscerate, and criticize. And you can see now here that our pie chart looks quite different. So who's actually doing the blasting is the question. I broke it down by outlet. And the answer is quite simple. It's the Daily Mail. Daily Mail is publishing about 2 of these stories a day, about 2.5 of these stories a day, followed by Breitbart, the New York Post, Fox News Politics section. And then in fifth place here, we have the Daily Blast, the Washington Post Politics section, and Newsweek. And then you can read the rest of this, of course. So what did I learn in this exercise, and what have you hopefully picked up as well? First thing, I think that my intuition was right here, or at least it was right for the area that I've looked at in my capture window here. So despite roughly equal total headline count, the blast-like language that I was curious about is used mostly by right-wing news outlets. The second thing that surprised me is that the Daily Mail and the Guardian UK constituted about a quarter of all the headlines that I looked at, about 15,000 headlines from just 2 news sources in my capture window. And then the third thing, and I think this is actually what I wanted to talk to you most about, is that I think that procedural podcasting, stuff like what we're doing with Neutrino Watch, where you have this option to create kind of a living art piece that's reflective of something that's happening in the real world, can provide a really unique qualitative experience of the data. There's a really big difference between looking at those two pie charts that I showed you and sitting and listening to the Daily Blast for a week. So that's kind of some of the potential I think that this idea has, and it delivers the content in a way that's really unique for a listener, that's different than a lot of the other outlets we have. So with that in mind, I'm going to hand it back to Martin now, who's going to talk a little bit about some of what we're looking at in the future here, and also how you can help us out with making more work like this. So take it away, Martin.
Hi, I'm aware that we've run quite a bit over time, and I don't want to go into the next speaker's time, so I'm going to go through this very quickly. What is the point? Great question. Jeff pointed out these episodes have permadeath. They go out once and then they're never again. So the experience that you have of a particular episode might be totally different from other people's experiences, and that's really common in games. It's obviously very common in roguelikes, that your particular playthrough will be really different from other people's, but you've still played the same game. That's common in music gigs, as we talked about, but that's kind of unusual in audio outside of maybe sort of site-specific audio. And we think that's quite interesting. That's quite exciting and quite underexplored. Before we go, I did want to mention that we've been doing these experiments in Twine. I know that's something that sort of interactive storytelling communities use quite a bit. And I've been working, we haven't actually created an episode this way yet, but I have been working on creating a sort of pipeline that can output Twine objects into, there were exporters that will give you Twine exports as JSON, and I can then pull that into Python and make podcast episodes from that, which is pretty cool. You still have to create audio and do a few other bits around the edges, but I think as a way of sort of closing that gap between writing branching or procedurally generated or randomized story and making that into audio, I think this could be a really fun and interesting tool. And if you're someone who's like, I'd love to do some stuff in audio, I've been using Twine for ages, but I've no idea how to make that into a podcast episode or an audio thing, come and talk to us. It'd be really cool to hear from you. Thank you to everybody. I'm going to let you read the slide rather than listing everybody. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much to Roguelike Celebration. And these are our details if you'd like to get in touch with us. And we'll be in one of the breakout rooms afterwards. And we'll see you there.
Thank you so much for having us. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, Jeff and Martin. I would like to blast you with praise for your very cool concept, and thank you for sharing it here at Roguelike Celebration. And just a reminder, they will be in the Goblin Singers breakout room in the social hour after Nick's talk. So I am going to bring up Nick, who is going to talk about braided narratives, or how I learned to stop worrying and love linear stories. Nick received a PhD in computational media, studying AI, narrative design, and theater, and is currently a narrative designer at CCP Games, for EVE Online, amongst others. And Nick, I'm going to let you take it away.
Great, thank you. Yes, as I was just introduced, hi everyone, I'm Nick Junius, and I am mostly here to talk to you about how linear stories and highly systemic design are in fact complementary approaches to telling complex and interactive narratives in spite of what it might appear on the surface. So as you just heard, I have a PhD in computational media. I just graduated 2 months ago. And my research generally focused on developing narrative and AI systems, taking inspiration from theatrical acting, and that all built towards creating dynamic playable scenes between human and AI controlled characters without having to branch and create alternate timelines and everything the way a lot of more traditional interactive narratives function. And I talked a tiny bit about my visual novel project here, Tracks in the Snow, at last year's Roguelike Celebration. And now I work at CCP Games doing narrative design, and the main thing I am currently responsible for is creating unique names in our database for every single celestial object in the universe. Just a small, minor task. And so sort of the outline of this talk is going to start with the inspirations and sort of where I got the idea for braided narratives, since if you have been around me at all, you know that I kind of have a thing against branching narrative as like the default everybody goes to for making interactive stories. And then kind of coming from that, what the problem of combinatorics is, especially if you're not familiar with interactive narrative design in general, and really hammering on the point that it is scary to make an interactive narrative once you start having to spin up tons and tons of variations at some point to take into account all of these alternate realities you're creating and building all of that based on what you want to allow players to change. And so I'm kind of positioning this idea of like a braided narrative structure as an alternative to this fractally branching tree of plot lines. And I want to talk about some of the like high level details of it and why we might want to do something like this if it fits into how we want to approach telling a story in the first place. And then to start wrapping up, I want to discuss a couple of examples of existing braided narratives in games. One of those being Supergiant's Hades, which I have some history with, and this was actually the impetus for me making this talk in the first place, was coming back to this game 3 years later and realizing, wow, they have a lot of very linear but very well put together narratives to make this feel like a very dynamic experience, even if every individual piece of it is actually surprisingly linear. And second, I want to talk about my current obsession or re-obsession, which is Fire Emblem Three Houses, and how this game in particular, but sort of the Fire Emblem series in general, handles dealing with combinatorics and containing the fact that they have a very systemic game, but also are telling fairly linear and often very character-heavy stories within this highly systemic game structure. And then finally, do a little wrap-up of what braided narratives are, including some issues such as the major elephant in the room that I won't talk about right now, but if you are familiar with either of these examples, you might have an idea of what this elephant might look like. So one of the main inspirations for me in general is my time as a playwright. And this has colored a lot of how I approach narrative design and sort of why I'm less interested in how do we do branching narratives better and more how we look at or how we design in alternative ways to make stories interactive rather than just do the default of branching. And my experience as a playwright has tended to be that I create the structures and sort of bound the possibility space of what a story is. And then I hand it off to a production to fill in all the gaps, flesh it out, and bring the entire story to life while adding their own ideas and interpretations to what I wrote in the first place, which is, in fact, a very interactive process by itself. And there is very little like traditional structural branching in this. And like I hinted at a little bit, I wrote a paper about Hades a few years ago and likened the way the progression through Hades works to a theatrical production where you start off and you're doing a cold read. It's really bad. You don't really know what you're doing. And then once you practiced a bit more, you're in sort of this rehearsal process and learning the game and learning your role in the game and getting better and more consistent at actually getting through the entire games level structure before you have this sort of opening night moment when the credits roll and you're now performing for real. And there's a bunch of narrative in this roguelike. And don't worry about that. And then finally, one of the other things, like as a writer and a narrative designer, at some point with anything interactive narrative, regardless of how complicated the systems in place you're working with are, someone has to write the damn thing. Someone has to put the pen to paper and write the actual content you are putting into the game. Whether it's linear or some sort of dynamic system, at some point, you still have to write it kind of no matter what. In looking at all of this, we get into this problem of, well, if we're making this interactive and factoring in like what our players are doing, this is going to start breeding some fractally branching structures, which they can be very pretty as shown here, but in terms of authoring your narratives, this quickly becomes untenable. Whether you're doing static linear stories to factor in every single thing you're having your players do and tracking, or even when you're writing in a dynamic way and piecing everything together, at some point you will hit walls related to just the amount of branching anybody can do at some point. And we can definitely build tools to ease this and make authoring a lot of narrative more approachable and easier in a dynamic way. But really where that sort of system authoring and authoring in a less purely linear traditional way happens, once that becomes, it's hard to know where that actually becomes easier than just writing everything by hand. And we have this problem that writing a story of any kind is a very hard task. Writing dynamically, writing in a branching way that is able to respond to people doing things that you will never predict is even harder. So we tend to end up in a situation where the combinatorial possibilities available in a game or our system design call for a very robust systemic approach to authoring narratives, which often requires more effort than writing our traditional scenes, or just simply that approach requires more content than is reasonable to write in the first place. And this is where braided narrative structure comes in. So first I want to talk about and explore like what a braided narrative structure is, and begin with what a braid itself is. And a braid is a number of individual strands of material that is twisted together, flowing in a shared direction while still separating at points and not becoming one single mass. And all of this creates something stronger than any of the individual strands by themselves would be, while still being flexible and malleable. And all of these properties are useful for storylines, as well as yarn, rope, and hair. And in a braided narrative structure, we want each of our individual storylines to work together without being completely absorbed by the larger structure that is the central plot of our game or other experience. And so what is the definition of braided narrative? Well, here it is. It is a narrative structure made up of individual linear storylines whose progression is controlled by both independent and shared state conditions. And let's break this down a little bit and make it more approachable. So we start with a set of linear stories, and these ideally have shared casts, overlapping complementary themes, which we can explore. And by making linear stories, we're trying to constrain the total possible authorial burden to something approximately order n linear time for the computer scientists in the audience. And that's not to say this is getting rid of the authorial burden, because you can put an infinite amount of time into any individual piece of a linear story. And this is why writing a novel is also hard. But broadly speaking, it's significantly more contained to, say, write a single storyline without 5, 10, 100 variations of every single piece of it, than being wow, lost my train of thought. So that's why linear structures. And how we can sort of bring this branching and variability back into these linear narratives is by giving them some unique requirements for progressing and advancing their storylines generally. And this is us leaning a little bit back towards the combinatorial fractal tree. If every storyline progresses under its own conditions, we lean too hard back into that. So while we still will need to be authoring our bespoke gates and progression conditions, we are still trying to make something linear. It's just when you see something is now the important part, rather than having to branch everything based on anything the player does. And this independence and these different approaches to progression are how we keep these storylines feeling unique and still a little bit separate in this larger braided structure. But again, to bring us back to containing this combinatorial explosion, we also want to overlap our progression conditions to make our storylines flow in that same direction and share momentum and timeliness, instead of just branching off into random places and never having anything cohesive to come back to. Plus, these common points or these common conditionals encourage or allow us to encourage our players to draw further connections between these storylines we're authoring, whether or not we're making those connections explicit. And each of these elements comes together to create this braided narrative structure. And now that I've explained some of the structure, let's talk about how we conditionally progress these linear stories and how to choose our different independent variables. And this makes me sound very scientific and very authoritative when I talk like this. These conditionals are how we basically are pacing delivery of our stories and making explicit structural connections between our storylines. So starting from the end and moving backwards. These shared states are often reserved for basically just the major beats of a central story. So if you haven't reached a certain point, we will not keep throwing additional side stories at you until you've gone past some place in the central storyline. And this allows events within our central plot to have direct effects and even be referenced in other storylines without having to set up a bunch of extra fractally branching plot lines or events, or write tons and tons and tons more content to deal with people arriving somewhere without having advanced a different part of the game state enough. we can simply just pause progressing some of these stories at any point and be done with it. A player then naturally can run out of storylines to progress and be forced to move the central plot forwards. And this is a little bit backwards in how I'm presenting it, but having these independent ways of progressing the story can help us pace out how we're delivering our narrative to our players between these major plot beats. So doing this, we're basically tying our storyline progressions into other game systems to help reward people for engaging with parts of the other parts of the game, and to avoid just going, here is every single piece of narrative you can possibly see at this point. It is up to you to do everything and pace it yourself. And so in truth, these conditionals, or to use these conditionals as part of narrative pacing, we need a little bit of extra than just pure if statements alone to do this kind of pacing of you only see a certain amount of new story at any given point. And this additional structure can take the form of a cap on the number of new units of story released to a player at any given point. In Hades' case, this tends to be around maximum of 3 new story events per run of the game, or otherwise just limiting the player's ability to access additional units of story just at will whenever they feel like. And all these conditions and additional structure around these individual linear narratives enables us to, instead of only having them run in parallel to each other, we can braid them together into a self-referencing, self-reinforcing structure, which helps pace out a player's experience of the narrative while also reducing some of the potential for fractally branching storylines and the resulting authoring burden of the combinatorial aspects of interactive narrative, without entirely giving up our dynamism and variability and reactivity. And this brings me to Supergiant's Hades and the way it limits its narrative progression via the run-based structure, like I mentioned. So Hades is a roguelike where you play as Zagreus attempting to escape Hades, both the place and your father. To reach the surface, you need to fight your way through Tartarus, Asphodel, Elysium, and across Styx. And as a result, the game's narrative progression all flows through the structure of running through the underworld, where you have opportunities to gather resources and speak to characters you otherwise wouldn't be able to, like the Olympians. And reaching the surface and defeating Hades is the sole condition to advance the game's central plot. The player must reach the surface and beat their father in combat 10 times, and then the credits roll. The difficulty and structure of the game generally means you won't get the entire central story of the game in your first 10 runs, though there is nothing explicitly in the game stopping that from happening. You will die a lot to reach the surface, especially early on, and this is where Hades' side stories come in as a way of pacing the whole experience, as well as just giving people more than purely mechanical reasons to continue playing after they see the game's credits. Because there are myths abound to see new interpretations of, and tons of messy relationships to find out about, and maybe even do a little bit of healing. Which ties into the game's extensive cast, and basically everybody in the entire game has some kind of storyline associated with them. For the Olympians, there's always a degree of distance, considering you don't really have conversations with them. They're just leaving you effectively like voicemails as you progress via the boons they're giving you, which give you some buffs and new abilities in the game's combat system. The denizens of the underworld, however, can have some rather intricate and lengthy stories, reinterpreting and extending their myths that the game is drawing from. And each of these storylines is gated by both some obvious conditionals, like nectar and ambrosia filling up everyone's relationship meter, and getting new lines of dialogue in the process. So a very traditional, obvious way of doing this. But more and more of these conditionals can include, if they've been spoken to a certain number of times, hitting certain breakpoints on the number of runs you've done, or other even less obvious conditions tied into the game's difficulty customization system. And importantly, all of these are completely independent of where you are in the main story. You can burn through the story and then have barely progressed any of these characters' plots, or you can experience most of these, or progress at least most of them, before you ever get close to seeing the credits, just depending on how successful you are at escaping the underworld. And the trick of the game's braided narrative is that you don't have the opportunity to advance characters' individual plot lines at will at any given point. You only ever have a subset of the cast accessible on a given escape attempt. And even if they do appear, you might not have the resources or have fulfilled other conditions to progress their storylines. And what ultimately this means is that even after dozens upon dozens of hours of play and numerous successful runs post-credits, you will probably find out that there is somehow yet more to a character's story or relationships than you thought. And from a player's perspective, what are the effects of this braided narrative structure in a game like Hades? Not every player will trigger the conditions for a particular narrative to begin or advance in the same place. And this means that playing Hades as a group can be a lot of fun, as you compare notes about which characters you've met at any given point, and often they won't be the same. Also, almost regardless of where you are in Hades' narrative, there will be at least someone to get to know better, and you will have progressed somebody's side story. And this helps ease the frustration of losing a run, since at minimum you get to chat with one of the other denizens of the House of Hades. And to switch gears into a totally different genre with Fire Emblem Three Houses, this is a tactics RPG and dating simulator, which heavily utilizes braided narrative structure in a different way. As you become the head of a class at the Officers Academy, teaching your students how to fight at all, surviving a war, and especially building and strengthening your relationships together. Three Houses' central plot progresses independent of every other narrative system, though it has a fairly major impact on if you can progress certain relationships at all. And the braided narrative structure comes from how Three Houses uses its character side stories to fill in gaps left by the 4 different routes through the game's support system. And if you're not familiar, characters in Fire Emblem strengthen their relationships by fighting next to each other and subsequently get more effective at fighting together as their relationship improves. And flowing from that, the stronger a relationship between characters, the more scenes they will have to explore extra facets of their relationship. And then on top of this, Three Houses adds character recruitment to the support system. So you end up with a game with a very large cast, which can have massive combinations of character narratives through its 4 routes, depending on who has been recruited at any given point. And this might sound like a recipe for one of these combinatorial fractal tree explosions. Well, character supports and their scenes are mutual. So there's no directionality in a relationship graph. Everybody just has one scene together, or one set of scenes together. And going back to the definition of braided narrative structure, these support conversations themselves are written in a completely linear way. The conditions for triggering them are also almost entirely if they have been fighting and spending enough time together to hit the next breakpoint in the support system. The one exception the game throws into this whole highly systemic, what's the word? Utility-esque system is that some of the support conversations are gated behind the main narrative's progression. And you need to hit certain narrative beats to be able to access these last few conversations with people. And what effect does this have on the player experience? So time with characters is very important, and the more time everybody spends together, the more effective they'll become, and the more you will be able to learn about them. So there's this positive feedback loop of, if you use a character more, you will get more information about them, and it will be easier and more rewarding to continue to use them into the future. And while not all characters participate in a Three Houses route equally due to not being able to author scenes for an arbitrary number of characters, the support system means the details of each of your routes will change a lot depending on who you recruit and who you spend time with. And similar to Hades, there's a very good chance your experience of any single Fire Emblem Three Houses route will be very different than someone else's. And so let's talk about the elephant in the room. Both the games I talk about here have an obscene amount of writing in them. And it's a huge reason why you can sink hundreds upon hundreds of hours into them and still not see everything they have to offer. So as much as I talk up this idea that braided narrative structure helps reduce the authoring burden, someone still has to write everything. And your authoring burden still increases as the rest of the game scope increases. But these problems don't mean that a braided narrative structure requires multiple books worth of narrative to function. I joked a little earlier about writing linear narratives being in order n amounts, or a linear amount of authoring effort. And while this obviously isn't 100% true, the authoring effort for braided narratives generally scales as you might expect writing, or as you might expect the way that writing linear stories scales up, rather than writing these highly branching structures or having to figure out every single piece of your dynamic systems coverage. And using other game systems helps us tie these narratives together without losing their individual identities. So character relationships and storylines in general can be tied into progressing via game's combat mechanics, or basically anything that isn't just purely a narrative-only system. And this can make the entire game, at a certain point, feel like everything matters to the narrative, even if these systems don't talk to each other very frequently. And in turn, we can kind of encourage players to focus on the narrative aspects of every single thing they're doing rather than focusing exclusively on like mechanical optimizations. And I'm slightly over time, but we can more easily tie our storylines and themes and events together when we have explicit story beats to intersect with and author them, or sorry, whether we explicitly have story beats intersect when we author them or naturally have this emerge out of just when people encounter these narratives. And we get this via interlacing these linear narrative structures together rather than having to, again, fractally branch everything. So the braided narrative structure allows us as designers to add even more hooks to our storylines for players to grab onto and find connections between in ways that we never would have expected. And they can explore everything that we've done and twist it together in ways we probably couldn't predict. So thank you to Roguelike Celebration for having me give this talk. You can find me at Quakeful Tales on all of the various social media sites. This is my website link and my itch page. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nick. I'm going to let people use their social space time, get some food, maybe listen to more beeps and boops, explore the space. We did have two questions on the board, so I will go into the jousting arena to post those for Nick if he'd like to talk about their talk. And just a reminder, we will be back in an hour. And also, if you are in the theater in the roguelike space and not seeing chat, remember either refresh or go to a different room and come back because people are chatting during the talks. And if you're on Twitch or YouTube, feel free to go to roguelike.club, sign up, and then you can access the space and hang out with all these cool roguelike nerds. So we will be back in an hour, and I will see you all then. Howdy, howdy, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you are well fed and ready to get some more dopamine from talking about roguelikes. I am excited to announce the next speaker, Pandamander, who has a background in big game studio game design. Now they're doing indie development. Working on a cozy roguelike deck builder called World's Goodest Pup, which you can wishlist on Steam. And they are going to be sharing with us how roguelikes play with our dopamine and why we like them so much. So go ahead and take it away, Pandamander.
Thanks so much, Haley. Hey, everyone. Hope everyone has been having an excellent celebration this weekend. The talks have been a lot of fun, so hoping I can follow up with something interesting. So I would like to start this talk with a bold claim, which is that, in my belief, roguelikes are the best single-player gaming experience possible for your brain. A lot of people might disagree with this. I would like to make a case for why I believe that this is true. There's a few reasons that I will cover in this talk. One is optimal use of the brain's dopamine centers. That's a hot topic nowadays. People generally know this word. We're going to get into exactly how it works and why. Two, engaging system 1 and system 2. This is part of psychology and behavioral psychology, and that works in quite well with roguelikes. And then 3 is ample out-of-book play, which is a concept that I hope every roguelike developer and player is aware of. And if not, we're going to talk about it right now. So why is this person talking to me? So I'm Pandamander. Thank you for the intro. I've been a game systems designer at companies like EA, Warner Brothers Games. Nowadays, I'm an indie developer on a cozy roguelike deck builder. That's kind of a mouthful, but it's a game about dog shows and dog competitions. And I want to start by talking about this first section. Roguelikes use dopamine centers of the brain in a very optimal way. Let me explain this. So how does dopamine actually work? People know this term nowadays. It's a neurotransmitter. People think of it as the neurotransmitter of pleasure, neurotransmitter of reward. That's not quite exactly how this works. This idea is about 30 years out of date due to some recent research that's happened in the past couple decades. There's a really great GDC talk from Ben Lewis Evans from Epic Games a couple years ago. If people want to dig deeper into this, then this talk is a follow-up. But dopamine is actually closer to being the neurotransmitter of motivation, drive, craving, and desire. It's kind of the drive that gets you somewhere, not necessarily the the big explosion of confetti once you do arrive there. So let's talk a bit about how this works. And this may be a bit kind of psychology-y, geeky, but we'll tie this into roguelikes in just a second, I promise. So when you anticipate something that's rewarding, then dopamine levels start rising. And when the reward is received, when your brain gets what it's seeking, then levels drop back down to baseline. This could be ice cream, a big reward. It could be a coffee, having a big success in work, like something like that, something your brain is trying to get to. So I'm a big fan of Slay the Spire. Hopefully people have played that game. If not, I'll walk through it. But so Grand Finale is a card that's in Slay the Spire. It's a bit tricky to use. It's not selected very often. It really only works if you have a very small draw pile and a lot of card draw in your deck. And so a lot of times you might be playing along as you're going through a Slay the Spire run and thinking, this is kind of a useless card. I'm never really going to pick it or use it. But every once in a while, you might be going through your run and anticipating that, hey, I'm actually kind of getting some cards that play well with that. I might have a card called Acrobatics, which lets you draw more cards, get to an empty draw pile, which is something that's required to use it. And you might start anticipating this. And so if that's something that you're looking for and working towards, then this is the part where your brain starts to rise in dopamine. And then once in a blue moon, every once in a while, it all lines up. You get the right cards, you get a Grand Finale card, and then you get to do this incredible 50 damage to all enemies. It just feels like an amazing moment. It almost never happens. And this is something where afterwards it's over, then it's the kind of event that people will make YouTube videos about. On Twitch, they'll clip it, they'll show it. This will be like a big moment, and people talk about it for kind of the rest of their life. And the key distinction in this example is that this is the important part, this like build up right here. That is the fun part. It's not hitting the peak. The build up is actually the part that's kind of most enjoyable, that like pursuit. And another key piece of this is understanding that you can't build up forever. This trough is something that your brain has a built-in mechanism to kind of recover from these spikes. And so building in those troughs into the games that you're playing, the games that you're designing is also really important. So you can overdo it is an important thing. Your brain is really smart, so you can't just keep like stacking and stacking and stacking dopamine. So like in Magic games where you like get a rare drop, then you get another rare drop, then you get a mythical drop, then you get like all of these incredible drops. And at some point, your brain is kind of like, wait a minute, this is a little suspicious. This is not like, these aren't really rare. These aren't really special moments. Mobile games tend to do this a lot. If anyone is making mobile games, no shade on mobile games. I've made a lot of mobile games in my day. But it is kind of something where your brain will actually adjust, and your brain will say, wait a minute, I know what's going on. This is actually not exciting for me anymore. And so a key part of this is in games that are roguelikes that have these kind of rare drops, these special moments, you want to manage your dopamine levels through the highs and the lows. It improves motivation. It improves pleasure without actually leading to burnout, boredom, or depletion. And so it involves planning these troughs in a balanced way. So you want to kind of think more like the Eiffel Tower instead of that's in a backlit, calm Paris setting versus like Vegas, where it's just all on all the time. Your brain just kind of becomes tired of that. It all kind of starts to feel the same. And so some key things for making roguelikes around this are you want to keep rare moments actually rare. You want to allow time for building of anticipation. That's the fun part. And you want to allow for these lows and kind of relaxing moments. And if you don't, then it's going to get stale and you're going to get kind of bored. So let's talk about part 2. So system 1 and system 2. People may be familiar with these terms. What are they? So Daniel Kahneman was a foundational behavioral economist. He developed this theory about the 2 different types of thinking that our brain does. System 1 is fast, automatic, intuitive. Often it's subconscious. It kind of handles these like quick judgments and immediate reactions without deliberate analysis. And it happens without you really thinking about it. I'm going to do an example right now. So I'd like everyone to look at this person. I'm going to show you a picture and then tell me if you are able to look at this person without identifying who it is. Okay, are you able to look at this and not know that this is Keanu Reeves? If you've never seen him, maybe you can do it, but if you do see him, it's very hard. Here's another example. I'd like you to look at this and try to not identify what animal it is. It's kind of impossible. You can't really look at this and not know that this is a elephant. That's system 1 in place. In games, a lot of times this happens in more action-oriented games. You see something happening and you know it's immediately happening. You know that there's like a jump or a punch or a dash. Examples include like double jumping, instinctively blocking. A lot of action games, for example, rely a lot on training system 1 and kind of learning these things. But in roguelikes, system 1 also appears most obviously in action roguelikes. It's like dashing in Hades, moving to avoid danger, and Binding of Isaac. These are kind of these system 1 type reactions that are very pleasurable, and they're kind of a lot of fun, give a lot of really good game feel. But system 1 also appears in a lot of the moment-to-moment gameplay. So even in these like slower paced or turn-based roguelikes, this is where you get people talking about like Slay the Spire is kind of chill sometimes. This is when you're going through and you're just automatically selecting the block cards. It's kind of this like trough of relaxation. You understand exactly how to work through this part, and you're just kind of moving through and just clicking because you're so used to it. Maybe you're watching a YouTube video or something else while you're doing it. So this is a really enjoyable thing. So system 2 is different. System 2 is slow, it's deliberate, it's analytical, and it's also conscious. This is kind of what we think of when we think of like thinking really hard, concentrating. It's responsible for complex computations, logical reasoning, thoughtful decision making. And system 2 is good, but it takes a while. It can do a lot of different things, but it just kind of takes some time. And activities that use system 2 are things like solving a complex math problem, planning a trip, or evaluating a large investment. Like, is it worth it to spend $5,000 on a custom game table? Maybe you, like me, have considered this, trying to figure out if this is a good investment or not. That's using system 2 thinking. Yeah, I did not end up getting that. That would not be a wise choice for myself. So Anthony Giovannetti talks about system 2 in Slay the Spire. He says that card picking is what this game's all about. It's the choice that should be rich and interesting. And so for that game, and for a lot of deck builders, for example, and a lot of when you're choosing upgrades and things like that and other roguelikes and figuring out your build, then that is that like slow, deliberate choice that really balances out the system 1 of these types of this play and makes it so that these are just very enjoyable. In Spelunky, for example, making choices about which type of risks are worth taking based on the run that you've done so far, or in Binding of Isaac, what are the items and things that you want to be picking up? These all require like deep thinking and deliberation. In my game, World's Goodest Pup, then the breed that you select of your dog, if you're going with like a corgi versus a poodle, that affects the type of runs and the types of challenges that you want to go after and overcome. And so these are areas that show up in a lot of different roguelikes. And so for building really great and really satisfying experiences, then roguelike devs want to make sure that your game has a collection of both System 1 and System 2. And you can lean one way or the other. It kind of depends on the subgenre that you're going after, but they're both possible and they're both important. Okay, so let's talk about out-of-book play. This is one of my favorite concepts. When I came across this a couple years ago, I was like, this has changed my view of games forever. So what is out-of-book? So out-of-book is a concept in competitive chess. And as a side note, we can debate this in the chat. Chess is technically a roguelike, according to the Berlin interpretation of roguelikes. I just want to point this out. It has permadeath, it's turn-based, it's grid-based, random environment generation as you move the pieces. So we can debate that afterwards on if people agree with that, but that's just a side note. So out of book. So chess games are really well documented. Originally this was done in books. That's where the book and out of book comes from. And in chess, how it works is you have a chessboard, you start making moves, and the decision tree here starts branching exponentially. Someone moves a pawn, someone moves another pawn, someone moves a knight, someone might move another knight, someone moves a bishop. Then each of these is kind of like you're opening up into this possibility space of probabilities. For the first couple moves, the players are making what's called book moves. And this means that they're doing moves that have basically been done before, recorded in chess books in the historical chess competition record. And grandmasters in chess, they study these move sets. There's possible responses that are well known. There's a lot of study that has gone into these like opening moves. And a lot of training in chess initially is around the memorization of these opening in-book patterns. So like Ruy Lopez, the Italian game, Sicilian defense, you kind of know the answer, you know the sequence, because these are things that have been seen before, they've been studied, they're like a well-known part of the game. Someone makes that move and you know the best couple ways to respond. However, there's this special moment. It's usually around move 10 to move 15 in a chess game. Usually takes about 30 moves or so. But around move to 10, 15, it always happens, which is what makes it so incredible. It always happens where one of the players moves into a space where they make a move that has never been recorded. They do a move where there is no record of this exact sequence of moves ever happening before in any of the millions of chess games that have ever happened, because the possibility space is so large that you break into this every time. This is an amazing moment. And this is out of book. This is when you step out of the known world and you step into the infinite void. You're now in a place where no human has ever gone before. You're in this gameplay space that has never been encountered. And so the question is, how will you deal? What are you going to learn about yourself? When you remove memorization, when you remove scenarios that people are familiar with, that can be studied, all the advice that you've gotten, what's left? Like, how do you kind of deal with this? And luckily, your brain is ready for this. Your brain is a pattern matching machine. Human brains love applying what they have learned to novel situations, generalizing, extrapolating, thinking, feeling, kind of going on instinct. And the reason that I love roguelikes so much, and I think they are the ultimate genre, is because going out of book is the signature move of roguelike style games. There are so many other games where it's just one path, like everyone has kind of the same experience. Roguelikes are not like this. Every randomly generated map is a new novel experience. Each randomly generated cave and Noita is unique. Every situation or card draw in Balatro has a really low probability of occurring once you get to a certain point. And so every run is unique, it's memorable, it's personal. Every permadeath is very meaningful. And so this is your chance to know, after everything that you've been through, after all of your practice, after all of your understanding the game mechanics, what are kind of the choices that you're going to make? And as a game dev, this is really exciting, making sure that the games that we're making are allow these like out of book moments, that the design and the systems have enough combinatorial space to be able to expand, so that very frequently, similar to chess, then you open up into these spaces where no one's ever been before. You want to avoid strategies that are super dominating and can get 100% of the time, where you can just like kind of roll through, because that's the difference between games that last 50 hours and last 5,000 hours, is how much does it let you kind of break into this different space. And so I would like all of us roguelike game developers and players to remember, as you're making these games, as you're creating these incredible experiences, you're not just making and playing games, you are helping people to reach infinity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pandamander. That was amazing. I am looking to reaching deep space more often. And just to remind folks that we'll see Pandamander in the Goblin Singers room during the 30-minute social break coming up soon. But for now, we've got an hour more of talks. And next up, we have Lauren Schmidt talking about their inverse terrain solver. And I will admit, Lauren, that when you submitted this talk, I immediately Googled it and then shared it to all of my Game Jam friends because it was so valuable. So thank you for sharing with us, and take it away.
All right. So I'll be giving a talk about a technique for generating terrain. But before I start, I wanted to read a bit of this poem. This world is the city of truth. Its maze of paths enchants the heart. We can reach the goal without crossing the road, such as the sport unending. I will be primarily presenting here, but should you see either of these two characters in the background, here's a convenient identification guide. Octavia is currently hiding in a box behind me. So before I start, I wanted to say that I'm going to be talking about a fairly technical approach for generating terrain. If I am offering this in the hope that it will be useful to others. If anyone here is not from a technical background, please be aware that this talk was constructed with you in mind. This is intended for all audiences, regardless of whether you do procedural generation or not. Should this be useful to you technically, I'm glad. But if not, I hope that it will be interesting on a design level or as a window into someone else's process. So the first half of this talk will be about the design and aesthetics side of this, and I'll go through some of the motivations that brought me to developing this system. And then the second half will be about the algorithm itself. So broadly, I'm making a roguelike with a particular emphasis on the terrain scale of business. And I wanted a technique which would offer space for expressive range and fine-tuning of important details, particularly fine details, which can be challenging with certain techniques. I wanted to produce terrain which is more about design than geology, but which evokes and is inspired by geology. On a large scale, I want output to feel rich and organic. I'd like the terrain to be physically self-consistent in certain ways. And lastly, I'd like it to support inland bodies of water and waterways. A technical note, I'll be tabbing back and forth between a live demo of the software and slides, so pardon me if there's some minor hiccups here and there. So first I'll go into more detail about the fine-grained features of procedural generation and why I wanted to design for flexibility in this realm. I think a good place to begin is working out a particular definition of the term reading. The idea of reading comes from traditional board games. Any environmental state implies a set of possible futures, branching courses to run. This here is an example of a single sequence of play in the corner of an opening of a game of Go. If we look at the stones 1 through 6 in order, we see that a local structure has developed there. Now, reading also applies to softer situations where particulars are less known or more numerous. This is also one sequence of play in the opening of a game of Go. If you follow the numbers, you'll see that this starts very sparse, becoming more defined over time. The first 4 stones, in fact, are placed in completely different corners of the board. Reading also applies to this situation. This is an empty Go board. If you're familiar with this set of rules, even in situations where the environment contains no data at all, a known set of rules saturates the space with reading possibilities. If any of you have played any Go, you're probably already imagining where you're going to open and what you're going to do if your opponent plays in the opposite corner So it's, I guess what I'm trying to introduce here is the idea that there's a lot of mental process latent in perception, and that applies to grid-based games in a really interesting way. So grid-based games have a very particular cadence. On a character scale, an environment speaks with this via lines of sight, how we deal with diagonals, the frequency of bends in corridors, presence or absence of pillars. This is a screenshot from very early in the development of the game I'm doing right now. At this point in time, the player character could move, but there was no erasing yet. So what we're seeing is one single course of actions constrained by how the player character and the environment interact. When acclimatized to a game, on looking at a broader view of an environment, we sequentially or by gestalt read out these possible threads of future states. For instance, near the player character in this screenshot are several rooms with pillars. If anyone's familiar with Angband or related games, they may have immediately identified these as spaces something could be concealed, or places one could return to as a place of refuge. So one way we might choose to think about landscapes is in terms of reading. If we look at a terrain of a game, what interesting ambiguities does it present? What missing information is there? And how are we engaged in parsing or creatively interpreting it as a result? So this is a print by Goya that I'm really fond of. I was in agonies here because there actually was a much higher detailed version of this, but it didn't have the wonderful fatiguing this one does. So we're going with a really crummy version. So when we're looking at a specific representation of a landscape, what is it spurring us to wonder or imagine? So what we have here is there's some sort of habitation in the background. I would say that's what the drawing is of. But if you look at the midline, basically half of it is covered by a giant boulder. So really fully half of what we're seeing is in our imaginations. So what's behind this? I don't know, is there a bridge here that leads to the top of the waterfall? There might be an interesting causeway at the height of the water that leads in. Perhaps there's some sort of gate here. Maybe there are a set of agricultural fields or habitations outside of the wall, as is often the case with walled villages. Here's the really nice quality version one. Okay, so when one's looking at a depiction of a landscape, let's keep in mind a couple of things. So how is the presentation or form of it evoking interesting possible futures? What places are we imagining visiting? What types of experiences are we imagining? What choices does that presentation cause us to consider? As I'm looking around for concrete design examples that approach this type of thinking, one thing that comes to the forefront of my mind is not actually landscapes at all, but procedurally generated interior spaces. So within this context, the bandwidth we have for designing that type of deep reading is the flexibility of our techniques. Over time, we've collectively developed a set of largely piecewise approaches for generating interior spaces. This is an example of a creative realm where we've collectively achieved excellent fine-grained control. We can craft individual routines for types of hallways, changing such factors as the number of turns, how long they are, how often they lead to dead ends, how wide or narrow they are. There are any number of different algorithms we might choose for types of labyrinths or rooms, algorithms which apply postfixes, etc. We have a great deal of bandwidth for interacting directly with how we read environments. So this algorithm is intended to work in a variety of different games. It will work for things that aren't turn-based, things that aren't gridded. It's pretty flexible, but to inform some of the design thinking I'm doing here. And oh my God, this little 1x3 and this connector, this is gonna kill me. So I'll dip into the structural particulars of my game briefly to inform some of the design and aesthetic thinking. So the format here is that the player character is in a rectangular screen, and each individual screen has an immobile camera which frames it. And if we proceed to any of the sides, we enter into an adjacent screen. Each screen maps to a single pixel in the world map. And this is what's called flick screen, if you're a horrible nerd. So one might stay in a small portion of the world, but there's potential here for a lot of long distance travel in this game. This interacts with the particulars of navigating and reading the landscape. To further ground this, there's also a certain amount of per cell data, which isn't part of the algorithm we're discussing. Some of this structure is natural. There are forests and areas that have boulders or bedrock. Some of this structure is built. That might include things like cities and roads. There are also non-physical components to this. Immaterial routes that trade progresses along through bodies of water, migration routes, conflicting notions of place names or borders. Now, roads and open areas are guaranteed traversable. You have a reasonable expectation of being able to proceed in one side of any screen and into one of its neighbors. But the forest and stone areas that I mentioned before are not guaranteed traversable. So while you may be able to find paths through them, they may be somewhat more circuitous and they will most definitely take longer. Roads are quicker to travel along per cell and are often a functional way to go from town to town or to travel long distances. But depending on where you're going, what you're doing, or the experience you want to have, a road may not be the ideal route. When you're traveling around a screen at a time, reading particular courses one might take, the details of map shapes carry quite a bit of meaning. The shapes of coasts and terrain types, distance between clustering and distribution of islands are important. Inland, the shape of water features is important. When you're traveling along a waterway, the land is a barrier. If instead you're traveling by land, the water is the barrier. These shapes must work both in negative and in positive. As in so many areas of game design, there's no real separation here between function and aesthetics. Bodies of water and other elements, such as hills, mountains, and cliffs, provide structure, define the largest scale elements of our aesthetics, and provide interesting reading on a finer scale. So I'll proceed now to the second goal, which is self-consistency. As a design goal, physical self-consistency is simple enough. For my project, I wanted the world to feel magical, but also to make sense as a physical object one could hold in the mind. Some specific technical details shook out of this. These are not really important to consider at this point, but what is important is that there's an intimate relationship between how the algorithm functions and the constraints that we choose. Some constraints might vastly simplify the work we do later, and others might add constraints on it. So we'll talk about each individual part of this later. I knew I wanted to have well-shaped bays, fjords, inland bodies of water like alpine lakes and large seas. These sorts of structures can be somewhat tricky to generate procedurally, depending on the approach one takes. But in terms of considering options, generally speaking, I wanted to have a certain amount of agency over the shapes, rather than hoping the shapes I want will form happenstantially. So given these options, what approaches to terrain might work here? So I am at heart a simulationist. I really like simulationist approaches both to design and to generating specific artifacts. I think one thing to consider here, however, is that the locus of control when working with simulation techniques is very particular. We're editing such things as physical processes. We're tuning sets of parameters for materials and physical forces. And then all of the particular structures, which we do in fact have a really intimate aesthetic relationship with, shake out of that process. So should a simulationist approach produce, say, an island that's 3 pixels wide, and we want our islands to be 4 pixels wide and have gaps that are exactly 6 pixels between them, there's no real lever within that process that lets us directly affect the result that we want. Instead, we're left to do something like adjust the rate at which magma is extruded by volcanoes and play that against erosion and hope it will alias down to a grid correctly. Actually, as an aside, I once implemented a plate tectonics simulation in an earlier version of this project. I have very fond memories of it, but I will say that the next version of the project had no plate tectonics appended to the file name as a reminder. So another thing that I really love for generating terrain is noise-based approaches. This is video of a tribute to the old shareware game Noctis, which I'm hoping to release at some point in the near future. So noise-based approaches are quite flexible, and they're a wonderful natural partner for procedural generation in many ways. Among other challenges I anticipated, one problem with noise-based approaches is they're not terribly good at doing piecewise variation. It's hard to seamlessly transition from one type of terrain to another. I'm working against the grain here in this project, even getting like clustered craters and multiple types of terrain. It would be really hard to do something like naturally vary between several different types of geology with different sorts of local features. So where does that leave us? For this project, where I've landed is I want more freedom to shape things, especially details, in very particular ways. And intuitively, that feels more hands-on to me, possibly piecewise. It also feels like it might be best if the fine features lead. And I didn't know a way to generate terrain which worked that way. So that landed me at working backward. Pardon me, I'm having multiple device issues. So the simplest possible version of this is just walking uphill. We're going to switch into a live demo here. So here we have a square patch of terrain in the middle of an ocean. If we start with our shores, which are next to water, which is at sea level, and we just work inward and we walk uphill each time we take a step, we get this, which is a pyramid. And that's perfectly self-consistent with this map. Now, if we wanted an inland lake, we run into a question. How high is the lake? One way to do that is we can start by detecting the lake and hide it. So we're doing like a topological island tester here by labeling every pixel in the world and then flood filling those outward. So like if you got 37 in the corner of your island here, the whole island is going to end up being 37. And then you can go, okay, well, how big is number 37? Okay, it's like under this threshold, so that's not an ocean. So that's a really easy way you can detect all your inland lakes. What we can do now is we can solve the initial pass on the terrain, just like we did before. And now we have a height value for every pixel of our lake. And if we look at the edges of it, we can see how it fits the terrain. Now, if we select the lowest point on here, which in this example is the eastmost edge here, and we place the terrain at that height vertically, we know that it won't ever be proud. It won't ever be too high for the terrain at any given point. But we end up with cliffs along the uphill sides. So let's reconcile that. So what we're going to do here is run the process we did from the sea level and the lake at the same time. And what we end up with is these wave fronts that meet, and that creates interesting composite structures like creases and crests and peaks where the wave fronts collide. Now, if I were to slice this island in half, one issue with this technique is that all of the slopes currently look something like this in cross-section. Now, one simple way we could make this have a little more life is instead of stepping uniformly each time we walk inward into the terrain, we could use a random range in a random value in a range. So I'm going to run the same demo here with some noise applied. So here we're doing our first pass on the terrain. So this is a really simple addition, but we've done two really important things here. First of all, our peaks and our crests are no longer perfectly straight lines when viewed either from above or from the side. And second, this is not as apparent in this very rectilinear example, but we've made a lot of our geometry significantly less on grid. So I'm going to move on to a slightly more complex example here. Now this is exactly the same process. All of the code is exactly the same except for the initial setup. What we're going to do is start with some random blocks of noise, and then we're going to run cellular automata on them to give them a little bit of continuity. If you've ever done roguelike procedural generation, this is very similar to a classic approach for generating caverns. And really, that's all you need. I'm going to present something much more complex after this, but I wholly endorse simple interpretations of this. So now we're going to run our body of water finder. we're going to do our first pass from sea level upward. Pardon the glitch in the upper left-hand corner. It's some kind of weird testbed data hygiene issue. And now we're going to do a second pass from our bodies of water upward and composite that in. So now the core of our algorithm is actually completely functional. There are a lot of ways I could improve upon this, but this is basically the heart of things. So let's go back to our initial aspirations. And we'll take stock. So we have a technique that allows us as much leeway as we want to generate different types of shapes because we've completely decoupled our initial 1-bit map from the actual terrain generation part of it. Secondly, our terrain is guaranteed to be physically self-consistent. And we've added some interesting lateral space in which to inject different types of organic texture into it in the slope solver, which is currently just a noisy pyramid, but which we can socket other things into freely. And finally, the bodies of water are completely free in terms of the shapes they can have, and the terrain is guaranteed to be retrofit to that in a way that's physically coherent. So now we're at a good part. We have essentially done everything we set out to do, and we get to decide all the things that will give our individual implementation personality and character. So what initial shapes do we want to feed into the system? This can be literally anything. We have a lot of flexibility. And second, what do we want to do with our slope solver? So now we're going to dip into project-specific particulars. Everything after this point is implementation. So really the strength of the algorithm is here in the map generation. There's really no right way to do this, so please feel free to get really aggressively weird with this. I'm hoping it will open some doors for other people's projects. You could generate the initial map using a fairly conventional technique and then use an inverse solver to fill in particulars and add detail. You could make the whole map or patches of it by hand and then shake out details procedurally. That would be interesting because people could learn the large features and then be surprised by particulars each time they played. I think one really interesting application for this, which isn't necessarily a good fit with most traditional techniques, is you could start with basic shapes created using one technique and then mix in special algorithms or handmade patches of terrain for special features. For instance, you could find a nice little peninsula that has a particular shape and place a walled village on it. Or you could identify an interesting out-of-the-way island and place a shrine on it with nothing signposting the way to it. So to ground this a little more and show part of why this technique is so useful in my own project, I thought I'd go into one specific way to generate the initial map. And that's using cellular automata. So this was one of my favorite parts of the project. I have probably a 2.5-hour talk on the tip of my tongue about this, but you're going to get the 3 to 4 minute version, unfortunately. So specifically, the initial map is generated by using patches of different rules of cellular automata. The patches are formed by randomly placing points, which are then propagated out into space until they fill space. Once I have my patches, I apply a CA rule to each of them. These are all 8-neighbor totalistic, which, if you know Conway's Game of Life, is in the same category of rules. Curating and wrangling CA is a particular joy of mine, so I spent a really long time curating these. I ended up with, at last count, 201 different rules in just the set that's actually like in the main array. I have a bunch more in my notes. So to briefly outline some of the behavior we're seeing here, all of these are run in parallel, and the edges interact live as they're developing. So for instance, this interesting green rule over here, which you also see in this first screenshot, is a coastal water rule picked from a bucket assigned to that patch of the geology. And it sort of adds a set of crenellations to whatever it touches. This red rule is also a coastal water rule, and what it's doing is a little bit more like coarse-grained and has a very different aesthetic, but it's functionally doing the same thing. So I'm going to go into the sort of like large-scale processes going on here a little more, but the heart of it is we're applying different CA to different patches. Here's my horrible, really long array of curated rules. And here's one of the tools that I made for doing mutation-based curation work So to briefly summarize, I would say the pertinent qualities of this technique are that it offers a lot of flexibility. I'm using some piecewise approaches to govern regional variation, etc., which I'll talk about during the live demo. It is particularly well suited for governing local particulars, such as the clustering of islands, the gaps between certain formations, etc. It gives us pretty good expressive range. Any given cellular automata family will have certain types of shapes that it's adept at and certain types of situational awareness that it's good at. There are a lot of other families that could offer different aesthetics or technical particulars. In particular, I will call out that doing 3-state totalistic rules would be really lovely here. And another thing that could be really interesting to work with is multiple neighborhood rules. There is a family of CA I've experimented with that uses 2 neighborhoods to have an awareness of the difference between diagonal and orthogonal neighborhood relationships, which is really extremely good for context-specific shaping of formations. I will briefly go into some implementation-specific terrain solver ideas as well. So as you may recall, we left our map with basically just noisy slopes. This is a really simple version of this. Imagine what you could do if you built a more robust system here. So to briefly summarize one approach to this, and there are many such approaches, here's a region of the world where we're going to be running our terrain solver. So one way you might add more regional variation is we'll start with the second layer of patches. This is independent from the patches that we're using for the cellular automata because we want permutational complexity here. In our last live test, we had uniform noise applied across all of our slopes. So a simple way we might vary this is changing the amount of noise on a per patch basis. That would give us a little bit of regional variation. Now, to build on that basic idea, one other idea is we could look at the way the wave solver works and figure out different aspects of that, which could be parameterized. So I ended up going a lot of different directions and trying different things. I will pause during the live demo here and explain a couple of these. But before I do that, briefly, this is the same run as before. So this is the patches that generate this, and here is the output once the terrain solver's been run. So as you can see, there are a number of different curated parameter sets that are evoking different types of geology here. And now we're going to do a live demo. So we're going to exit our test bed here and look at an empty tab. No, we're actually going to look at the actual game. So here we're going to run a full initial startup sequence at 1/4 the world resolution that I'm currently using, because in our tests we found that the individual details are a little more discernible at this scale. Okay, so now we're running our cellular automata. I wanted to briefly shout out to the initial setup that's going on here. So to do our patches of terrain, actually I'll just start it over here. To do our patches of terrain, we are running a voting rule. We're seeding continents and oceans, and then we're using voting to create cohesive land masses. And then after that, we're going to procedurally place some features that wouldn't survive voting. Those include things like inland lakes or chains of islands in the oceans. We're detecting the types of terrain, edges of continents, coastal waters, island chains, lakes, as mentioned before, and continent interiors. And then we're pulling from curated sets of cellular automata rules to populate regions within each of those. That gives us a little bit more of a feeling of intentionality and local geology or flavor. So we're running our cellular automata here. So as you can see, there's some regions that have pretty distinct feelings. Like there's an interesting large island over here, pretty far off of this very spongy continent. All these little marks in here, these are all water, and they're going to end up having waterways connecting them later. Now we're going to do our initial terrain pass. Here comes the terrain solver I was talking about. All right, so I'm going to pause briefly here. So we've got an edge glitch actually on the right side. That's fun. So if we look at the wavefronts though, some of these wavefronts are relatively clean, and some of them are extremely noisy, such as in this rocky region over here and on the seafloor here. If you look at the types of shapes that are forming behind each wavefront, they're quite different. So a couple of the parameters I'm playing with for the terrain solver are the speed at which each type of terrain propagates and the noisiness of the wavefront. So this much more linear wavefront here is propagating information largely in parallel. So you get this interesting fluting. And I'm using that to create sort of the bones of hill systems and gullies and such at a very, so it's got some crisp little features, but it's very low slope compared to some of the other terrain types. And then I'm using a much noisier wavefront in some of these regions to create fine hills or small mountain ranges. Another thing I'm doing here, I think I've just broken it. I'm so sorry. That's going to mess up my time. Okay, we're restarting here. I'm going to point out the voting process here. So these little patches of color are individual cellular automata rules. Okay, so when we get back to our wave solver, we need to point out one other thing, which is that one of the two rules for generating mountains is deliberately overpiling the terrain a little bit, so it's actually above the stable angle of repose. And then we're running a simple process on top of that, which settles that out to match a given angle of repose specified by the terrain type. So this region here, for instance, is overpiled, and probably some of this mountain range down here. As soon as we finish the lake solver pass, you'll see that slope solver running, and you'll see what that does. So one of the motivating design principles here is frequency distribution. If you're looking at a large undifferentiated image where the frequency is the same everywhere, it's often a little bit jarring to look at. Your eye doesn't necessarily have places to catch or rest. So it's often, I find, quite useful to have a variety of either large gestural curves or like very finely detailed higher frequency curves. Similarly, to have like patches of hills that are really high frequency, such as in here, versus like low areas that are just kind of slow and undulating. And one of my reasons for overpiling the mountains, as I described, is this. So if you have regions that are shaped primarily by the slopes settling in this phase, you get large facets, you get huge well-formed cones, and those kind of catch the eye if you're just glancing at a map. Whereas some of these like finer features that aren't butting up against that limit are able to keep all their details.
Lauren, FYI, we're just getting a few minutes over on time.
Okay, well, I'm right at the end here, thank you. So here we are running waterways, and here's our finished output. So to briefly summarize, this is currently still in progress. I'm working on some particulars which I'll be posting about in the near future, like placing forests in an interesting organic way and generating cities. If you're interested in following my development on this project, feel free to follow me and interact on any of these following platforms run by horrible corporations or on Mastodon. And if you'd like to support my work on this project directly, please consider supporting me on Patreon. Thank you very much, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of your conference.
Lauren, thank you so much. That was very cool. And I love when, you know, a talk sort of dovetails into a previous talk, and I'm seeing sort of some synthesis with Max's talk earlier about clustering and art assets. So
yeah, there's definitely a lot of overlap there.
Yeah, so
a lot of these features apply at different scales. It's interesting.
Right, and when you've got rules to play with, you can make all sorts of fun generative patterns there too. So yeah, thanks so much, Lauren. You will be in the jousting arena during the social time for breakout rooms. And I would like to introduce our next speaker, Adrian, who I am so curious to see how this plays out and the details behind this, because Adrian is talking about the probably impossible, aka Crypt of the Necrodancer's network code, which initially started as a DLC, or initially started as a fan project, but was brought into the game as a DLC. So take it away, Adrian.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Adrian. Thank you for having me. I'm the lead developer behind Crypt of the Necrodancer's Synchrony DLC, and I'd like to give you a brief overview of what it took to bring online multiplayer functionality to this game. So if you haven't heard of Necrodancer before, it's best described as a rhythmic roguelike dungeon crawler hybrid. It's turn-based at its core, but it has a strict turn timer, which just so happens to align with the beat of the music. The controls are very simple. You use the arrow keys for movement, and you attack automatically if there's an enemy in the way. And a few years ago, I got very addicted to this game and stumbled upon a Steam forum thread where people were asking for online multiplayer. And the dev team responded that this is just impossible. It's not going to happen. How could you add online multiplayer to a game like this? And I saw these posts and they kind of looked like a challenge to me. So I gathered some friends from the community. We started tinkering with a prototype and built a multiplayer clone of the game. Over the course of, well, initially it was just a few weeks, which turned to months, and then years. We got carried away, and yeah, eventually the studio behind Necrodancer noticed, and today, what initially started as a little fan project is now known as the Synchrony DLC. But what did it take to get there? So let's just start from the beginning with some netcode basics. So fundamentally, multiplayer network code is about making sure that two copies of the game running on different machines are in sync with each other and reflect the same shared game state. The most common approach for netcode is state replication with an authoritative server. All clients are connected to the same server, which holds a single source of truth copy of the game's current state, the positions of all objects, tiles, variables, and so on. And whenever a client performs an action, they send a message to the server, which then runs some game logic and propagates the results to all clients in the form of object property updates. But these changes take a moment to travel across the network, from the client that's sent the key press to the server for processing and then back to all clients. This means that when you press a key, there's a noticeable delay before your character actually moves, which for a rhythm game is not really the best thing. So an alternative to this approach, which reduces the amount of data sent from the server to clients, is known as deterministic lockstep. Instead of sending state changes, the server actually just relays inputs between clients and lets them run the game logic simulation locally. If the simulation doesn't have any outside dependencies or randomness, then all clients should end up with the same game state after applying the same sequence of inputs. But this approach is also sometimes called delay netcode, especially in the fighting game community, and well, that's because key presses, again, need to take a full round trip over the network to the server and back before being applied to the client. So once again, there's input lag. The server has to enforce a consistent ordering between button presses across players, since the order can affect how the game plays out. And, well, once we apply a player input to the game, that's it. It's final. We can't just go back in time and unapply the action that someone else, might have performed something earlier, right? Oh, or can we? Turns out we can. That's what rollback is about. Rollback netcode takes the idea of deterministic lockstep, but it aims to additionally reduce the local delay by allowing your client to run the game simulation even if inputs from other players haven't arrived yet. We just skip processing the player's actions at first, assume that whatever they're doing doesn't affect our game state too much, and if they did press a button earlier than we did, we roll back time, retroactively apply their input, and then eventually all clients will end up on the same deterministic outcome. So a key press will directly correspond to visual and audio feedback on a local client, regardless of ping. Pretty simple, except for the time travel part. So rollback netcode can be thought of as an undo-redo system that affects the entire game. We need to take snapshots of the game, which are copies of the game state, every single time we run a game simulation tick. These snapshots need to encode absolutely everything the game needs to run. Global variables, random number seeds, tiles, object positions, health, timers, items, and everything else. Effectively, it is a save load system that needs to be extremely fast, since it's going to run many times per second during gameplay. Whenever the player is about to perform an action, we first take a snapshot of the current game state and store that in a list, alongside the input that's being performed. And then we repeat this for every step of the simulation, filling up the buffer with more and more snapshots and inputs. So at any point, we can return into the past by loading the snapshot corresponding to a past turn, making some retroactive adjustments to the inputs, and then fast forwarding the game with new inputs in place, so that we can resimulate with based on a different initial state. Now, Traditional rollback netcode is usually designed to suit the needs of fighting games, but Necrodancer is somewhat atypical and has a bunch of unique requirements that aren't usually found elsewhere. First of all, it's absolutely critical that there's no delay for actions performed by the local player. Most rollback implementations limit the number of rollback frames and tend to fall back to delay netcode on particularly high pings, which is done for performance reasons since it's going to be quite slow to simulate 8 times as much game logic per tick as usual. We cannot afford this delay in Necrodancer though. All actions that are performed locally must happen instantly, no matter the latency, just so that players can keep the beat more easily. And relatedly, if there's a momentary hiccup in a network, like a router dropping some packets or delaying messages, players shouldn't have to compensate for this. They should ideally not even be aware that this is necessarily happening. We don't want players to run into missed beats that can be blamed on lag, so the client should be the only one deciding whether a key press has been on beat or not. And finally, every player should feel like they're playing the game in single player locally. So all monsters and other interactions with the world immediately around the player should feel like they're taking place between just the player and the monster, and should be unaffected by what other players are doing far away. So even if there's someone else dancing at light speed on the other end of the map, a slower player character shouldn't notice that and should interact with the game using the same interactions that they're used to from single player. So in our initial attempt, we considered just following the fighting game system directly, where we subdivide the timeline into distinct frames and perform rollback every single tick. But as it turns out, in Necrodancer, most frames don't really affect game logic at all. When a player presses a key, monsters respond instantly. There's no delay. They just act in response to what the player does. And the duration of a key press has no effect either. We only care about key presses and not the duration or the release time of a key. And animations are purely cosmetic. They don't have any gameplay effects. They do occur between turns, but they cannot affect game state at all. So for a sequence of key presses that looks like this, what we'd actually store in the action buffer under our initial attempt was more like that. Lots of blank space, separating very little actually useful data. So the next iteration, we thought of ways that we could compress this action buffer into just those useful input frames. And the obvious approach here seemed to be, well, we just skip all of these idle frames here and use beats as the index for the action buffer instead. So that gives us an action buffer that's completely and tightly packed with input data. And since beat maps and music playback are synced across all players, everyone should write to the action buffer at the same time to the same indices. And yeah, this worked great when we first implemented that system. But then this guy showed up. Yeah, Bard. An alternate playable character who does not follow the rules. He does not follow the beat specifically, and he disables the game's entire gimmick and just turns it into a regular turn-based roguelike. He's intended as kind of an easy mode for newcomers to the game by letting them think about their moves before they have to, they don't have to follow the beat. But his existence actually just makes things a lot more complicated in multiplayer. Since he can move at any time, his actions are just going to be completely misaligned from the beat map and cannot be reasonably mixed with inputs from rhythm-based players. If he moves quickly, like here, he's going to build up a lead in front of rhythm players. And if a rhythm player then tries to perform another move, their input is going to be sorted into an action slot that's way before all of these built-up Bard actions, and that causes an enormous amount of rollback, invalidating all of these snapshots here. And that's going to lead to significant performance issues because we have to resimulate all of this in one frame, and also causes all sorts of artifacts, teleportation of objects, because we're essentially editing Bard's past and then just stacking the same actions and inputs on top of that. So beat numbers are just not flexible enough to support having variance in rhythm modes between different players. So the solution we actually ended up settling on for the game was to take a step back and revisit the frame-based approach at first, but put a slight twist on it. We again subdivide the timeline into frames, which we just call turn IDs instead. But the big change here is that the action buffer is no longer a dense list of frames, but a sparse map that associates these turn IDs with player inputs. And they are created on demand whenever a player first performs an action for a specific turn ID. So rhythm-bound players will use the beat map to assign a turn ID to each beat by snapping the beat's ideal timing to the center, even if they're a bit early or late on a beat. The turn ID is always going to be the same for every single beat in the song. And this way, we ensure that if multiple players perform actions for the same beat, they end up sharing the same turn ID as well, even if one is a little bit later or earlier on the beat. Now, if we put Bard on here again, if the Bard player performs an input, the turn ID will be computed directly from the current timestamp and bypasses the beat map altogether. So these actions usually take place in between the inputs of rhythm characters. So you will, on most turns, you'll either have actions from rhythm-based characters or from a Bard player, but rarely from both. If a character doesn't act on a given turn, which is indicated by these little ZZZ icons here on the action buffer, that means that time doesn't actually pass for them at all. Nearby monsters don't move, countdowns and status effects do not tick down, and so on. So basically, time is completely still, and the player ideally won't even notice that there is a turn being inserted on behalf of another player. Depending on the latency, there will be moments where actions arrive out of order. For example, Cadence pressing on turn 50 here, but then Bard, because of network delay, just squeezed in a turn 49, which arrives by the time Cadence already processed this turn 50. And when this happens, we just shift all the subsequent actions to the right, insert a new slot in the buffer, and then perform some rollback to weave the action into Cadence's timeline and make things consistent again while preserving the ascending turn ID order for the whole buffer. The system also supports mixing rhythm-based characters with different tempo. For example, Bolt is a character that plays the game at twice the speed of regular characters, and that makes the game a lot more challenging. For every regular beat, Bolt gets an in-between beat on which they have to act. And this subdivided beat map essentially generates twice as many turn IDs for Bolt players compared to Cadence. On even beats, both players share the same turn IDs and get to act simultaneously. Whereas on odd beats, only double tempo characters get to act. And again, for single tempo characters, time doesn't pass during these off beats. So monsters don't move, countdowns don't tick down, and a Cadence that's not near a Bolt ideally shouldn't notice that there is a Bolt player in the game at all. So now that we've covered how inputs are processed, how does the game's rhythm mechanic tie into this? The core principle is that the client should have full authority over the beat map, and all these relevant checks should occur locally. So this makes sure that the player never has to take network issues into account while playing and can just tap to the rhythm, knowing that their actions will go through. Every beat has a window of acceptable input timing surrounding it, and as long as the player presses a movement key within that window, the action will go through, and the game advances the index of the next expected beat by 1. So here, for example, we're expected to hit beat 48. If we hit it on time, the game will accept our input, perform an action, and advance to the next beat. If we miss the window, then the game will automatically insert an idle turn, giving the enemies free move instead. And if we double tap, hitting too early, the game inserts a special sub-beat action that indicates, whoop, you dropped your multiplier, but does not move the next beat ahead by 1 index. It's important to note that this beat map state is not part of snapshots or rollback. So rollback is never going to affect the beat map. Everything is completely local, and that's how we make sure that networking issues can never cause a player to drop a beat, or at least should do so only in the rarest of cases. So with input action processing now in place, let's look at how animations work that play between turns. I mean, right now, the game would just look something like this. If we want the player to be a static sprite that teleports between grid tiles, great, that's all we need. But because we do want animations, and because no game logic can take place outside of action turns, we have to apply animations to the visual representations of players and monsters directly, without touching the underlying game state. Most entities have an idle animation loop, which is synced with the music, and we achieve this by just subdividing the intervals between adjacent beats into fractions. And each of these fractions represents a frame within the player's animation cycle sprite sheet. This is completely local and stateless. We can just update the sprite every render tick based on the player's current music playback time, which is entirely local and, again, independent of snapshots. Things get a lot trickier when it comes to movement, though. When players move around, game logic can undo and redo these moves repeatedly for the same turn during rollback. We have to find ways that to identify whether a specific move animation has already started and is currently playing, and preserve its playback state. There's a global animation timer that counts up locally for each client, and when an animation takes place for a specific object in a certain turn, like Cadence's pending move to the right here, the global animation timer is read and copied into the animation buffer for that turn and that object. During rendering, we then take the difference between the global timer and the stored animation time and use it as an interpolation factor for moving the object from one grid tile to the other with a nice in-between interpolation function. This essentially creates the illusion of movement, even though the player is actually just teleporting and storing the previous position for these animation purposes. If there's another player that inserts an action at an earlier turn ID, like Aria on the right here, this actually would roll back the move we just performed with Cadence, and then cause it to be resimulated. While Aria's move here produces a new animation and thus gets a new timer value, Cadence's move, while it's being resimulated, it's already being animated, so we don't want to override the existing animation time with a new value, but we instead want to preserve it. In this case, because a lot of time has already passed, it just looks like Cadence is teleported to the new tile again. But if this happens during gameplay with very short times between players acting and performing rollback, this should ideally result in the animation continuing to play seamlessly, even though technically it's being reverted and reapplied many times per second. So in order for this system to work, we have to assign unique identities to each animation event, which typically consists of the entity being moved and the turn ID at which the move took place, plus some animation name so that we can distinguish different types of movement animations that might apply to the same entity. It's important to preserve this identity and make sure it's stable, because if this identity changes for some reason, then the animation would restart. So we can't just put something like the index of the move happening if there's like a global counter that starts at 1 and every time an object moves, we increment that counter. If rollback causes that counter to be shifted around, then all animations would get scrambled and things wouldn't look quite as smooth. So stability for these animation IDs is important here. And this kind of relates to sound effects, which are internally treated very similarly to these move animations. We store some information outside of snapshot state to make sure that we can track whether a sound effect is being replayed within a resimulation of the same turn. In this example here, Cadence on the left hits this skeleton to the right, knocking it into Aria and dealing damage to her. How rude. This causes 3 sound effects to be played: Cadence's attack noise, the skeleton's hurt sound, and Aria's hurt sound. Each of these sounds is played using the game's audio system and stored in the sound list for the current turn, because this is the first time these sound effects are playing in this turn. But in the same beat, we actually receive a packet from Aria that she's also making a move in the same turn. And in this case, she's attacking to the left. To apply it, we first roll back the game state to just before Cadence performed her action. And in doing so, we actually set a flag on each of these sound effects as marked for stop or awaiting recurrence during rollback. Aria's move attacks the same skeleton, and because players always out-prioritize monsters, she goes first and didn't actually end up taking damage from the skeleton at all because of that new action. So Cadence's attack and the skeleton's hit still have their previous sounds because these events still took place and they are allowed to continue playing. But because they are already in the turn sound lists, they won't be played on the native audio system a second time, which would just duplicate the sounds. There's still probably audio coming through the speakers from that initial playback event. So we just mark them as recurred. And there's some new sounds, Aria's attack and the skeleton's death sound. So they are added to the buffer, and because they're new, they will be played to the native audio system as well. But notice how Aria didn't actually end up getting hurt. The skeleton didn't hit her. So the hurt sound shouldn't actually be playing at all. At the end of the turn, any remaining marked for stop sounds that didn't recur during rollback will be cut short, and that's especially important for long, drawn-out sounds like player deaths or boss phase transitions. We don't want players to have any misleading audio feedback if rollback changed the outcome of a significant event like this. Now, with most of these technical aspects in place, there are still a few factors that can influence how a game with rollback feels in practice. Generally, it's important to minimize the impact of mispredictions and direct interactions between players in the same turn. And a pretty good example of this that we ran into very early on during development and playtesting are player collisions. Necrodancer's original local co-op mode had player collisions. You weren't allowed to occupy the same space as another player. So we just carried this over because, well, we wanted to retain gameplay accuracy. But there's always going to be some order in which player actions are evaluated with respect to each other. And we chose to prioritize players who hit early on the beat before those who hit late. And in our example here, Cadence on the left presses her movement key a bit early in the beat and Aria is a bit late. But because their actions don't conflict, rollback doesn't actually change how the actions play out when the remote inputs arrive from the other player. Now, if both players want to step on the same center tile, though, it's a different story. Only one of them will be able to occupy this tile in the end, and the other player will just collide with the one who stepped on it first. In this case, Aria was first to press the movement key, and she immediately sees herself stepping on that center tile. But before the input can make it over the network, Cadence also presses a key and sees her own movement succeed. Now, because Aria's input timestamp is lower, she gets priority here, and the result is that Cadence's input actually just gets rolled back without being reapplied, because Aria's input actually got processed first. On Cadence's screen, it looks like she just got shoved off the tile by Aria after a short delay, and that's quite disorienting, because your player already moved, and then your move is kind of changed into something else. On Aria's screen, it's not quite that bad. Cadence just harmlessly bumps into Aria after the move, so that's not really a problem. But definitely we wanted to solve this, because it kept occurring far too often in our playtests. So we tried a few approaches, but we just stuck with the simplest one. Players don't collide with each other. We just disabled this mechanic altogether. The narrow corridors of Crypt's procedural dungeons make it really difficult to get out of each other's way anyway, so we also saw this as like a quality of life change. And yeah, after doing this, players no longer interrupt each other with rollback, and this just makes everything a lot smoother when moving around, even when there's a high latency towards other players. Now, there's another edge case though, even with this tweak, which can arise if two players try to attack the same enemy. In this case, these green slimes here have a single hit point, and one attack will take them out right away. Now, both Cadence and Aria press a movement key towards the slime, performing an attack, and again, Aria is a bit faster this time, and hits the slime first, followed by Cadence a bit later. And both players see the attack go through on their screen, while waiting for the other player's action for that beat to arrive. Now, once Cadence is notified of Aria's attack, the slime is resurrected via rollback, and then actually retroactively killed by Aria instead. And because Cadence's action was a tiny bit later, the right arrow key that initially was an attack now suddenly counts as a move. And from her perspective, it just looks like she got teleported onto the tile the slime was standing on a short time after attacking it. And that's not great. On Aria's screen, it doesn't look quite as bad. Cadence just kind of moves onto the tile that the slime was previously occupying and picks up the dropped gold. To eliminate this ordering dependency here, we actually introduced a special invisible object that is dropped by any slain monsters, and we call this a tombstone. It's invisible normally, but we've made it visible here for the demo. So as soon as Cadence hits the slime, the tile isn't freed up right away, but it's blocked by this tombstone. And same happens for Aria, because Aria again attacks before Cadence's input arrives. The down input is also interpreted as an attack at first. Now, both players are trying to push towards the same tile again, but this time, the slower character actually just ends up attacking the tombstone instead. So Aria is prevented from moving down, even though Cadence's attack has already killed the slime. For both players, it just actually looks like the other player is attacking thin air on the empty tile that the slime was previously occupying, which is a lot better than having their position suddenly changed and moving to an unexpected position. At the end of the turn, the tombstone is despawned, and then both players can move onto the tile on the next beat. So, after addressing all of these technical and design challenges we've encountered throughout the project's development, how does this all look in practice? Well, looking at this short clip from Synchrony's launch stream, it looks like everyone's enjoying themselves in the absolute chaos of a 16-player lobby. The rollback system was initially designed and tested for up to 8 players, but people were very quick to find out how to bypass the player limit. And yeah, larger lobbies like this were a very, very common sight. So ultimately, I think we achieved our goal of bringing online multiplayer to a game that was never meant to have such a feature. And while it took many years to get to this point, the journey was well worth it. So with that, thank you so much for your attention. Huge thanks to Grimi, Private, Snowball, and the entire Synchrony team for all their amazing work. To Brace Yourself Games for the openness towards accepting such a fan-made passion project like this and inviting us to collaborate. And thanks so much to everyone who's organizing Roguelike Celebration, hosting this conference, and giving me a chance to talk about the inner workings of something I'm so passionate about. There's a lot I'd love to go into more detail about, but then that would probably stretch this talk to a few hours. So how about some questions instead?
Oh, yeah. Adrian, what an incredible talk. That was so cool, and great job on solving problems and also just limiting scope when needed to. Like just maybe they don't need to collide. That was wonderful. And also your slides, everyone cannot get enough. I think it would have been hard to parse your talk without the incredible slides. So thank you so much for bringing that along as well, specifically for talking about time travel. It was very helpful. But we are getting up on, I don't see any posted questions, but I'm sure we had a lot of discussion during the talk. So I'm sure people will be grilling you in the Whip Show breakout room. So we'll see you in there to talk about that. And we've got a 30-minute break coming up here, followed by another hour of talks, another 30-minute break, and then 45 minutes of talks. So going until 5:30 Pacific today, but we're going to give all of y'all a little break, and feel free to explore the space, join us in the breakout rooms, or get a snack or what have you, hydrate perhaps. Regardless, I will see you all very soon, and thank you so much to our speakers.
Hello, it's me. I'm back here to handle the last few talks of our Saturday Roguelike Celebration. I hope everyone's been having a good time. I've been having a great time. And yeah, it's wonderful to see everyone here. I just wanted to jump in a few minutes before our next set of great talks for some reminders of various things in case you weren't here at the very start. Like, for one thing, I've seen a few people ask what's up with the music in the breaks. We have a physical Game Boy that Amelia, one of our organizers, is running on her table and pointing a camera at, and it is playing music created by a talented artist called Tambalaya. I think we've put a link to Tambalaya in the obelisk, so you can check that out, and if we haven't, then we can make sure that we do that. But super great, made for us last year, let us use it again this year, super fun. Obelisk, if you haven't noticed it, you can access it in the sidebar, you can physically visit it, in the space, physically visit it. And it's a place to share links to cool things that you were reminded of from the various talks or just conversations that you've had. It's something cool that just lets us share with each other, and we'll be scraping all of the notes from that and sharing them over our newsletter probably, or something like that, or on the website at the end of the weekend. For us, it's a year-long process. So check that out. Also make sure to check out, we have in the sidebar links to the merch store, which would be fantastic to take a look at. There's a lot of really great stuff. I'm happy every time someone buys an Elbarath bath mat, but we have amazing shirts that are using the art that you'll see in our overlays and on the Steam sale, which the Steam sale is also a great place to check out games from this year's speakers, from past year speakers, and just from roguelike people around the community whose games we've been able to feature in the event. So give them some love. And yeah, if you're watching this not on the social space, you can still get a ticket. And if you got a ticket, they're pay what you want, which is nice because that money helps us keep the conference running. So if you're able to pay a little more than $30, great. That'll help us keep the lights on. And if you need to pay $0, then go for it. You can still get into the social space. And yes, the @ are from my wedding, because I'm that kind of nerd. But anyway, enough about me. I would love to introduce our next speaker, who is John Harris, who has been bumping around the internet since 1993, the year I was born. So a notable expert in the roguelite space who wrote the column At Play for the Gameset Watch site from 2007 to 2011. Also has a book out that's on my shelves back there called Exploring Roguelike Games, and has other ebooks for sale. They currently are running a blog called Set Side B about the flip side of gaming at setsideb.com. You can find them on the internet in a few different places, and they're here to talk about Mystery Dungeons, which is a subset of roguelikes that we have not seen covered for a little bit. I'm going to keep vamping because they had a connection issue, and will hopefully be back soon. But yeah, I'm going to be going through Mystery Dungeons, which were new to me in terms of their roguelikiness, but I've been sufficiently convinced are roguelikes. So we'll just wait for John to solve technical problems. And yeah, I hope people have been enjoying the breakout rooms. I'll also mention at the end of the schedule, you'll see at the very end of the day, we have a thing called unconferencing. What that is that we have a bunch of Zoom meeting rooms for if you want to do some face-to-face conversing with your fellow attendees. And we also have a way we'll explain to suggest particular topics for those different rooms. So it lets you kind of organize if you want to talk about tarot, if you want to talk about Procter narrative, if you want to talk about elephants and what you think they are. You can do that at the end of the day. It looks like we got John back. So without further ado, I think that we will hand over to John, who's just setting up their slides. But
here we are.
There we go.
Hello.
Excellent.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're a bit quiet, but I think we can do that, fix that on our end. So.
Oh, that's good. Okay. Shall I just go ahead and get started?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, there's been some excellent slides so far this convention, this conference. I think conference is that's word. And my slides are mostly just to keep me on track and make the things that I'm talking about seem a little more real. I have lots of screenshots. My purpose here is to give you an overview of the Mystery Dungeon series of roguelikes from Chunsoft in Japan. There are many more of these than you might think there are. My count goes 31, maybe plus or minus one or two. There's just so many of them, and my book, A Wee Heart Mystery Dungeon on itch.io, hopefully a version from Limited Run Games before long. I go into excruciating detail about all of them that I could. But let's go ahead and get started because I have a lot to cover and only half an hour. Yes. All right. Now, the Mystery Dungeon games are a long-lived series of roguelike games made by Chunsoft. They are heavily inspired by Rogue and Hack. And throughout the years, they have kept that inspiration. So that now there's some of the most classical roguelike games you can find that are still being developed and made, besides things that, individuals make on their own. It's a classic style roguelike. It's a turn-based, procedurally generated dungeon exploration game with lots of tricky monsters, lots of weird items to find, item identification in many of them, challenging gameplay, and of course permadeath, which means something different in Mystery Dungeon than it does in, say, Rogue or NetHack. Anyway, my worries here. I am hopelessly obsessed with Mystery Dungeon. I have played most of these myself. Let's see. And those that I couldn't play, mostly it's because they're lost. There are 2 or 3 Mystery Dungeon games, a few of them that apparently there's no surviving copies of, that, or at least you can't find them online anywhere. I've tried to translate my obsession in such a way that you might find them interesting as well, but I had to leave out a lot. This is only a surface exploration. Okay, so Chunsoft. They're the developers of the original Dragon Quest 1 through 5 on the NES and it's Famicom really, and Super Famicom. They merged with Spike in 2012 and became Spike Chunsoft. Chunsoft also makes, I believe, the Danganronpa games. They make a lot of visual novels and a few other little projects. They still sort of kept the soul of the company alive throughout all this time, which is great considering how Square just seems like completely different people now. Early games were directed by Tadashi Fukazawa, and they're produced by company founder Koichi Nakamura. I think they're both still involved with them today, but I'm not sure. So the origins, it was 1993 with Torneko no Daiboken Fushigi no Dungeon for Super Famicom. By the way, the images here are from a fan translation, a hack. And I've tried to use fan translation images when available in my screenshots, just so that they are comprehensible to an English-speaking audience. Yeah. So there have been more than 30 Mystery Dungeon games, which I'll just give them a quick my listing of them is Torneko no Daiboken 1 through 3, which has different names, Shiren 1 through 6 and their remakes, Shiren for Satellaview, which is very obscure now, Shiren Game Boy and Game Boy 2, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon 1 through 6, we'll get to that in a bit, and their alternate versions, Chocobo Mystery Dungeon 1 to 3 and its remake for the Switch, Edge Mystery Dungeon 1 and 2 never made it to the United States. Rainbow Labyrinth was a mobile version that never left beta and only lasted a few months. They tried a free-to-play experiment with it. Asuka Kinsen is for the Dreamcast. Twinbee Dungeon and Kido Senshi Gundam, I think, were both mobile games, and apparently those are lost. Nightmare Dragon for PS2, Young Yangus for PS2, Mystery Chronicle One-Way Heroics on Steam, and Sekimatsu Days Our Era's End, which I know little about. So, crossovers. You may have noticed that it's very promiscuous, you might say, in crossing it with other properties. There have been Mystery Dungeon games in Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy, Etrian Odyssey, Twinbee, Gundam, Tower Dragon, and especially Pokemon franchises. Where's my... There it is. So, the Mystery Dungeon games, especially the Shiren games, they give you lots of items. They're basically about resource management and positioning. It's up to you to figure out how to use both of these resources to survive. Like, for items, a knockback staff, if you find one, you can wave it at a monster and knock it backwards some distance to give you a little bit of escape room or to get time to use other items. An herb, if you eat one to heal you, but if you're at full health, you can eat it to gain maximum hit points. There's a lot of trade-off like that. Use it now or, for an immediate advantage against the monsters, or use it later for a more long-term advantage. So, School of Confusion can temporarily incapacitate a whole room of monsters. The game is basically about using these items. I sometimes refer it as being about the creative application of bullshit. It's all the tricks that you can, that you have up your sleeve, that you can find to field them against the monsters, because you'll need them. But escaping by the skin of your teeth, that's the essence of these games. And once you're into it, they can be lots of fun. So, here are some example monsters from the Sheeran games. The boy over there, that's a missile user. It just shoots arrows at you from a distance. The ghost radish throws poison grass at you that slows you down. Kakarotts, they're fast and they set traps to cause problems for you. The rice changer over here, this handsome red fellow, can turn your items into rice balls, whether you want them to or not. Sometimes you do, often you don't. And the thief walrus over here steals items both from your inventory and right off the ground. They're a bit troublesome that way. So here we're talking about promotion. This is the thing to watch out for in the games. If a monster, through some process, accidentally manages to defeat another monster, which is not usually their aim, but sometimes it happens accidentally. A monster shoot at you from a distance.
Hey, just coming on to say it's not just you. Seems like Jean lost connection. Hopefully you'll be able to come back. I think is in region impacted by hurricanes recently, and so we've been glad that Jean's been able to take part at all, but I think that there's been some connectivity and infrastructural issues post multiple large hurricanes, and so hopefully we'll be back. If not, I don't know if we have a pre-recording that we could cut to the right time in. I can't wait to find out more about Thief Walrus personally, so I'd be gutted if we can't get this talk going. I need to know more about Mystery Dungeon. So we are currently digging up the pre-recording so that we can try and play that if John isn't able to make it back. So appreciate everyone's support. I know, at least for me, that when I found out there were like 30 plus Mystery Dungeon games and how much they were like roguelikes, I was very excited to learn more about them, since it feels like a huge whole area that we have, to my knowledge, not had directly represented at Roguelike Celebration before. I think that I know some fans speak to it. Oh, we've maybe got John back.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, sorry about that. The internet is a little flaky today, apparently.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, so I'm going to really try to hurry to get through everything. But I'm having a pretty good time, I think. So there's some weird games. There's a lot of weird games in Mystery Dungeon series, befitting its longevity and all the things it's crossed over with. Etched Mystery Dungeon has this interesting mechanic where there's a side view of the dungeon you're in, and periodically tough monsters called does, which doesn't sound like it would be a dangerous monster, but they are in this game. And they have a position in the dungeon, and they're climbing up the dungeon as you're descending down through it. And they're trying to attack a town if they manage to get to the top, and you have to find various ways to turn them back, which adds a nice nice danger management aspect to the game, and you can build fortresses in the dungeons to defend against them. It's an interesting idea. Mystery Chronicle One Way Heroics is, I think, only on Steam. It's a remake of another game, I think, called One Way Hero. It plays almost exactly the same as that game, but it's got the Mystery Dungeon control scheme, which is a lot easier to learn. In that game, you're running to the right on a single huge level throughout a landscape from a wall of doom approaching from the left. And let's see, there are 3 Chocobo games for the PS1 and later for Wii and Switch. And they all have unique aspects to them. Like the first one tries to adapt Final Fantasy's active time battle system to the game. And I don't think it's really a successful experiment, but it's interesting. Mystery Dungeon games are always trying to do weird things. And it's part of what makes them so fascinating to me. There's just so many interesting ideas there. Some more games. Nightmare of Duaga is very different in style. I think it uses a completely different engine. Most of the Mystery Dungeon games control very similarly, but not that one. And it's got a weird system of secrets where every level has a secret item on it if you do some mysterious thing. And I'm going by memory for a lot of these because there's so much to remember. And then, of course, there's the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games, which are unquestionably the best known. The Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games, they've outsold the entire rest of the series combined. It's difficult to overstate how much money this has made Nintendo and Chunsoft. No Pokemon Mystery Dungeon has sold less than 1 million units. The Explorer series has Explorers of Time, Explorers of Sky. They've sold 6 million. That's a huge hit by any standards. There's many people have never heard of roguelikes have enjoyed Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. It's just the sheer power of the brand of Pikachu, the house the rat built. The Dragon Con one year, and there was someone who was asking a huge game dealer about trying to identify this game they'd heard of, about you have a character in a dungeon that's randomly generated and having to fight back monsters. I overheard, and I said, that's obviously Mystery Dungeon. And he said, no, it doesn't do with Pokemon. I had to roll my eyes at that a bit. We're mostly going to the rest of the talk to is Shiren the Wanderer, which is sort of the home series of Mystery Dungeon. The first game was a Dragon Quest crossover, but the roguelike ideals, the game concepts, get their clearest expression in the Shiren the Wanderer games, which takes place in a fantasy version of feudal Japan. It stars Shiren, the handsome guy in the rain hat there, and his talking weasel companion Kappa, who is in his first appearance on the right. Kappa is a lot more cute in more recent games, but he's adorable regardless of what he's in. So, classic roguelikes present each game session as a self-contained unit. When a character dies, the next game starts, for the most part, from scratch. You re-invoke the game program, and then you create a new character, and then you make another attempt, and that character dies or wins. The game exits. With Mystery Dungeon, though, poses each adventure as one of the series. If your character doesn't die on failure, but collapses and is kicked out of the dungeon without their stuff. And usually you always start at level 1 regardless. If you manage to complete the dungeon without collapsing, you get to keep your stuff, which usually makes later runs a lot easier. Mystery Dungeon games have plot lines that can carry over from session to session. Like in the first game, there's one town that has a struggling restaurant in it, and Shiren can contribute money to get it on its feet. And if you keep supporting this restaurant every time you traipse through town, it eventually becomes a resource that you can rely on when you pass through on later runs. And eventually it unlocks a food-based bonus dungeon, like its own little special mini-game to explore. And the Mystery Dungeon games are full of things, but the Shiren games are especially. Those are the games where you find this type of thing most often. So there are 6 of these, and I see we have about 13 minutes left, which is good time. The first one, Furai no Shiren, was for the Super Famicom, 1993. It got a somewhat different, expanded Nintendo DS remake. It got an English release, and it was actually released in the United States, and it was published by Sega. You can see the box art in the lower right corner, and it is pretty ugly. Yeah, I don't know what it is about Japanese games released in the United States that they always give them ugly box art. Well, not always, but it's like a worse version of the American Kirby phenomenon. It's got very chaotic and challenging gameplay, and it's a legendary fan translation that you can play by Eon Genesis. I've got the URL for that at the end of the talk. It's got tough monsters. The game is balanced very hard. You will struggle with this one until you get good at it. But you can complete it on your first try, and I've done that a couple of times on a new save file. It's great to try it. A lot of Mystery Dungeon games try to weight the item generation. The more powerful, more interesting items don't appear until later on. But the first Shiren game, you can find great items early, and it can just completely change the nature of your entire run. It's like a bit like NetHack in that regard, and I think it's one of the best reasons to play the first game. There is a special tutorial in it called Phase Problems that you can. They're non-random situations that are like little puzzle games, and those are fun to play just on their own. And every time you begin a new run, you get to try one of Phase Problems, and if you succeed at it, you get a random item to help you on that particular journey. It doesn't have any bonus dungeons, but it's still a favorite in the series, and it's still one of the more popular renditions. Okay. So there was a Game Boy version of Shiren. Now, Mystery Dungeon has a set control scheme that really takes advantage of more modern controllers that have shoulder buttons and 4 buttons under the 4 face buttons and start selecting other buttons. They take advantage of all of them. Imagine trying to condense that down to a Game Boy control scheme with its 4 buttons, period. But they made a good stab at it. There's no fan translation of this one. You'd have to really learn Japanese or use an item cheat sheet. I provide one in my book, actually. But on this one, all the text is hiragana or katakana. There's no kanji. So it's relatively easy to read. The same I can't say for the Shiren for Game Boy Color, which does use kanji in its item names, and which makes it a bit more difficult. Not as much kanji as the games usually use. This one also does not have a fan translation. One interesting thing that you can vaguely see in the bottom right corner is when there are menus open, the game tries to fake transparency. You can see like a transparent version of Shiren there in the middle of the screen. It's just one of the many little touches that the Mystery Dungeon games get put into them. There's no reason for them to do it, really. It's just nice. Shiren 2 was released in Japan only for the Nintendo 64. They focused on a child version of Shiren. This one is specifically made to be played many times. Instead of playing and dying and playing and dying and then eventually succeeding and then you win, you're meant to play its main dungeon many times. And you're doing this to pick up materials that appear in the dungeon and use those to construct parts of a castle to defend a town from invading Oni. And the castle gets broken down as they attack, but eventually you complete the castle, and once you do that, you can take the fight to the Oni in an in-game dungeon. Okay. There's a message there. Sorry. Anyway, it introduces mixers, which are an interesting kind of monster that's almost more of a resource than a photo fight. If you throw 2 swords at a mixer monster, inside the mixer will eat them, and their attributes will be combined together. And if you kill the monster, then the combined sword will be left on the ground for you to pick up, and you can make super items this way. You can use swords or shields or wands, and it's an important aspect of the game to increase the number of abilities that you can field in battle at once. The problem with mixers, though, is every item they eat makes them stronger. So you have to be sure that you can defeat the monster before you embark on such a foolhardy plan. Una Kenshi Azuka Kenzan for the Dreamcast is one of the few role-playing games released in the Dreamcast before it shut down. And annoyingly, it was never released outside of Japan, where I'm sure it would have sold well here because we only got like 3 role-playing games for the Dreamcast during its entire short lifetime. I hear there was a PC version, but I don't know much about it. It focuses on Shiren's sister-like gal pal Azuka, was introduced in Shiren 2. He here fights against ninja in addition to the standard Mystery Dungeon monsters. There's a translation patch in the works by a wonderful person named Sharksnack, who's made several, or is working on several translation patches for these games. There's a link to his Discord at the end of the presentation where you can find them yourself. I found out to my dismay, though, that the game doesn't fit completely on a burnt CD. Many Dreamcast games can, and you can play them right off of a burnt CD, but not this one. You'll get like 10 levels into the dungeon and the game will crash, which I discovered to my dismay long ago. So I still have never played most of this game, which is a shame because it looks really interesting and it's got some items and monsters that don't appear in other games. Then there was the one for the Wii, which is probably the worst one in the series, and sadly it was when Chunsoft finally decided to try to take a stab at making the series popular in the United States. It abandons permadeath for much of it. I mean, you still lose your items if you die, but your experience level doesn't reset to 1 usually. So it encourages grinding, playing levels over and over again to gain an edge on the dungeon instead of making do with what you've got and trying to survive. Though it's probably the weakest in the series, but it is the first one in full 3D. The dungeons are completely 3D modeled and aren't like sprites that are zoomed in like the N64 one and the Dreamcast ones do. Let's see. Yeah, it had what I thought was a very annoying story. There's like your standard JRPG betrayals and party infighting. It's sometimes difficult to like some of your teammates, but on the plus side, this is the only game in the series where if you want, you can completely control all of your party members at once every turn. It makes the game much slower, but during boss fights, it makes for a very interesting challenge. You can just each of your characters, you get to decide what they do each turn. They all share a common inventory. So you can adapt some wonderful strategies to take out the boss fights, which are interesting but a bit gimmicky, I thought. Anyway. I'm sticking closely to the slides because I don't want to run over. I've got 5 minutes left. There's only 3 more games to talk about. Shiren 4 was released on Nintendo DS. There's another fan translation of it by Sharksnack. I'm talking quickly to try to get through this. Shiren 4 and 5 were originally released within months of each other in Japan, and they use the same engine, and they mostly have the same monsters and items. They feel like the same game with a different scenario. Shiren Kappa is a tropical island whose residents are beset by an awakening god. Those darn gods, they're always causing trouble. Yeah. It probably wasn't released outside of Japan due to questionable illustrations of native islanders, which do make the game a little icky to play, I would have to admit. It also contains an American character, which sort of wrecks the whole idea that this is the fantasy version of feudal Japan. That's Millie, who apparently hails from Texas and who wields revolvers. There are a lot of fun characters like that throughout the series. Shiren 4 and 5 have a day-night system. At a certain point in the game, it'll start a timer. And after a certain time after that, a certain number of moves, night will fall. And the gameplay will completely change. At night, all the monsters are taken out of the dungeon and replaced with different monsters that are much stronger and can probably kill you in 1 or 2 hits. And the game becomes much more of a stealth game. And your items stop working against them so well. And because of that, because Mystery Dungeon is, as I put before, like the creative application of bullshit, fewer strategies seem to work at night. And if you like the daytime gameplay, then you're going to hate the night game. And if you end up liking the nighttime gameplay, you're going to hate the day game. So it doesn't really fit together, I think. But It was an interesting experiment, and as I said, the Mystery Dungeon games are full of interesting experiments. They always try to shake the game up with each new edition. I'm sorry for tripping over my tongue so much. Then we come to Shiren 5, the Tower of Fortune and the Dice of Fate, which, up to 2020, was the last of the Mystery Dungeon games that we had seen. Or actually, the last of the Shiren games. There were a couple of others. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon DX for Switch was released, I think, in 2022. It was the last new Shiren game. It was originally released in 2010, which is a long time between new installments. Shiren's trying to save the life of his of the beloved of a friend of his by daring to roll the Dice of Fate, an artifact of the god Riva. It's another of those troublesome gods. Yeah, Riva's ultimately turned out to be a pretty good beast deity. It was given a full English release on Steam and Switch, and this is where I think this is about the time, I think, when people in the West really started to notice the Mystery Dungeon games, because Shiren 5 actually sold a good number of copies, like 200,000, which is pretty good for a Mystery Dungeon game. And on the Switch, it was fairly popular. It keeps the day-night system of Shiren 4, and it has a fairly long main dungeon. So it is a real and you have to play through it longer and longer versions of it until you get the full version. So it's a real challenge to get through it. And to win, you not only have to finish it, you have to get your friend through the whole thing too, which makes it quite the ordeal. But it's doable. Yeah, you can do it. I believe in you. It's got a huge number of bonus dungeons. The original they released as paid DLC, but the Switch version, they just give them all to you for free. There's like 20 or 30 of them, and lots of them are tons of fun. There's one that plays like Minesweeper. There's another one that plays like Sokoban, but with monsters in it. I know that people who are familiar with NetHack might be having a panic reaction from me saying that. It's got a huge amount of replay value. You can play this game for dozens of hours. Even after you finish the bonus dungeon, there's a huge amount of things to try and play around with. Oh. There's one dungeon where you never advance past level 1, and it's a short dungeon, but you basically are running from monsters the entire time. And it feels really great once you can pull it off. It has a system of new items where you can create new items that appear in the dungeons after you've created them, which subtly changes the whole game from that point on. And your swords and shields have their own experience totals and can gain levels themselves and become more popular. It's more popular? I mean, more powerful. And finally, we're at 6:45 now, and I will finish up. There was Shiren 6. Until January of this year, that was the whole story. But then, hearkened, I guess, by how well Shiren 5 did. I think right with that 200,000 units figure. I'm not sure if we actually know how many Shiren 5 sold, but we know that it did well. Shiren 6 sold 200,000 units in its first month in Japan alone. We don't know, apparently, how well it's done in other territories. But the rumor is that they're planning a 7th game in this series now, so it has to have done pretty well. Anyway, it's the first games at Shiren 3 to be in full polygonal 3D, and the graphics are great in this one. They really did a good job of adapting that 2D Super Nintendo-esque style that most of the games have to the modern era at last. Let's see. Anyway, Shiren and Kappa this time are investigating the cause of the mysterious drought, which of course means competing a number of mystery dungeons to solve it, and of course there's weird gods involved. It was intended to be a back-to-basics game. They cut the day and night and the equipment experience systems, which I think is a positive choice. So the game plays more like a traditional roguelike game. It still has some interesting new ideas in it. And one of them are behemoths, which are huge monsters that appear on certain levels. You're properly warned if you're on a level with behemoths on it. And even if the level is dark, if you don't see further around you than the room you're in, you still get to see behemoths regardless of whether they should be visible. Behemoths can usually kill you in one hit, but they move slowly, and and even though you can only attack them if you can attack them from behind, or if you can throw something like over the barrier in front of them onto their heads, they all have like 1 hit point. So it's an interesting challenge, and it's not really that hard once you learn how to deal with them. I hope this is interesting. I'm obsessed with these games, and I'm trying to translate that obsession to you as best as I can. Anyway, it's still receiving updates. It's already had a couple of DLC releases. It's just had a paid DLC with more dungeons in it, and if you buy it now, there'll be more that you'll get for free. I think in a month or two. And Chunsoft is sometimes now releasing special event dungeons that you can play, and you can try to finish it in a limited time, competing against other players around the world. After so much without hearing from the Mystery Dungeon games, it's great to see more activity from it, because it's really an institution. It's lasted for so long at this point, and there are many game series that have died out over the decades, and yet this one of the most niche and esoteric of them all, is still going, and it looks like it will still be going for some more time to come. Yeah, that's my 40 numbered those. Okay, and that's everything. Thanks for watching. I hope this has inspired you to look into these weird games. Shiren 6 is on the Switch. It's the only system it's out for right now. It's $59.99, but I think it's well worth it. Yeah, there's so much gameplay on this. I played a ton of Shiren 5, but I have easily eclipsed it in playing through Shiren 6, even though Shiren 5 has so much content in it. So here are the links to AN Genesis translation patch, the Shark Snacks patches in their Discord, the Grand Pod Roguelike podcast on the Shiren games, the episode of Roguelike Radio that we did featuring me and Keith Burgon back from 2011, and there's my itch.io page where you can get We Heart Mystery Dungeon, which has all of this in greater detail, and my book on Amazon on playing roguelike games from my old at play column from GameStop Watch. Thanks for having me. I hope this was entertaining for you, and that's everything. Yeah, good night.
Excellent. Thank you so much, John. The enthusiasm is infectious, and I think it's been a great... I don't know how anyone could listen to that and not be convinced to go pick up a Mystery Dungeon game. So, wonderful. And yes, your breakout room will be Goblin Singers, so if people want to talk more about the Mystery Dungeon franchise, they can do that after this next talk.
All right. Thanks very much. Did I just disconnect then?
Yes, you can just go ahead and disconnect. You're all good.
Okay. Goodbye.
Excellent. All right. Wonderful. So, without further ado, and again, sometimes we go a little late with technical difficulties. It's fine. We'll just give our next speaker those 5 minutes back and cut the social break from 30 minutes to 25 minutes. I'm sorry to take 5 minutes out of your bathroom break, but I think you'll be all right. So, next talk for this slot is from Marlo, who was previous artist for Roguelike Celebration, designed some of my favorite shirts. They're all my favorite shirts, unless I'm talking to you, and then your shirt is, of course, my favorite shirt.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, also working at Megacrit on art director for Slay the Spire 2, which, of course, I think surely everyone here is quite excited about, and worked on Dicey Dungeons and Floppy Nights, so some real roguelike classics the last while here, and going to talk about visual concepts for enemies and roguelikes. Very exciting.
That's right. Awesome. Hello, everybody. I'm Marlo, and thanks for stumbling into my talk here. A swarm of monsters is hard to build, generating visual concepts for enemies in roguelikes. Let's just get to it. So I had a lovely introduction, but I might repeat some information here. Who am I? I am an artist and animator and art director. I've worked on titles such as Dicey Dungeons and Floppy Nights. Currently, I'm art directing for Slay the Spire 2. When I'm not doing all of that, I'm an officer for the Portland Indie Game Squad, which is the Portland indie scene here locally in Portland, but also online. And I also am a developer of a bunch of random itch games, some of which you can see at the bottom of this slide here. So the games that I work on have so many monsters. On the left here, you can see some of the monsters I designed for Dicey Dungeons, and on the right are some monsters I designed for Floppy Nights. These are both games that I worked on back to back. As you can see, there's a lot of enemies in them. And of course, as I'm working on Slay the Spire 2, I wrote here plus 5 million others, give or take a couple million. You can see the few that we've been able to share so far. We're already starting to build out a huge cast of characters for these games. So I think a really important thing when you're doing art for roguelikes is these games are highly replayable by nature. You really want to make sure that the art doesn't feel stale. You're not seeing the same 3 enemies over and over and over again. And so generating these sort of huge swarms of monsters, if you will, is a really great way to kind of keep it feeling fresh visually while you're playing through these games repeatedly. So how do you keep the well of ideas from running dry? How do you generate ideas? With these huge casts of monsters that we're talking about here, it can be really intimidating to say, like, sit down, come up with 50 ideas for different visual designs for monsters. I think that would be pretty impossible for most of us to just like sit down and just like go from A to Z and make an entire cast of enemies like that. So, spoiler alert, for professional creatives, ideas aren't usually these magical things that just appear or materialize from thin air. Generating ideas is actually a skill that you can practice, and we are going to be doing that during this talk. So the techniques that I'm going to go over, there are countless ways you can practice to generate ideas. I will be going over my 3 favorite techniques that have worked well for me personally. So these are my go-tos, my bread and butter. These are the things that can kind of like help me get the creative juices flowing when I need to come up with character or enemy designs. These techniques are list of 10, referencing game mechanics, and of course visual reference. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be describing each of these techniques. I'm going to be showing you a little example of how to do them and a character that came from them, and then we are actually going to use one of them and design a character live. I'm going to do some live drawing as part of this, so hold on to your hats for that. That's coming up soon. But the first technique, the list of 10. The list of 10 is an ideation technique in which you write down the first 10 ideas that come to mind, no matter how good or bad they may be. The key to using the list of 10 technique is to not filter your ideas or think too much about them. The goal is to write down ideas in a sort of stream of consciousness state that allows you to unblock your brain. So in the end, when you're done with this practice, you will have a list of 10 ideas, and more likely than not, a handful of them will be inspiring or useful to you. And I really just want to reiterate, you do not need to worry about the quality of these ideas. It's just the first 10 things that come to mind. So here's an example I did, a list of 10 random ideas off the dome. So I wrote down Lil Snail, construction materials, weeds, sentient cave, floating, guy in a hole, clouds, bioluminescent, galactic, and street fashion. I don't know what it says about me that these are the first 10 things I thought of, but as you can see, these are not really like complicated ideas. They're more conceptual, they're really loose. I'm not sitting down and like describing all the details of a character and enemy. I'm just like, here's some vibes on a page. So based off this list, I chose weeds, clouds, and galactic because I was like looking at this, like this word has given me some ideas. Seeing it next to this word's giving me some ideas. Not really crazy about these other ones. They're not doing anything for me. So this is what we're going to work with. So here on the right is the character that I drew based on these 3 words from our list of 10. And I did a little speed paint video here. This is about a 20-minute drawing session. I used the words weeds, clouds, and galactic again. And yeah, I was kind of inspired by like doing this sort of like dandelion kind of enemy, clouds having it sort of be like this floaty godlike being with his like cloud collars and bracers, and then galactic I was actually really inspired by like using the star shape for the eyes and the head. And yeah, this is the result. It's kind of an interesting, weird character I can put in my roguelike RPG. It didn't exist before I did this list of 10, so I had no idea where it was going to go, and it's pretty cool that you can kind of just come out the other end of that with a word association project and have a whole character design that you can work with. So the second technique is referencing game mechanics. Sometimes you have information about your character before you design them. This can be a backstory, lore, or even just like technical design mechanics. So maybe your character comes from a specific region in your world. Maybe they have a particular profession. Maybe they do AoE damage or big heavy attacks. And if this is the case, we can reference that information to influence the design of our characters. So kind of all those things I listed would be really great examples of jumping off points that you can use to inspire the visuals of your characters. And oftentimes when you're working with a team, that kind of will happen. Like you'll have a design, they'll know how the enemy needs to act, but they don't have a visual design for it, and you'll have this information going into your character design phase. So here's a character I came up with using the game mechanics reference. The first thing I did to practice this is I just made these example mechanics on the left here. I said, let's make a weak enemy encounter that does multi-hit attacks, dealing small damage. The attacks are poisonous, and it has a defensive state when not attacking. So this is kind of emblematic of some of the information you might have when you're going into designing an enemy. And I interpreted that in that it's a weak enemy. It's gotta not look very intimidating. We're gonna give it these like really sad, droopy eyes and kind of have him look, you know, a little sad. The multi-hit attacks I interpreted as having these tentacles that could maybe like, I could see it being animated to do like 4 hits really fast with each of the tentacles. Obviously, he looks pretty poisonous. I had thought, oh, it could be this like poison goopy potion spilling out of an upside down cauldron. And then in the defensive state mechanic, I had thought I could design something that could maybe like it could suck up back into the cauldron when it's not attacking, and that would be its defensive state. So yeah, I think that something like this would kind of hit all of the checkboxes of what this enemy's mechanics might be. And again, it's something that just didn't exist, you know, 20 minutes ago when we made our example mechanics list and did the drawing. And then the third concept I'm going to go over is definitely the most detailed, so bear with me here. It's visual reference, not as straightforward as it seems. But yeah, it's just the practice of collecting visual reference material that you can be inspired by. I do this from a variety of different sources. Generally, I'm looking for images online. I wrote glossy JPEGs, but you can feel free and do any file type that you like. I actually have a personal Discord with a channel in it that I have just like an images channel where I paste all these images I find online that I really like, that I find inspiring. And I'd encourage you to try that out. I also would encourage you to keep a local version of these things because nothing is permanent online or in apps. And then the second one I have here is books. I'm a huge collector of art books and reference material, so it can be like art books from shows, comics, video games, other artists. Sometimes it's reference, like lettering stuff or anatomy books. I know this can be cost prohibitive to kind of build up a library like that, so if you don't really have the money to go throwing around on art books, I would say your local library is a really great source for stuff like that. You can also oftentimes ask your library to buy books for you. And then also there's places like archive.org that have a lot of digital copies and scans or PDFs of art books that you can check out and borrow. So checking out those resources like that and like being able to build a digital library like that is very, very cool too. And the last thing I wrote down here is photo reference. So I use photo reference not just for, say I need to draw a horse or a car and I have completely forgotten what a horse or a car look like and I need to look at a photo to remind myself. But it can also be a really great place to find artistic inspiration. So this photo that I chose from my folder, I just really like the pose. I think the foreshortening is really fun on the leg. I think the fashion is really great in it. Like there's a lot of different things I could pull from something like that to inspire an illustration or an enemy design. And yes, I just want to say it out loud. Reference material is not cheating. I think that for artists and creatives, there can be a lot of anxiety around the idea of like, oh no, I'm like looking at someone else's art, I'm referencing someone else's art. Is that cheating? It is not cheating. Don't be scared of referencing other people's art. There is nothing wrong with being inspired by others' work. It is how art has evolved and developed since the dawn of time. So as long as you're not copying or ripping off your reference material, you will be fine. There is a huge gulf between being inspired by someone's work and plagiarizing them. And quite oftentimes, all you really need to know which of those camps you're in is your common sense, right? Like, don't sweat it so much. So I wrote here some quick tips to remain inspired versus copying. Make sure that you select elements of a piece that you like versus the whole piece. So that's like saying, I really like X, Y, and Z about it, but I'm not going to copy this whole image. I'm not going to try to recreate this whole image like whole cloth. Find reference from many different sources. I had mentioned some of the sources I look at, and I can find that like making sure you're looking at a wide breadth of sources is going to keep you sort of like generally inspired by a lot of stuff rather than like honing in on one thing that you really like. Find reference materials from many different styles, and especially styles different from your own. I think that's really important. It will kind of broaden your horizon of the kind of things that can inspire you, and it'll also keep you from like feeling that urge to copy stuff if it's something that's very different from the work that you already make. Use multiple different references at once. Oftentimes when I'm doing this, like no joke, I will have anywhere from like 3 to 15 reference images when I'm designing one enemy. I'll like have them all open in Photoshop, and I'll have my little drawing in the corner, and I'll like those will all kind of feed into one design. And do not trace. I think that's an obvious one, but just wanted to say it. Make sure you're not tracing others' work and you're just kind of using it as a reference, looking at it with your eyes. The goal is to kind of see art and internalize it, be inspired by it, and, you know, work on your stuff with your own hand. So an example I put here for the fine art fans in the audience is a painting by Gauguin and a painting by Van Gogh. These are two artists that have a well-documented friendship. They were inspired by each other. They were inspired by similar things. They like saw each other's work and worked together a lot. And I think with these two paintings, you can tell, like you can kind of see how they're inspired by each other and how they're pulling from a lot of similar things, but their work is very different. And that's kind of like the ideal relationship to have with art and other artists, in my opinion. So what makes a good piece of visual reference? When I am collecting visual references, I tend to look for things that inspire me, such as character clothing and accessories, shapes and silhouettes, meaning like, what's the shape of the body? What's the silhouette of the whole character? Color palettes of an illustration, facial body features or body types, how things are rendered. And when I say rendered, I mean like, is the line work really sketchy, or is it really like loose, or is it very painterly, or is it very flat? Like those are different rendering styles. I also look for poses a lot. I find I'm very inspired by poses in art. And remember, just to reiterate, it's better to look at parts you like versus the whole. I find it even more helpful to look at reference material that is a very different style than my own. Helps me to avoid the urge to copy things one for one. So this image from my folder on the right here, I really like the color palette. I think the off-white they use is really cool. The angle is very interesting, like this sort of fisheye lens pose on the character. And I also just really like the way that they drew the eyes. So I might take any one of those pieces from this and be inspired by it, but I'm not going to be copying this whole image, right? So we are going to do an example live. So I selected 3 images and we're going to design a character based on them. And if you're feeling brave, you can follow along with me too in your own art projects. So this first image I selected because I really like this like castle structure. I think the little flag at the top is fun. The overall shape was really inspiring to me. This center image, I really like the character silhouette. He's got big hands and a funny head, which was enough for me to put it on the list. And then this last image here, I really like the color palette. I really like the lighting. I think I want to try to like emulate that a little bit while I'm doing my character design. So we'll see how successful we are, because it's live drawing time. Pick up your pens, your tablets. Looks like this is all working fine. I've got my Photoshop file ready to go here. So we're just going to see what we can do with a short little bit of drawing time. And I've got a timer, so I make sure I don't go over. So yeah, I'm gonna start. I think I said I was very inspired by this guy's big funny head, and I think I can kind of make that work with this castle shape. So I'm gonna start with the character's head being like this maybe long castle shape here. And I'd be very curious if anybody else does decide to follow along. If they draw something completely different than I do, which I bet they would. Okay, maybe there can be like, this is where the face is. There's like a little hole in the bottom of the castle tower. I'll just draw a little placeholder face for now. Bear with me. Cool, we'll give him a little funny body. I think he's going to be made entirely of castle material. So he's going to be like bricks all the way down. I like this door too. So I think I'm going to like give him a little tummy drawer. Perhaps this is where the food goes when he eats. We're making lore for a character right away. So he's probably pretty heavy. I'm going to give him big legs. I think he needs like little shoulder. Oh, you know, I'm going to make the shoulders kind of copy the top of the castle. I don't know what you call that. The rampart. The little castle zigzag tops. And then another thing I really like about this sort of alien on the left is I like his really skinny arms that kind of turn into these big hands. If you remember, I said big hands funny or something to that effect. So I'm going to try to kind of give him these big arms. Oh my gosh. I like this guy. He seems a bit like a bruiser. Okay. So we've got a general concept here. That wasn't so bad. So now I'm gonna turn this down. Let's bring this in a little bit. I'm gonna zoom in. So I'm gonna start referencing this illustration I have on the left here for colors. So let's do, pardon me. I'm gonna start color picking off this. So I like this dark purple here. I think that could be a fun line work color to use instead of just a pure black. So let's go in and clean this guy up a little bit. Okay, we're doing good for time. This is going to be a quick one, a little quicker than the 20 minutes, but I think you'll get the idea. And oftentimes when I'm doing this for work too, the end goal of this kind of stuff is not to like come out at the end of it with like a perfectly rendered, ready to put in the game character, but rather something that it's like you can get the vibe across, you can show it to your team, and you know, they'll understand what you're going for when you say like, hey, I came up with this character design. Is this a yes or a no? Okay, I want to give him big funny eyes. That's the mood I'm in. Yes, like this. Oh my gosh, okay. All right, just do our little shoulders nice and quick. Our big beefy, well, our skinny to beefy arms. And you can kind of also start to imagine what kind of mechanics would go with someone like this. I had mentioned, yeah, he kind of looks like a bruiser. He could probably get you. Definitely stomps around. Maybe he's a giant that you fight at some point. And you can kind of already start to get a sense too for, like, I'm really obviously being heavily inspired by these pieces that I picked, but I think we can all agree that this is a very different creature that has come out of this than what any of the reference materials might suggest, right? We are certainly not copying anything here. Okay, big legs. Nice and quick. He's kind of cute. I don't know if I want to fight him, actually. Oh my gosh, the quickest ever little brick patterns you've ever seen. Okay, cool. And then I think when I'm just going to do like some really quick flat colors on him or something. I like this red a lot in this image. So let's grab that and just give him a big flat red. And this is kind of fun because I think that if I didn't have this reference image here, I probably wouldn't think to draw like a castle character red. Like I probably would have done a gray or a brown or something like that. But since I was like, oh, I really like this color palette, I'm kind of going outside of my comfort zone. Trying something a little goofy here. Maybe it makes him more sinister. And then I think I'm going to grab this yellow. Let's do his little eyes. Ooh, yes, his little eyes. And then I think I'm going to grab this pink that's down here. You see this gradient from red to pink and do a little bit of like just quick shadows where there might be shadows on him. I really like the pink with this red. I would keep that. That's a fun little combo. Then another thing I mentioned, I really liked the rim lighting in this illustration. And when I say that, I mean sort of these like lights on the edges. I like this hot green that they're using to like light the edges of the character. So I'm going to grab that and try to like replicate that a little bit here. Give him a little bit of fun detail lighting as if he's being lit from behind. Just a little bit of detail work to kind of push that concept over the edge. A little bit of cleanup. Oh yeah, he needs, I'm gonna color pick again, needs some bars for the tummy. And oh yes, and then I also said I liked the flags in that one illustration. So let's pop some little flags on them too. Can't forget the flags. I like that. We'll color those in with the green. And then yeah, I think that that's pretty set. Of course, angry eyes. Had to do it. But yeah, as you can see, we did it. We came up with a really quick character. I think that was really effective. Yeah, and that's something you could show to your team and say like, hey, is this something we could use as an enemy? You can see it's very different from the 3 reference materials, but you can tell where I pulled from to make this kind of image. So thanks for following along with me. We're going to go back to talk time. I'm just going to wrap up here. I have a few minutes left. So some final thoughts on all of this. Idea generation is a skill that, like any skill, can take some practice. The more you do it, the easier it will be for you. You can try these techniques or experiment with some others, find what works best for your brain. These are just the 3, like I said at the beginning, that work really well for me, and you can kind of see how they can be used over and over and over again to different results. Feel free to mix and match the techniques too. I also will oftentimes do like a list of 10, and I'll have reference materials, or I'll have game mechanics, but I'll also do a list of 10 with it. So anything like that, you know, you don't have to limit yourself to just one, kind of just whatever you feel like works best for you in the scenario that you're in. And then I also wrote, be kind to yourself and have fun. You want to keep it playful and loose in the idea generation phase, and it'll allow you to land on more unique ideas that you can take to final. Don't worry about having the perfect idea each time. This is the exploration process, and it will help you get to that perfect idea eventually. So like I said, the end of this is not intended to be like, here's my fully rendered final enemy. It's really to come up with the ideas, only spend a little bit of time on it, rapidly iterate, like take in information and create things. And then the ideal place to be is at the end of it, you have a huge swarm of designs that you can kind of start to pick and choose from on which ones you do want to take to final, or maybe you take 2 of those and mash them up. Like just getting the ideas out and getting the floodgates going is really the goal for all of this. So I do want to thank everybody for chatting with me here today. Here's all the places you can find me. I have a website. I'm on Blue Sky, mostly for social media right now. You can feel free and talk game dev with me at the Pig Squad Discord, which I have the link for right here. And you can also play my weird little games on itch.io. But yeah, I think that leaves us with a little bit of time for QA. So yeah, that's it for me.
Excellent. Love it. I feel physically relaxed after watching. So chat decided that little tower guy looked like a pizza oven because it's got like like a pizza tower.
He could shoot
the
pizzas out of his
tower.
tummy.
Yeah, and
see, we already have mechanics for him. I love it.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I love it so much. Please use Pizza Tower Man in any of your games, and
oh yeah, I'll find a way.
Celebration reference.
Yes.
Beautiful. Oh, spinning my microphone. All right. We do have one question. Oh, and this is a really good question from Too Much Tomato.
Cool.
Great name. Do you use a similar process of idea generation for coming up with an art style or direction for the full game?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think that a little bit probably is the answer. Like, yes, you can absolutely do that. One thing I tend to do a lot for deciding on an art direction for the game is mood boards, which I didn't really go over here, but that is sort of the idea of collecting references and just like making a huge mood board of like, really like this painter's style, really like this color palette, like put these all in the same place and then kind of present that to the team I'm working with and say like, is this the vibe we want to go for? And then from there, you kind of like will iterate and add on things or tack off things depending on what direction you go in. But yeah, I guess I would say reference material is the closest technique that I would use for something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Every physical game studio I've worked in has filled the walls with the mood boards that then get replaced with the concept art once you get
that colored printer does a lot of work.
Oh, yeah. Well, excellent. All right. I think that, yeah, we will move to the breakout room. So if you're around and if people want to talk about Pizza Tower Man or
Pizza
about
Tower
all of
Man.
this extremely useful, relevant advice, they can do so in the Joust Arena. But thank you so much, Marlo. It was a fantastic talk.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm really honored to be here. Really excited. So thank you so much.
Excellent. All right. And that brings us to the end of this little chunk of talks, which have been fantastic. I just, it's late in the day and I'm so excited. I think that we have a social break before the next talk, don't we? I think so. Sorry, John. Jump scare. I think that we got a 30-minute social break. We're just so excited. I'm very excited. John's clearly very excited. Come back in, I guess not even 30 minutes, 20 minutes for that talk that you just saw a preview of. It's going to be about doors, and you know how much we love doors and the door problem here. So yes, in 20 minutes, come back for that, and then we will have our final talk of today, which you got to be here for if you can, because did you know it's the 60-year anniversary of BASIC, the programming language? And so we're going to have one of our favorite types of talks at Roguelike Celebration, a historical programming and games talk about a game from the era of BASIC. So don't want to miss that. So enjoy your 20-minute break. As a reminder, if you want to talk about Mystery Dungeon, that'll be in Goblin Singers. If you want to talk about Marlo and the Pizza Boy, that'll be in the Joust Arena. And feel free to explore the space. All these talks will end up recorded and on our YouTube. It's not too late to get a ticket and everything like that, but I will let you have your remaining time in the space, and then see you back here soon for John's talk on doors. And we're back. I have to say, I always feel a little ominous when I cut off Mr. Game Boy. It's like there's just like this cool music and then there's sudden silence, which means I'm about to be back. But welcome. Thank you to everyone who's still sticking around for the last segment of Roguelike Celebration talks for today. Hopefully you'll come back tomorrow. There'll be tons of amazing talks, but we have 2 more great talks left. One thing I want to mention is that if anyone did a draw along with Marlo for that concept, we would love to see it and then include them in our post-conference newsletter because we think that that's just such a fun thing. So if you drew along, or maybe you can cheat and draw it later, just don't give yourself like 3 hours and pretend you did it in whatever it was actually, like 10 minutes, 5 minutes. But if you want to do something with the concept yourself, and that would be a lot of fun, you can email it to us at contact@roguelike.club, or you could just tag us or write Roguelike Celebration in like Twitter or Blue Sky or somewhere where you can find it. And if you're cool with it, then we'll share those out because we think that that's really fun. One person already has shared their own take on the same concept art, which is delightful. So love to have this little Roguelike Celebration creative prompt. Might be a fun thing to do as a wind down at the end of the day. So that was wonderful. And yeah, we're going to head into our last couple sets of talks here. And then at the end, I'll remind everyone how unconferencing works, which is just a chance to do some face-to-face chatting. So I think that without further ado, as we saw a little preview of, next up we are going to have John Bond, who's the founder and game director at T-Witch Games, a Seattle-based indie studio. John's a piano teacher who made their way into game development by being a pixel artist, and then eventually leading into designing and programming. Also the owner of a wonderful frog hat. I saw it show up in StreamYard and was like, I want the hat. I want a frog hat. Oh, and you got the headphones over the hat. Amazing.
I got to complete the entire ensemble.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yes, and you like making fun narrative games and obsessing over how to make action roguelikes with that are story based and accessible to all. And you're here to talk about Doors, which we love. So go ahead and take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, wow, that's so nice. Everyone's so kind to me. I've caused nothing but issues. And everyone's been so great. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is John Bond. I'm an indie game developer. It was already said. Part of T-Witch Games. But today, you can call me the Door Master, Lord of Doors, because I'm here to talk to you about design choices regarding doors, or whatever it is linking randomization together in roguelikes. So for this talk, for this fast little thing, I just kind of go macro to micro regarding doors. I'll first sort of define what I'm talking about when I say doors. I'm going to talk a little bit about how they work within game design and player feel, and then finally talking of a separate genre of door systems across the vastness of roguelikes. So yeah, what even are doors? Are these doors? The answer's already there. You can see it. No, they're not. It says doors. Don't believe this game. Doors are any sort of object that when interacted with or crossed will bring apart the next randomized area in a notable way, both to the designer and to the player. As such, despite how there may be a whole lot of smaller randomized sections of a map to the designer, to a player, it's a lot less likely to recognize that they are in a new randomized area. If you have a map that's generated with a whole bunch of tiled smaller maps within it, that's not quite what I mean. to a player, the whole map is one big random area, not just a series of smaller random ones. So what I'm really talking about is what is sort of a large and iconographic way to separate one feel of a full random area to the player from another full random area. So this may be a door that you're kind of seeing right here, but aside from a door, it might be a hole, a bunch of staircases, teleporters, a rope, whatever. The symbology of these thresholds are kind of big for a player because without them, you lose a lot in terms of pacing and design. So that's a door. So once upon a time, doors were just sort of needed because of loading. This isn't animated, don't worry about it. But for those of you who are in the know, this is the Resident Evil 1 door, used hugely to sneakily put in loading. Today's technology, we don't really need big loading times, but kind of weirdly back then, doors and these sorts of loading times almost worked in favor to the player because players are not a machine usually. So what I'm talking about is breath. I'm going to breathe for a moment. So breath in games, it looks very different depending on the game. Generally speaking, it's a moment that allows a player potentially infinite time to do whatever they want before they have to lock in again. This isn't just for action games. Players need a moment where they have complete control as they do in the game, and yet still has stopped asking them to perform. The game has stopped asking them. So we need the player to stop trying so hard for a bit, but the player also needs to have a reason to stop trying so hard for a bit. That sort of shakeup is where doors shine. Pausing doesn't really count as a breath. Pausing is just a necessity. But that's not how people play. People won't pause just to take a break all the time. Designers sort of have to handhold people to take a break. So the thing I want you to kind of think about or notice is, do you ever notice that when you as a player, you find a door that leads to the next area, things change in the way that you're playing? You have to make a decision to do something other than look for or gain access to the next area. All games treat this differently. Some games with large maps, maybe if you make sure you go through every nook and cranny looking for things. Some other games, like if you see the next door, it's a saving light, a way to get out of a stressful situation. So what I'm saying is, one, you want to have a big purpose for this moment. Small exploration is great as breath, even if it's just collecting a little loot or finding a shop or fishing. And two, you don't want to take control away from the player because it will always feel bad. This keeps keep the game playing like it always does. Players can be in here infinitely with no issues and never feel that they are missing out on the game because they have full control of when they continue on. If a game doesn't have this, you really feel it. Like if it has a timer or if it pulls you into a completely separate way of playing or engaging with the situation. So now when games require constant pressure, sometimes timers are necessary due to game design. But honestly, you find that unless you're playing a player competitive game, this is usually avoided. So that's the breath side of doors. That's breathing. We're done breathing. No more breathing. It's a symbol of pacing, structure. Players often recognize it very early on. The other thing, the more noticeable thing I want to show about doors before we dive more into it, just to define what I'm talking about, is iconography. This is beyond a door's ability just to give breath or load the next area. It's information. Types of doors are utilized to give information to the player of what is about to happen. There are icons that signify what going through this door means. This player can absorb information during this breath period, and that's important as they're taking in another level of information, often a level of information of long-term strategy as opposed to short-term decisions. So Hades gives icons, which makes it easy to parse most information in the fastest time, but you also get a lot from even just the art, the size, the style of door that indicate changes coming up. It's still iconography, but it's the whole art. It's weird because despite what players might sometimes think, designers don't usually want to surprise players. We want to give tons of information that their decision is going to cause something to happen. even when that decision is completely linear. Like, you can only go into this big hellish portal, but you are warned that it's going to be big and hellish in there. That's important because it makes a situation where a player is wasting their time until they enter this teleporter, this door, but it still feels interesting and they still have full warning and knowledge. So now it can be hard to make decisions on the type of door or map system that you're going to put in game, and that's more the meat of what I'm going to. So the game's genre, the goals, the features, it all makes a big difference. We're going to take some time to talk about all the types of roguelike door systems there are. Here we go. Wait, before we get there, there's variables. Okay, so there's a few metrics that I'm talking about that I've split up these games by door. One, there is the run length, kind of self-explanatory. How long does it take to get through the run? Most games, roguelike games, it's like, 20-ish minutes. A lot of them are in like the 40-minute range. Some of them could be in like the 12-hour range, depending on what you want to define as a roguelike. But yeah, the next one is game pacing. A lot of this has to do with just the game's genre, action, strategy, turn-based. Is there dialogue? How engaged is it? Is it a very passive kind of game? How do you avoid speed whiplash? I'm going to talk a little bit about whiplash. It's probably self-explanatory, whiplash, but yeah. And the next one is major mechanics. Is it really convoluted? Are there a lot of different ways to play this game? Does it ask you to do mini games, little side things, whatever else? And lastly is polish. It's kind of the luck variable because it affects everything. The more polish you have, the less everything else matters. Players will accept a lot if polish is good. Like I have an example here, the Persona 5 menus. This is an awful menu in terms of time it takes to get anything done in that game. But people don't tend to complain about this because even if they have to wait a lot, the polish is incredible on it, and so you love them no matter what. Maybe not you, but like in general, people love them no matter what. So yeah, with these in mind, now the genres. Linear, the classic roguelikes. All right, so this is Rogue, but this is also stuff like Dungeons and Dreadmore. I think I put Tangle Deep also in here. There's a lot of others, but a lot of like classic roguelikes, which you'd be like, this is a rogue game. It plays like Rogue. Another one I want to bring up is Balatro, because people might not think of it quite so much like that. I mean, Balatro is a roguelike in a sense, but Balatro, you really can only go forward. It gives you a menu. It asks, do you want to go forward or do you want to go more forward? The doors here are literally just the buttons that say, next, press the blind. I don't want to talk about these games as everyone knows Balatro, but it's just a button. It's just a door. You press it, you go forward. And the nice thing is about having a game that's nearly all menus is that fulfills everything I mentioned about what makes a good door. You are still playing the game exactly as you were before. Clicking on buttons and menus is already how you were playing the game. So it's just a button, but that's already how you were playing. So linear, sorry, I'm going to move on forward. Linear is basic in many ways, but it works well with games with a shorter run length and much fewer major mechanics. You don't find Rogue to be quite as complex as some of the other things I'll be talking about next. The next one I want to talk, I call it Dungeon Doors, call it Zelda. It's stuff kind of like Binding of Isaac, Into the Gungeon, Crypt of the Necrodancer, the rogue action part of Cult of the Lamb. With these maps more usually exploratory. If there is a variation to the doors, it tends to be more hidden, and what's behind the next door is basically the same as the previous area in terms of how it plays or what treasures lie within. There can be, in the game as a whole, there can be alternate endings or different biomes, but the gameplay and rewards usually don't change much within that. Often, Dungeon Doors is good for games that want to focus on constant pressure and still allow for an element of exploration. It still can't have way too many mechanics within it, though, usually fine. Next one is Chosen Doors. For a while, a lot of roguelikes trended here, the bigger ones anyway, the more polished ones. You think stuff like Dead Cells and Hades, you often get choices within this that can change where you ultimately end up, or at least dramatically change how things play temporarily. This often becomes more important for games with more major mechanics because doors help separate all types of play styles and variables within a game. So Going back to Hades, the biggest example I can usually pull up, doors are integral for giving information to what the variable will be changing or given, but you can still kind of only go forward. These rooms are, they can be different from the previous room. Changing in pacing and gameplay, it allows for a longer runtime usually. So for chosen doors to work, you usually have to be choosing a new door constantly. Game pacing becomes a whole lot more essential. You can't have a really, really fast-paced game go a long time before coming to a stop for a long time with like dialogue or major choices and stuff. And so since there's dozens of doors usually, you'll find that doors are not just a button or a simple transition. You usually find actually in this system, doors tend to have a lot more polish with animation and transition iconography, just because they actually are so much more important. We'll get to another system we see a whole lot more, especially now, the branching map style. This is stuff like Slay the Spire, very important as we were just talking about. Stuff like Into the Breach. And to note that the map itself isn't a door, it's the icons that are on the map that are doors, iconography. This becomes much more important for games with lots of mechanics and gameplay styles, because it's hard to get that amount of info across with just door iconography, but you also don't want tons of menus popping up in the normal gameplay section. Map systems often have less exploration, weirdly, despite there being a map, and this just kind of makes for a worse system in action games oftentimes due to the pacing, but it still works if the time between doors is very small. Map systems might have paths like Monster Train or Slay the Spire. They might have grids more like Honkai Star Rail. There's my game Rogue Labyrinth. I use a map system like this. In all cases, the player is still funneled forward with no chance of really getting lost. Yeah, it usually allows for a little bit longer of game runs. And for the very last one that I want to kind of go over is the open world. This is stuff more like a Metroidvania. There are dead ends and ways to get lost, and you sort of just kind of lack the end goal or point location sometimes. This has less to do with the door system I'm talking about, but there are still doors here, just like going between biomes, for their own iconography of change. This works for slower or long runs and can be much more overwhelming. Exploration is a much bigger deal usually. Things tend to be in a slower pace, sort of like a slow medium pace oftentimes, because weirdly, you can't have it be super slow like turn-based. It's actually a little too slow for the experience. I want to skip ahead to the end. I mean, that was pretty much the end anyway. But I could talk about this stuff for forever, but yeah, bye. I hope this makes sense. People have a few things to think about doors. I thought about doors a whole lot in my own Rogue game, this Rogue Labyrinth. Final notes, I guess, just keep giving control to your player. Put in that polish. Just feel good about the decisions you make. Hello.
Hi. Wonderful. Love it. Lots of discussion about what is and isn't doors. It seems like stairs are doors. Yes, that was the main
Stairs
discussion.
are definitely doors as long as
Yeah.
it leads you to another major location and you've shown it to be that way consistently to the player, and you have the choice to go down. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Love it. Thank you to the Doormaster, Lord of Doors, for attending Roguelike Celebration. People are talking about Hot Pockets as ravioli now. Truly, we're off the wall in this ontological debate.
A Hot Pocket
wonderful.
is a door. I don't know what they're talking about.
All right. I mean, it's a path to something. Wonderful. If you want to discuss more about what is and isn't a door, they can do so in the Goblin Singers after our last talk. Thank you, Doormaster. Cool. All right. And so, last but certainly not least, our final talk is from Dan Norder? Yeah, computer hobbyist for more than 45 years. Started with roguelike games in 1987, playing one of the first versions of NetHack. And then, you got into desktop publishing and combined those skills and internet experience into your professional career. And currently working on a retro 8-bit pixel art roguelike game called Elflings. And here to celebrate the 60-year anniversary of BASIC. It's so exciting.
All right. Hey, thanks for having me. Thank you all for staying up for this last presentation of the evening. This is all about Chase, which is the basic language proto-roguelike. Down at the bottom of the screen here, we have my Mastodon address, basically at Elflings. Elflings, of course, the game that was already mentioned. And what this presentation is going to be about basically is, what's this doing? There it is. Robots, robots, robots. All right, and we kind of already did an about me, so I don't really need to go over this, and I will use the time for the rest of the presentation. All right, so when I talk about a proto-roguelike, how is Chase like a primitive roguelike? Well, it is top-down, it's turn-based, and the glyphs here are a symbol of the location of items. It's not like a text description, like you're in a wind of twisty passageways all alike. It's actually showing you a map. And then the placement of objects are entirely random. And of course, there's permadeath. Now, over on the right, I have made a screen. The original, of course, would be all one color. Black on white for paper for the very first version, but I have colorized it to make it stand out a little bit more. You can see that the player is an asterisk, which is in green. The robots, which are the enemy, are in red, and they're the plus sign, and then the obstacles are X's. Okay, so we advance one. Your player moves one to the right, and then the robots just follow after you. One of the 5 robots has already crashed into an obstacle and died. The rest are just kind of chasing after you, which is where the name comes from. Chase, however, is not a real roguelike because it's extremely basic. This is just the player, the robots, and the walls. I've already explained to you the entire game. There's no inventory, skills, stats. You don't have multiple ways to do things, which is one of the coolest things of roguelikes. It's not even technically procedurally based because the randomness is just too random. There's no sense to any of it. It just kind of throws everything out there and it lands where it lands. And then most unusual of all for many of our ways of looking at games is there's no real combat, at least in the typical sense. Then we move again here. The player hops up behind an obstacle. 2 more robots crash into obstacles. And the remaining 2 robots are following after you. They're going to crash very soon now. All right, so Chase, you run away from the enemies. You avoid the walls and robots. These walls are electrified fences is what they decided to call them. And then another important thing is that the robots always follow the shortest passable route to chase you. You can predict exactly where they're going to go. And if you're lined up with them like you happen to be right now, then they will just come closer to you. But if they were diagonal in any way, they would take a diagonal route to get to you. And all you do is you avoid getting killed and you want to get the robots to run into the obstacles. And that's it. All right, and so to understand how this was created, what sort of things were going on at the time, you also need a little short basic idea of where BASIC came from. BASIC was created at Dartmouth College by members of the math department, John Kemeny and Thomas Kurtz. Kemeny later became the president of Dartmouth College. BASIC stands for Beginner's All-Purpose Symbolic Instruction Code, and the whole idea was to be a lot more easy than the existing languages of the time that only people who were really into computer science and math could figure out. They were opening it up to a lot more people, and of course they integrated into the Dartmouth time-sharing system. Like it was mentioned earlier in a little promo, BASIC was created 60 years ago. First started in May of 1964, slightly after midnight, in fact. This screen here shows you kind of a setup for how the first BASIC lab was run. Kurtz is in the middle there at the mainframe from General Electric at the computer lab. Kemeny is on the right, accessing DTSS at home with his daughter, Jennifer. The other 3 photos there are basically computer labs or Eventually, BASIC was integrated into the whole college. People in all sorts of classes were using it. They estimated up to 85% of students were using it because it was integrated so well. But if you look at this picture, you can see that the first terminals were teletype machines. And also one of them has a little phone attached to it that you can see there. That's how they communicated. So basically what you would do with those teletypes is you would submit your information in and you would get a printout back. A little different than how a screen would update because everything's printed out for you each time. And all the students and professors could use it too, would share their basic programs, adapt the code, make improvements, things like that. And Kemeny was pretty forward thinking. He believed the games would help popularize the language. And of course they did, because that's what a lot of people were using it. This is in contrast to other systems at the time, where if they saw that you were using up the university resources to have a game, they would just delete it. We lost a lot of really good games that way. Chase was created on this system, we believe, pretty sure, but we don't have a copy of the original, so we don't have exact proof. So we don't have the original, but we have, first of all, the first indication that we can still find that Chase existed was in Creative Computing magazine in the first issue of 1976. So you can see from the cover there, robots are playing cards with nuts and bolts as chips. And you can see listed on the cover that Chase is one of the games. This version of Chase was done by Bill Cotter. And David All, also forward thinking, he was the editor of Creative Computing. He tried to credit the original authors too, but here it's listed as unknown, so that's no help. This was created on the Honeywell hardware by General Electric, which was the same hardware the DTSS used, which means this must be really close to the original code. And in this version, the only choices you had were moving in one of the 8 directions surrounding you. You couldn't teleport, which is a major feature later. You couldn't even wait in place and have the robots chase after you where you are. You had to move, which is a little strange. The next version of Chase, Herman de Monstoy, Kilobaud Magazine, 1977. This was basically the same. The only change was that you could decide not to print out a map, save paper. Because it's so predictable, you could kind of guess where the robots were going each round. So you wouldn't necessarily have to print it out. Now, as a comparison, Chase was also ported to assembly language. Assembly a little bit different than BASIC. BASIC was easier. The code for that ran about half a page. The assembly language code ran about 6 pages. It was really hard to figure out. I don't like assembly. The major change they added here was they added the first teleport already, which was hitting the P button for panic. This screenshot is from a Sol 20, which was very early computer. The little jellyfish symbols there are the robots. In some other games, it was like the ghosts in their version of Pac-Man or a lunar lander, etc. But that's in Dr. Dobbs' journal in 1977. Then we have another version of Chase, 1978. Graphics were very basic there. It also includes teleport because it's already popular, and added a last stand option where you could choose not to move for the entire rest of the game and hope that the robots crash into obstacles all by themselves. And then another version, Killer Bot by Roger Olson in 1979. The premise here was you were moving room to room, and you would eventually get to a room so you could you could deactivate a nuclear bomb. Anyway, Next up is kind of the major iteration of Chase. It has all the features that we later know as basically things you could do in Chase. It added the teleport option. It added the stay in place. It added the last stand. Basically, it's the Chase we know and love. This was again in creative computing. This was in 1975. The new note they added was, I believe this game was originally created by Mac Oglesby, which is the next slide. It's then modified by Bill Cotter, which we've seen, and further improved by Arnold Loveridge. We don't really know who Arnold Loveridge was or did. Maybe he did that version of Chase on the previous slide. Everything else is still the same. So that leads us into a very interesting question here. Did Oglesby write Chase? Well, Mac Oglesby wrote a lot of basic games on DTSS, starting in 1974 when they loaned him a teletype machine and a phone to connect to the network. He was so grateful, he decided to really help him out, so he made a bunch of games. All became convinced that Oglesby created Chase, and in a few years, he directly called it Oglesby's game. Case closed, right? Well, problem is, Oglesby denied creating the game. Said he didn't create it, he didn't even port it, he just saw it on a Commodore PET at some point. And this is all according to Maury Markowitz. So that's pretty big there. If it was his, he probably would have said he did it. More on this later. Then we have a new version. It's called Escape for the first time. It's by J. Victor Nahijian and William S. Hodge in the book Computer Games, which came out in 1979, reprinted in 1980 and 81. This is probably the first version of Chase that didn't have a robot theme. It was based on military combat, as you can see from their illustration here. It was a lot like Chase, though. They changed it so you could only teleport twice. I don't know why. One really new thing is they changed it so that when the attackers collided, they both randomly teleport, which I can only imagine was really a pain. You just spent your time trying to get away from them, and they just suddenly jump on you or something. And then, and this is also important, when you teleport, probably should have mentioned it earlier, teleport goes anywhere. You could instantly land on one of the obstacles or a robot and die. Wasn't safe. It's just a last ditch move. And then Escape also added a tank, which destroyed everything it touched. All right. Next up, High Volts is an interesting one because kind of like Chase, we don't have a copy of the original version. It was created by Douglas Jones on Plato. And I'm guessing 1979, could be as early as 1974, but I think later makes more sense. The mock-up of the screen here is based upon how Jones describes it. And then the logo, though, is the one that Jones made. Peculiarity here, the enemies are called Moes. That's ohm backwards. It's kind of an electrical joke, I guess. And this was not a new idea he came up with. He saw some other game and he created it based on his memory of that game. So it was a little different, but basically it originally came from Chase because it's similar otherwise. Really like the orange and black. Going with the Volt theme, next up is H-Volt by Greg Rappa. Creative computing again, this time in 1979. Lots of people updating these things all the time. We've got a bunch of versions I never even mentioned. This one, though, it's really weird because it's like Chase, but it's also like chess. And I haven't fully figured it out myself, but the idea was that the interceptor robots moved the exact same way you moved. So if you moved up, they moved up, which means they could never actually kill you. What did kill you was other attackers, and they moved like chess pieces, I guess. I don't know. You can see a little bit of the basic code here. It's got print commands in the middle for printing something to the screen. It's got arrays at the bottom, so forth. Still never figured this one out. Then we've got escape with an exclamation mark. This was created by Sublogic in 1981 for the Apple II. Big change here was it was graphics instead of text, and played real time and not on a grid. You can see from the graphic there that some of those things aren't lining up exactly. It's more arcadey that way. The player also has a gun, I think for the first time. You can zap, but only 8 times, and you could teleport, which is very popular these days. All right, and then this one, I bet it looks out of place here. This is totally different, but there's a bunch of games that I haven't included because they weren't enough like Chase. I've included this one because it was actually directly inspired by Chase, and the developers admitted it. So Eugene Jarvis and Larry DeMar for Williams Electronics created this arcade game in 1982, Robotron 2084. The first version of it they made only had the enemies that were grunts and electrodes. Grunts, of course, being what we think of as Chase robots, and electrodes as being electrified fences. That was it. When they showed it to other people, they really liked it, but what could we add? Well, they added a lot. They added the option to rescue humans. They added a whole bunch of new enemies. And one of the coolest things was they had twin stick shooting. So you could just fire off a million, it seemed like, zaps all around the board and just kill everything. It was a lot of fun. All right, Stalking Dead. Next up, Zombies and Potholes by Julian Tippett, 1983 for the Jupiter Ace. This was not the first version of Chase where they had zombies. It's just the first time I bothered to put it on screen. I think the earlier versions were created by Tippett or someone in these computer areas that just kind of saw it and adapted it. I don't know. And you can kind of see it there. One interesting thing about this is a review complained that you needed 8 keys to play, and people only had 5 fingers. And oh my gosh, how does that work? I just don't understand. Yeah, weird. Okay, next one is a really important one. Mainly, and this is kind of funny, this is the one that I learned how to play on. Yep. That's why I consider it important. It's Hobbit by David Sweet for the TRS-80 color computer. It's Rainbow Magazine in 1983. This was their adventure issue, so we made a little adventure game. The player, I guess, is supposed to be an invisible hobbit because you only see the 2 eyes. The obstacles are kind of like trees, although they sort of look more like mushrooms. And the enemies are orcs, which are those white things, which, I don't know, also kind of look like mushrooms. I don't know, kind of low-res graphics. This one didn't have teleportation. It was more like the original Chase. But once a game, you could hit new and get a new screen if you didn't like the one you were given. One peculiarity here is there were 3 rounds. You got points based upon how many orcs you chose to play against. But if you killed them all, you got bonus points. And if you died, you got negative points for the round. And they added it all up at the end. So you wanted to face as many orcs as you think you could defeat. Which brings us into another point here, going back to who created Chase. While researching this guy, I discovered that David Sweet, or at least someone by the same name, made a basic game back in Dartmouth College. It was about bullfighting. And it was done sometime before 1974 because it was printed in a book in January of 1974. Is this the same David Sweet? I don't know, but another interesting point is both games give you more points if you took more dangerous actions. So it's very possible that he played chase while he was at Dartmouth College and decided, hey, they've got an adventure issue coming out. I'll just adapt it and make my own. But it's also possible he's the one who made the original version of Chase. We don't know that, though. We don't even know if it was the same guy. But maybe. A couple more quick. Robot Minefield, 1983 in the Giant Book of Computer Games by Tim Hartnell and Nathan Butcher. A couple changes on this one. The player couldn't move diagonally for some weird reason, but the robot still could, which wasn't fair at all, I think. But when the robots collided, they didn't die, they merged, which also seems weird. And then the next one is Klopjacht by E.A. Vandermost on the Philips P2000, computer popular in the Netherlands, where this is from, 1984. I just like saying Klopjacht, which is Dutch for manhunt. Moving on to a really important version, Robots. Really generic name, but very influential, by Alan Black for Unix in 1984. A lot of people think this was the very first version of the game because it's the first one they heard of, which I guess how that goes. But it's very, very, very similar to the original Chase, or at least the 1979 version. The only major difference is it doesn't come pre-stocked with obstacles. There are no electrical fences. You don't get an obstacle until 2 or more of the robots crash and make a junk heap. But otherwise, it plays exactly the same. And then this became so well known, it really became most people's idea of the game. Also that same year, Daleks came out by Johan Strandberg for the Apple Mac, 1984. Also had no obstacles to start until they crashed and made junk heaps. Bit of a new thing was the Sonic Screwdriver. Sonic Screwdriver and Daleks were both part of the Doctor Who TV show. The Sonic Screwdriver destroyed any robot that happened to be 1 space away from you. So anything in those 8 spaces got destroyed. You could use it once around. Because Robots doesn't have anything like that, I think Daleks was based on Robots. And then after that, almost everything is an adaptation of Robots or Daleks, with very little variation. I mean, it was a pretty good version of it, so that's not so bad. But a lot of these are even called just Robots or Daleks. There are other names. One slightly new one, Trolls by Bob Nystrom, who I believe talked at one of these conferences, and Mark Sanicola, Apple Mac, 1999. You would choose your character before you started, and they each got special moves. Warrior slashed a sword. The wizard could teleport, but the others couldn't. And the elf could fire arrows. It also introduced blocks, which prevented the enemies, the trolls, from moving. Okay, so why would you create a version of Chase these days? Well, till you play it, it's kind of hard to tell, but it is very, very addictive. Something about the logic, the basicness of it, it just really works. It's really fun to play. It's also easy to make non-violent if that's something you want to do. Zombies in potholes, for example, didn't kill the zombies. They just dropped out of sight. Could be something else. It's also a good entry-level programming project. A lot of people, when they start programming a roguelike, kind of pull out their hair because there's so much to do. Not really a problem with Chase, at least it doesn't have to be. And then anything you learn how to do while you're making Chase could also be applied to a roguelike later, so that's cool. And then, of course, you could make all sorts of genres. You could make changes and adapt it. Perfect example of that, 7 Seas by PopCap in 2001. They created a pirate theme, 3 different types of ships, each worked differently, whirlpools, treasure hunt, sea monster, all sorts of fun. Ways you could adapt chase mindset into a roguelike. Well, it adds variety to your games. A little bit different than the normal way of handling a roguelike. The monsters could be all sorts of different things instead of just robots. Now, I kind of, at the top, have the 3 main ones here, the robot, the zombie, and the orc. But I also have a bunch of other ideas there. These enemies wouldn't have to be instantly fatal because that's not really a roguelike thing. Could do lots of damage or infect with some sort of status effect, something like that. The electrified fences could be adapted to be magic fields, traps, pools of lava, pits. Basically, you want to use it to do whatever inspires your creativity. And that's actually it for my presentation. I don't know how I'm doing on time.
Excellent.
Questions, things like that?
Yeah, if people have questions, we have a couple minutes. We could probably do one question,
Okay.
but
Let me put the headset on so I can hear it a little better.
sure thing. But yeah, thank you. That's a fun
Thanks.
time. I was thinking that yeah, well, and I started with a basic variant, and Breakout was always the game I would make because Breakout is like simple, but
yeah.
And I just think it's really interesting too the way that programs used to be shared through magazines, and that you'd get it and have to type it all in, and the tracing the lineages like that.
Yeah. And it was nice when they were like half a page because you had less chance of screwing up. Hobbits, which I played, was 2 pages mostly for the graphics, and man, you would have so many typos. And
yeah, and I think, and it's interesting the way that is still alive now. Like Sam points out, now it's YouTube tutorials, and I was mentioning 7-Day Roguelike as the way that people jam on concepts. But I think it seems like we could do a chase-inspired game jam, and that would be a fun time.
Yeah, definitely. You'd be surprised how fun it is.
Yeah, we do have a couple questions, so we can at least hit one. Cliff asks how you did your research. Like, how do you track down the kind of books and magazines for reference here?
Oh, sure. I had, 3 basic resources. I looked at Wikipedia to get a general idea. A lot of that, their timeline's a little screwy, which is why Internet Archive became really important because you could see all the originals. Some of these I talked about here, I had no idea existed. Zombies and Potholes was brand new to me. And then I also cross-checked it with Moby Games because they have a category for chase-like games. And it was a way to try to find things.
Cool. One other question from DM that I think is interesting. Which chase variant do you think is the most maximalist? Like the most features, the most complexity, just like tossed everything in?
Well, I didn't include some things that were so far afield that it doesn't feel like chase anymore. I think some things have a little bit of chase in it. But for the pure chase-like experience, I think the most recent one, 7 Seas, has a lot of variety. And honestly, adding a bunch of stuff to it somehow dilutes the purity of it, which is part of why it's so addictive. I really liked Daleks a lot. I spent way too many days playing that. I didn't play Hobbit that much, honestly. It just was a little too random for me, which kind of sucked after typing that in.
Excellent. No, it makes sense that there is something to say. I mean, I read a book on a bunch of physical games like chess and Go and checkers, and there was a point about, we have games that survive for longer, obviously chess older than chase, but there's something to be said that there's just certain games that hit on something simple and compelling and understandable that just persists, and it makes sense that maybe it's one of those things where if you add too much to it, you've lost that kind of minimalist core that is what has let it be carried over to so many versions.
Right. And that's also why I think Robotron is so great because they added so much stuff. It doesn't even seem like Chase anymore, but it is. It is Chase.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Dan, for holding out to the end of the Saturday and for sharing the lineage of this game with us.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Excellent. All right, everybody. Oh, I got my big glasses for a second there. So we have made it to the end of Saturday, and there will be a break for social time, which if you want to discuss doors, what are doors, is a stairway a door, is a burrito a door, all of those thought-provoking questions. You could do that in the Goblin Singers breakout room, and if you want to discuss Chase and Basic, you can do that in the Joust Arena. So what we're going to do here is that we are going to have a roughly 30-minute social kind of free-form break where you can do things like breakout. And then at the end of that, at 6 o'clock Pacific, we are going to do what we call unconferencing, which is if you look on the map, there is an unconferencing area over on the right side. There are a bunch of breakout rooms there, and they all have a link to a Zoom meeting. So if you'd like to do some kind of face-to-face or audio chat, you can do that there. And we find it can be useful for a little bit of theming, so people kind of don't just have to pick one totally at random. So in the unconferencing room, there is a note wall, a board like the ones that we have here to ask questions, or like the obelisk. You can put suggestions for topics in there, and then you can upvote the ones you're interested in. And when that unconferencing time starts at 6 o'clock Pacific, we will assign the top 4 ranked topics to the 4 rooms, and that will give you a starting point. Sometimes that ends up being what people talk about the whole time. Sometimes it kind of fizzles out. Sometimes people change the subject. That's fine. You all can, come and go as you please, like everything else. But that is how we organize that. So we do today's at the end of the day for people in North American kind of time zones. And then you'll notice that tomorrow, I believe our unconferencing is right near the start of the day so that people in European type time zones get the chance to have their own unconferencing. So that's how that works. We're going to be doing that soon, but feel free to explore the space, do whatever you will. I also just want to say again, thank you to all of the speakers who took the time to prepare their talks and share them with us. It's been a wonderful day of all kinds of concepts. And thank you to Maggie, our captioner from Whitecoat, who has been writing all of the things, including audio jazz and many challenging concepts. So appreciate that. And again, reminder that we have the merch store. Check that out. You can get all kinds of great shirts and notepads and such. A good time. And also you can check out the Steam sale. If you're on any kind of social media, we're kind of on Blue Sky and Mastodon, various places, you can use the hashtag Roguelike Celebration or just mention Roguelike Celebration. We love it. And if you have art, I've seen like 2 more pieces of Pizza Tower. They don't have to be Pizza Towers, but Marlowe's art in on Blue Sky. And we appreciate that. We're excited to collect those all and share them. But also, take care of yourself. Take a break if you need it, and come back tomorrow. And I believe that those are our big takeaways from today. So I think without anything else, go enjoy yourselves. I'll see you around in the social space. Feel free to explore. And then hopefully I will see a lot of you tomorrow for another great day of talks. I mean, if you haven't seen it, go check it out on the website. We got a lot of exciting things. We have, I don't even know. I'm not even going to get into it. There's a lot. Look at the schedule. It's great. Have fun, and I will see you all tomorrow. Good night, good morning, whatever time. Goodbye.